And we're back. Hopefully everybody gets over here to the new stream. Again, I apologize for having to do that, but it's just the way that that Twitter works, and a couple of the social media platforms where we're streaming this live, they don't let us go for longer than just 4 hours. So got to move things over. People will be filtering back in, but also filtering in is a fantastic new panel. A lot of new guys in the industry that we're going to talk to. Haven't had a chance to talk to yet. Joining me right now is Mike Gianella. How you doing, Mike?
How you doing, Justin?
I'm doing well. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media, and then plug everything that you do.
It's just Mike Gianella, one word, Gianella, and it's at Baseball Prospectus. That's pretty much where I'm at.
All right, Steve's joining us as well. Steve, remind everybody where you can reach on social media, and then plug all your work.
Hey, I'm at Pitcher List. You can find me over there. Also have a new podcast that launched there, the Wins Above Fantasy podcast, part of the Pitcher List Podcast Network. You can find me on Twitter at Stav8818.
And then also Eric Samolsky is joining us as well. Please tell me I said your last name correctly.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
There we go. Remind people where you can be reached, and then tell people what you do.
So on Twitter, you can find me at SamskyNYC, and I'm writing over at Rotoballer, and also lately been doing a lot of some video analysis on pitch mixes, which you can find on Twitter, but also on the Rotoballer YouTube account.
And then Eric Halterman's joining us as well. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug what you do in the industry.
Yeah, I'm a staff writer over at rotowire.com, write the weekly MLB barometer, among other things. You can find me on Twitter at Eric_Halterman. That's Eric spelled the correct way with a K. I got to start this thing off with a little bit of contention here. So there you go.
There we go. At least we're not doing it like we do on the Friends of Fantasy Benefits podcast when we have both Mike Gianella on and Mike Warner on. I've labeled Mike Gianella the good Mike and Mike Warner the evil Mike. So we won't do that here. But maybe next year
Mike Warner doesn't like that for some reason.
I don't understand why. I think it fits him fairly well, and we love Mike. You can reach Mike on Twitter at Mike Warner FWFB. He's co-owner of Friends Fantasy Benefits, works at Baseball HQ, great buddy of mine. Yeah, I mean, you got to be next year. I'll do a better job of when I put together the panels of not putting people with the same names in the same panel, because it just becomes confusing. At least I've noticed it this time around, as opposed to other panels so far this year where I've just been like, Joe, go, and 3 people start speaking. So, and I think we're going to have someone else joining us, hopefully at some point. But if they don't make it, they don't make it. We're going to continue on with what we're talking about. And that's we're gonna talk more about some old faces in new places. Lots of people change teams this year, either via trade or free agency. And so I want to get your guys' kind of thoughts on what they're looking like in their new location. Let's start with Liam Hendriks. Broke out in Oakland, got the big money deal in Chicago. So Eric S., what are your thoughts on Liam Hendriks in Chicago this year?
Liam Hendriks is actually my favorite reliever. If I'm gonna pay up and take a reliever, which is not generally my style, but I think that's his job. I think it's his for the taking, barring any sort of injury. The breakout in Oakland is real. I mean, the swing and miss is a huge part of his game. All the ERAs are supported by the X stats and by his FIP and Sierra and all of that. And for me, I think you kind of see a pitcher who kind of really relied on that four-seam fastball the last couple of years in Oakland. It was a huge improvement from what we were seeing in 2018. And I think that pitch is legit, and I think it's going to carry him to success this year.
All right. Eric H., go ahead and give your retort.
Yeah, I mean, he is a reliever. He comes with risk. He's a reliever in his early 30s, but in a world where there's fewer dedicated closers than seemingly ever before, I think who wouldn't want a guy who is going to be managed by Tony La Russa? It's a very tight battle between him and Hader, I guess, at the top of the reliever pool. But if you can get a guy with a manager who is definitely going to want a real closer versus Craig Counsell, who really knows what Brewers are going to do there with Hader. So I think getting a guy who has definitely backed up his breakout. It hasn't been long, but what reliever ever has a big sample size? He's got a higher strikeout rate even than Aroldis Chapman over the last 2 seasons combined. So I don't think there's any doubt about his talent, no doubt about his role. The only doubts about him are doubts that you have about every single other reliever. So I think he is justified at the top of that pool.
All right. And Mike, what are your thoughts?
I don't have much to add. I think that's all dead on. I will just add that, to what Eric with the case said with him not doing it for long, as a starter at one point, he converted over. He was an opener actually for a little while. And that's when the velocity kind of kicked in for him, like from about 91 all the way up to like 95, 96. I just think he is what he is. And yeah, he's going to close. Aaron Bummer's a good reliever. It's kind of a shame if you're into Bummer, but it's going to be Hendricks with maybe Bummer getting like 3 to 5 saves at most. So yeah, him at the top of the relief heap. And it's just philosophical if you want to draft up on price or not. But if you're going to do it, Hendricks is one of the relievers you should do it for.
All right. And Steve, finish us out on Hendricks.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what everybody else said, but even more so, I think he's probably, if you do pay up, he has that role. You don't know what the Brewers are going to do with Hader, and Chapman's had some injury risk, and he might be the surefire guy to be in a role all year long in that first year. He's got elite velocity and elite whiffs. That's what you really look for in a closer, and it is risky just investing in relief pitchers, but he might be the safest bet at all the top tier.
And I agree. I mean, he's my number one reliever this year. I don't mind paying up for saves because this seems like such a crazy season in which it's going to be so hard to predict who's got a job, who's holding on to the job. That I want the locked-in guy, and Tony La Russa is an old school dude. He's going to just go with the guy that's being paid the most and not mess around with it like other teams will. So, love me some Hendricks. Let's move on and talk about the next guy, Colton Wong. He's a buddy of mine. I've liked Colton Wong for a long time. Plays great defense. Got non-tendered but signed a deal in Milwaukee. So, Steve, tell me what you think about Colton Wong for this year.
Yeah, I mean, the Brewers really looked like they wanted to improve their defense. They moved here out over, which didn't really work out. He had issues throwing, and it looks like Wong's going to have an opportunity to play, if not every day, mostly every day. And it's definitely an upgrade in ballpark. I mean, the ball flies out of whatever they want to call it. I'm still going to call it Miller Park for now, but that'll never not be Miller Park to me. So he's going to play. It's going to be a good ballpark. He's a great source of power and speed. It seems like you're always looking for these guys. And, like you guys touched on a few segments back, he's kind of not that new, fresh face that people get excited about, but he could provide some pop and steals, especially in that ballpark. I like it.
Mike, where are you at on Colton Wong this year?
I mean, solid buy where his ADP is. I know it's creeped up a little bit since he's signed, but he's still low. I mean, the only thing I'd say about him is he's really only run a lot once, since in the last 5 years, and that was in 2019. He had some hamstring issues. Great player, no doubt. I wonder for fantasy how strong he's going to be. I'll say if you draft Colton Wong, not a good player to get impatient with and drop because he's that happened in both the tout leagues in 2019. People kind of got impatient. They ejected, and he went on a streak. So if you're going to draft Colton Wong, he's a player you just have to be patient with. And unless it's a major injury, you cannot be like, oh, he's not doing good or he's had a bad couple of weeks, I got to drop him. You got to be in for the long haul with him.
All right, Eric H., what are your thoughts on Wong?
Yeah, Wong is the type of player I often find myself forced to turn to late in drafts because I just, for whatever reason, don't push up the top steals guys quite as much as other people do. Somebody else always seems to end up with them a few picks before I'm ready for him. So I think getting a guy who's good for, mid-teen steals late in the draft and isn't going to kill you other places is pretty useful. I don't think he's very exciting at all, and I don't think we should expect 20 steals necessarily. Like Mike mentioned, he only really did that once over his last 5 years. He's at 15 and a half steals per 600 plate appearances, so somewhere around there. It's probably about all we can expect. But, when he does respectable things everywhere else, with that big increase in park. I don't think he's anybody you're excited to pick, but somebody to cover for some weaknesses. I think I'm totally happy ending up with him late in drafts, especially with second base looking somewhat shaky this year.
Eric S., your thoughts?
Yeah, just I won't go over what everybody else said, but one of the things we haven't talked about yet is the run totals. I mean, right now Roster Resource has him on the top of that lineup, and it's likely to be a solid lineup. And I think when you're that late in the draft, getting a guy who's going to hit on the top of a lineup and can get you some runs in addition to all the other stats that we talked about, I think he will get a shoulder shrug from all the other owners in your draft, but it will be just a solid foundational pick that won't hurt you in any areas. And if you need to throw him in, that middle infield spot for the duration of the season, I think you won't be in bad shape.
I mean, I love Colton Wong. I have for a while. And one of the things I love about him is he does play that great defense. And while that doesn't necessarily translate to fantasy points, it does translate to playing time. And if he's going to hit atop that Brewers order, that means he's going to rack up a lot of runs. I do think he could push it more on the base paths this year. Milwaukee in the past has been more active on the base paths. So I like Wong. It's a better park to hit in as well. So, and like you guys mentioned, people are really scared about the depth at second base this year. And he's one of those guys who's still a pretty cheap option. Definitely has risen since signing in Milwaukee, but he's super affordable. So I like getting Colton Wong there. All right, let's move on to another one of the big names that was moved. Francisco Lindor was traded from Cleveland to New York. It's a better lineup, I think, but it's a worse park, new league. How worried are you about Francisco Lindor there, Mike?
Well, I'll preface this by saying I'm a fan. So as a fan, I'm really happy that trade. A franchise chasing player. I wouldn't say I'm worried. I would. Ariel Cohen, I've heard him brought this up. I think it was over with CBS on one of their pods. It's not that I'm worried about Lindor. It's just that he hasn't been a super elite player. He kind of is what he is, which is still a late first round, early second round talent. It's just I don't expect him to hit over 300. The steals have dropped off a little bit. It's not, last year was a little off. I'm just going to write that off for the small sample. So it's not a matter of being worried. I think he's a near elite player. It's just if you draft him, on the turn there thinking, he's going to pop and be like a first round player and, jump in with that top 6 or 7 we're seeing. I just wouldn't expect that. If you're taking Lindor, you're kind of taking him for that really solid floor that he provides. As far as being worried, I wouldn't worry too much about Francisco Lindor. I just think he's a great player, and whatever the shape of the stats, they're going to come.
All right. Eric H., what are your thoughts on Lindor moving to New York?
He is really good, but I can't help but wonder if he does get drafted a little bit too highly. I think his reputation might be a little bit higher than his actual performance lately. According to our earned auction values last year, he was 12th at shortstop between a couple guys who you definitely aren't picking in the first round, like Chris Taylor and Dylan Moore. Obviously, short season, down year. But even if you look over the last 5 years, he's had a WRC plus above 116 just once. So really his reputation comes from being an all-around player, great defender, some speed, although his only 6 steals last year translates to just about 16 over a full season. So he's a very good player, somebody I'd be happy to have. But if you look at some of the auction calculators, speaking of Ariel Cohen, his ATC projections, last I checked, had him at 9th at the shortstop position. I believe he's going 4th in ADP right now. So he's somebody I'd be happy to have, but it seems like the market is just a little bit higher on him than is justified. So I doubt I'm going to end up with him too much.
All right, Eric S., give me your thoughts on Francisco Lindor.
Yeah, nothing too new to add. I will say, last year for the Mets, they were in the bottom third in stolen bases. And I know that obviously, 2020 was a weird season and it was Rojas's first. So we don't want to necessarily extrapolate that out too much. But I don't know that we're getting the 25 stolen bases that we got from Lindor in the past. And I agree with everybody. I think you're looking at a real solid hitter. I think his average is going to be more in that 270, 280 range. I think the 258 last year isn't backed up by the X stats. I think it probably comes in closer to 270, 280. So again, solid, but he's no longer is it Trevor Story, Trey Turner, Francisco Lindor? Who are you taking at short? I don't think he's in that category anymore. And I think if you're, okay, lowering him below that, I don't see any reason why, you're not thrilled with him as your shortstop, as long as you're not taking him in that first, probably not even second round value right now.
All right, Steve, finish us out on Lindor.
I don't know. I'm a little bit higher than everybody else here. I love getting Lindor in the back end of the first round. Sure, the numbers aren't eye-popping, but there's very few players that have that floor of a contributor in stolen bases and a plus in power. There's Mondesi, but there's a lot more risk involved with that. And I think the lineup improvement is great. The Indians, he put up 129 runs in 2018 with the Indians. And I know those teams were good, but their lineup still wasn't as good as what I think the Mets are going to be this year. And I think he'll run a bit. Sure, the Mets didn't run much last year, but their fastest guy, Rosario, is horrible at stealing bases, even though he does have that elite sprint speed. I think they'll let him go a bit. I think we could look at, it might not be that 38 home run season they had in 2018, but I think 30 home runs and 20 steals, I'll take that all day at the end of the back in the first round with a 280 average, which is what I think you could expect.
Yeah, I mean, I know that 2020 was a little bit down for him. It was a short season. The thing I wanted to see was him play all 60 games, which he did. From 2017 to 2019, he stole at least 15 bases and hit at least 30 home runs. That's not so, and did it with a good average, right? So like that's not something that's easy to find, a 5-category contributor, and so, I mean, I have no problem taking him early second round, middle second round, where he's going. I mean, this has been a guy that in the past has been like a top 5 pick in fantasy. You get him pick 20, pick 25. Like I'm feeling pretty darn good about my spot, especially if I started off with like a pitcher in the first round or an outfield or something like that. So I love Francisco Lindor personally. Moving on, we're going to talk about another closer. So Liam Hendricks leaves Oakland, so they don't have a closer. They decide they're going to allocate their money to Trevor Rosenthal. I mean, it's a weird baseball signing and move considering they had other holes to fill, but he's got to be the lockdown guy there, right, Steve? Are you buying in on Trevor Rosenthal?
Yeah, this is the exact type of closer that I try to target. I normally don't want to spend that high pick on those elite closers. I know it's tougher and tougher each year as saves are becoming more tricky, but I like finding guys like this that seem to have probably a little bit less skills, obviously, than the top guys, but they have that carved out role. So I love it. I mean, he had a great bounce back year. I know there's been some volatility in how he's performed over the last few years, which is why his price isn't going to be as high as everybody else. But the A's are still going to be pretty good. They always find their way to somehow get to 80 wins, and they might not be as good as the other teams. So that might mean some more save opportunities too. So I like Rosenthal. I think it's a good move. I'm glad he ended up somewhere where it's a clear role and he's going to get the shot to be the closer.
Me too. I'd been drafting him all off season or all draft season. And then like there was these rumors, he could go to the Mets. He could go to the Blue Jays. And I'm like, oh my God, is he going to be the full-time guy there? So I'm super stoked he ended up in Oakland, a place where I don't think there's really much competition for him, at least on the outset, as long as he's pitching like he did last year. Eric Katz, what are your thoughts on Rosenthal going to Oakland?
Yeah, I love Rosenthal. I mean, I think, I just support whatever Steve was saying. He's kind of my ideal closer target based on where he's going and the fact that I think he can carry you. I mean, Oakland has been one of those teams historically that sticks to a closer. And if he's, that job, I don't think that they're going to, throw Diekman in against lefties and things like that. They tend to ride one guy. I think also his down 2019 is pretty consistent with guys coming off of Tommy John. I mean, his control wasn't there. He didn't have a feel for all his pitches. I'm not really, to me, that's part of that recovery. And then I think what we saw in 2020 was a guy getting healthy and getting a better feel for his pitches. That fastball slider combo is good. I mean, his fastball, if you go by the StatCast metrics, that negative 10 run value was one of the best fastballs in all of baseball. And the thing that I'm actually most intrigued by is in 2017, before the surgery, the changeup was his second most used pitch. And then when he came back, he didn't really throw the changeup in 2019. He started to throw it a little more in 2020. He only threw 33 of them last year, but he had 0 batted balls off of it. And he had a 27.3% swinging strike rate on the changeup. So if he starts to get a feel for that pitch again, I think it could actually take him to another level than he showed last year.
Eric H., what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the fascinating thing about him is he was entirely different tier from what he was pre-injury with the Cardinals. Last year, he struck out 41.8% of opposing batters. That's top tier closer range. You don't have to pay for him like he's a top tier closer because he did it over one 60-game season, and it came right after one of the worst seasons of relief work I can remember. But if there are reasons to believe that he's not just the second, third tier closer he was with St. Louis, but has at least, a meaningful chance of being in the first tier, I think that's somebody who's very exciting. And there were some minor pitch mix changes. He was throwing that change less. Maybe it's just because he had less of a feel for it. So, but maybe it just wasn't as effective of a pitch. If he is throwing that less, he cut out a curveball that he rarely used. So if he really is a different guy than what we saw before his injury, I don't think I would pay up for him as if he's definitely a top tier closer, but if you can get him at second, third tier price, I think he has more of a chance of being in that top tier because all he has to do is do exactly what he did last year.
And Mike, go ahead and finish us out on him.
Yeah, I agree with what everybody said. I mean, if there's elite skills, he looked great. If the only little bit of cold water I just pour on this is because of the limited innings, because of the injury, and because of the weirdness of last year, it wouldn't surprise me if the A's pump the brakes just a little bit and looking at like their single night. I don't have a ton of options behind him, but it wouldn't surprise me to see Rosenthal not necessarily go 3 days in a row. I know that might apply to a lot of pitchers in the weirdness of 2021, but I think with Rosenthal, that might apply even a little bit more. And again, at his price, I don't care right now, but I have noticed him creeping up boards a little bit, and I suspect he'll continue to do that. So, that's just something to watch. Like where his ADP is right now, he's great. I'd go for him. If he's jumping up like 2 rounds or especially 3 rounds, that's where I might be like, yeah, I'm okay, but now I'm getting a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I just popped him in the 8th round of a 12-team league. So, I definitely believe I think he is locked in, and I definitely think he's going to start going in that area if he's not already in drafts. So, if you like Rosenthal, you're going to have to push him up higher than his ADP has been because his ADP was held down by the fact that he hadn't signed, and there's uncertainty about where he would sign. So, definitely, he's one of those guys that ADP can be a little misleading on for sure. All right, let's keep this one going and talk about Charlie Morton. So he leaves Tampa Bay. He goes and signs a 1-year deal. It seems like a swan song kind of year for him. So Eric H., what are your thoughts on Charlie Morton in Atlanta?
I've loved Charlie Morton in recent years. I'd be all over a bounce back if he wasn't 37, but he is, 37. I think with a lot of guys, when we think about bounce back, we think about what they used to be. But, he's 2 years older than the last time he was a frontline starter. So even if he does fully bounce back from last year, you got to adjust for 2 years of age. And those years in your late 30s are a steeper aging curve than normal. I do think there's a real chance he is a 2 years older version of what he was 2 years ago because you can blame some injury issues for his slight decline or medium decline last year. But how much is that really a positive? That means he's also old and recently injured. So there's plenty of at least yellow flags here. I wish I could be all over him, but man, just if he was 5 years younger would definitely be, but he's 37. You can't have too much faith in a 37-year-old pitcher.
All right, Mike, what are your thoughts on Charlie Morton?
Well, it's funny using Baseball Prospectus's DRA or Discerned Average metric. 2019 was the career year really for Morton, which was off the charts. 2020, his DRA was better than his ERA, but that fits in more with 2017, 2018. So I think Morton had a down year, but it wasn't as much of a down year as some people think. And there was a lot of talk about his velocity. lot of that was really tamped down by his early starts. He started throwing harder and harder every month, and especially in the playoffs when he kind of looked like the Charlie Morton of old. Now, I do agree with Eric that don't pay for that greatness of Charlie Morton, and I have to imagine that Atlanta is cautious with him because of the age, and they'd be looking to push him, out there for a lot of innings or for a lot of pitches. So I dig Morton, but I also agree, like don't pay for him like you would have paid for him a couple of years ago. And I'm in that same position as Eric. I was a huge Charlie Morton guy. I was in on him the year that he broke out. This year I'll take him at the right price, but I suspect that someone in every league is going to like Morton a little bit more than I do.
All right, Steve, what are your thoughts on Morton?
Yeah, I was very concerned about him in the beginning of last season. It seemed to be falling off a cliff, and like Mike said, it's really tied to the velocity. But like you said, that velocity started to get better each start, and he sort of looked like his old self in the playoffs. So it was a bit encouraging. And the average velocity on the fastball was 93.5 last year. In 2019, it was 94.7. So it's not that far off from when he was elite. So if he has that, it's definitely something to keep an eye on spring, see where he's at, see what the velocity is. I'll be okay investing in him and having him as sort of a 3-4 starter. If he goes a little bit earlier than that, I might be out on him, but I'm still intrigued. I was encouraged by his last few starts and the velocity coming back in the playoffs. So I'm buying cautiously with Morton.
All right, Eric, yes, go ahead and finish it out on Morton.
Yeah, I agree with the buying cautiously. I mean, he was my SP2 last year, and I think right from the beginning of the season last year, and not overall. I mean, on my team, from the beginning of the year, you could tell things weren't right. Obviously, the pitch mix was off because of the injuries, and I think that it was a little bit of a lost year. But also, he had a 355 BABIP last year. I mean, a lot of the X stats and the the FIP and the Sierra and all that suggests that that 4.74 ERA is a little bit inflated. And I do think that on the surface, there are a lot of people who just think, oh, Charlie Morton, he's old, he's hurt, he wasn't that good last year. So it depends on who you're in a league with and if they're, hands off on him. I think that I'm interested in him as, kind of like Steve was saying, as my SP3, SP4, because I think there is some upside in this. You mentioned Swan Song. Maybe it's, I'm going to give it all I got for one last year, go out on top and really kind of push through with a decent amount of innings for you. So, there's some risk, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, this was a guy that I was completely out on when we started draft season, or at least when I started draft season this year in October. And the more and more I kind of dug in and kind of looked at what he did when he came back from the injury and what he did in the playoffs, I found myself getting back on board. But like you guys said, very cautious about it. Definitely don't want to overinvest. I don't want to push him up too highly up my board. That way I'm not hurt too much if the shoulder does become an issue again. We have to remember Morton's one of those guys that, he had a late career breakout because he was injured so much in Pittsburgh. So, he doesn't have a great injury track record long, over the course of his career. It's been better as of late until last year, but still something to kind of keep in your mind. Don't overinvest. All right. So what we're doing today,
I do want to point out one of those. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to point out about Morton. One of those injuries was a hamstring in with the fifth, so it wasn't all arm related, but I know.
All right. So what we're doing here today is raising money for mental health and Mental Health America. And it's a fantastic organization that does a lot of good, getting people connected with mental health resources. And that is something that is near and dear to my heart, near and dear to my wife's heart. And we really appreciate everybody who has been donating. We are currently at $7,175.98 raised so far. Really, really appreciate everybody coming out and donating. And part of the reason people are donating is support mental health, right? And the other part is they want to win free stuff, win cool stuff. So let's give away some of that free cool stuff right now. What we are donating during this period is a painting done by Amy Hernard, who is Joel Hernard's wife. If you go back and look at the painting yesterday, Joel, when he was on, he showed it in the background. Super cool. She does beautiful work. And this is one of the most unique prizes that's being given away. So I'm going to do my little randomizer thing over here. And Daniel McKee, you are the winner of that painting. I will connect you with Joel, and he will figure out how to get it out to you wherever you're at. Also giving away an FTN MLB season-long package that Matt Davis from FTN is donating. A fantastic new company in the industry, and their season-long package is going to be someone's. So we'll do a little randomizer once again. And Marty Talman, you are the winner of that. Congratulations. I will connect you with Matt and make sure you are all hooked up for that as well. I really appreciate everybody donating. We still have lots of stuff to give out. Just because we're coming towards the home stretch of this doesn't mean we're not still giving out prizes. And I've said it all weekend long. For every $1,000 raised, I'm going to add a TGFBI spot for next year that will be given away at the end of the weekend. So that's coming up somewhat soon, but there's still time to get your donations in so you get those raffle tickets and support Mental Health America, support what we're doing today and yesterday, and do a lot of good. So let's jump back in to these guys who are old faces in new places. And a guy who's going to my favorite team, the San Francisco Giants, that's Tommy LaStella. You may lead off a little bit there. So, Eric, yes, tell me, are you in on Tommy LaStella?
Yeah, I'm in on Tommy LaStella. If you think about him as mainly where he's going is kind of that, bench multi-position option for you. I mean, I think, solid batting average guy was 295 in 2019 with the Angels, 281, last year. I do think, part of the reason that San Francisco played well to power last year, I know a lot of people have talked about it, the way that they were kind of opening up some of the, the windows in the lower part of the park, which let the ball carry a little bit more. I don't know that you're getting the 16 home runs from LaStella that you got in, 2019. I think you're looking at more like, anywhere between 10 to 15. But he's a good batting average guy, and especially if he hits the top of the lineup. You look at the Giants lineup and you're not blown away, but it's a solid lineup. There are some guys that are going to string together some runs. It's a tough division, but I think he can, help you with some runs, some RBIs, and be a good batting average guy for you at the end of a draft.
What are your thoughts, Eric H?
Yeah, there's a few things I like more in a batter stat line than a guy who walks more than he strikes out. And LaStella didn't just do that last year. He had more than twice as many walks as strikeouts. He had the lowest strikeout rate among qualified hitters by more than 4 percentage points. Nobody is in his league. But I'm open to the idea that might make me like him more than I should. He doesn't do a ton else. He's not going to run. He's probably not going to suddenly hit for power again. His slugging percentage dropped by about 40 ticks last year, but his X-slug dropped by 70, just down to 424. Probably not going to expect many homers there. Although Eric mentioned those 16 homers in 2019. That was 16 homers in 8 games. In theory, that's 30 homer power. I mean, that's his 95th percentile outcome, but that is in there somewhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if I end up with him a lot late, just because, again, that elite control of the zone, that's the type of skill set that you can add other things to. He's probably not that 30 homer guy, but I just love, that kind of control of the zone, especially from a guy who might lead off. He should get on base a lot with a decent Giants lineup. So he's somebody I think I'm going to end up with quite a lot late in drafts.
Mike, what are your thoughts on LaStella?
Really like him as a player. The one thing that concerns me, a lot of platoons on the Giants, or at least it looks like they're doing that. It's very smart. It's very efficient. It does make it difficult for fantasy to maximize. Now, I haven't looked very closely at lefty righty in the West, but he's a player in TGFBI or a league where you have bench slots. You kind of maximize that. You play the matchups with him and someone else. I think he's good enough as your middle infielder to do that. On the other hand, if you're in a league like Labor in particular, where you're stuck with and you can't put him on the bench, that makes it a little rougher. And I don't know if I'd want him somewhere like that. Very good player. I do agree with Eric. I'm also a sucker for walk strikeout players, but just a little cautious for that reason. I don't want to get stuck with LaStella in too many leagues where I can't bench him or move him forth.
And Steve finishes out on La Stella.
Yeah, I was really enamored with him in 2019. That was an unbelievable stretch. He was such a good player to have in fantasy for those 80 games. But I don't think that power production will ever be repeated, especially in 2019. That was peak of the juice ball, and now we're getting a deadened ball. It seems like Listella might be a player that could be impacted the most by this. He's not your prototypical power hitter, but he has position flexibility. And he seems to be a player that could always put up a solid 800 OPS, and I don't think he'll be any different than that this year. It might not come with a prorated 30 home runs or anything like that, but he could provide some cheap source of power, position flexibility. I like it, and he's a type of player that can get hot, and you can ride him for a little bit if you pick him up or something like that.
He's definitely a player in daily leagues that makes a lot of sense, right? Mm-hmm. So you can, he's going to be in the lineup. He's probably going to be leading off when he's in the lineup.
Yep.
And that's going to have a lot
bit too.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to have a lot of value. In weekly leagues, it may be a bit more frustrating. Like Mike said, the Giants are trying to beat Tampa Bay West, and they're just going to platoon everybody. It's going to be really frustrating. He's still going to hit up high when he hits, and so he will score a good share of runs. And I do love the multi-positional eligibility. Just if you're playing in weekly leagues or even the bi-weekly like NFBC format, it can be a little bit frustrating. So if you don't want to deal with that headache, maybe you go a different direction. But he's going pretty late, so it's not a bad investment. We've got about 8.5 minutes left. I want to make sure you guys get a chance to plug all your work, so that way we don't run out of time. So Eric asks, remind everybody where you can be reached on social media, and then plug everything that you do.
Yeah, so you can reach me on social media at Samsky NYC on Twitter. I've been posting a lot of pitch mix breakdowns, which is what I'm focusing on a lot right now. Posting some video breakdowns of that using the StatCast data, looking at spin direction, trying to figure out why some guys are successful. Maybe some guys who could use a tweak or two in order to get another level of effectiveness to what they're doing, and just trying to bring a little more visual analysis to that. So you can see that on Twitter and also on the Rotoballer YouTube page.
And Eric H., remind everybody where you can be reached and what you're working on.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Eric_Holterman. That's Eric with a K. And you can find my work at rotowire.com. I write the weekly MLB barometer, which I'm going to go finish up as soon as we're done here. That first barometer of the season should be up Monday.
There you go. Mike, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
It's Mike Gianella, all one Twitter. I run all prospectus, which is mostly subscription, but you can get my bid limits there. I'm doing drafts this year, and I'm running through tiered rankings and ADP analysis as well.
There we go. And Steve, remind people where you can be reached and what you do.
You could find me on Twitter at Stav8818, and you can find my written work over at Pitcher List, and also podcast Wins Above Fantasy. Wherever you listen to podcasts, you'll be able to find that.
All right. We've got, looks like about 6.5 minutes or so before the end, so we're going to move quickly through some guys here. Or we got, let's see, 2 guys remaining. So. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw out both guys at once to each of you and give me kind of just a little, are you buying in on them at their new location or not? Mike, talk to me. Are you buying in on Garrett Richards and Mike Minor?
No, not really. I mean, Garrett Richards is kind of a who knows. I get it. The talent's certainly there. He hasn't thrown more than like 76 in the third innings in a season since 2015. So fine where he is price wise, but not really in on him. And Mike Minor, one big career year, but I thought was outlier. Fine for me, like as an AL only or streaming guy in deep mix, but that's about it for me.
All right. What about you, Eric S.?
I'm intrigued, but not fully in. I will say, Garrett Richards is one of those guys I was talking about with the pitch mix. He really only has 2 pitches right now. That sinker has been his worst pitch 3 years in a row. It gets hit hard. I'd love to see him use the curveball more. It actually has a lot of the same path as his slider, but it's almost 9 miles an hour slower and breaks a lot more. and it's been a more effective pitch for him in the past. So I think if he can actually be fastball, slider, curve, that might be an interesting mix. Also, I will say, Chaim Bloom was in Tampa Bay when they started using the opener and being a little more creative with pitcher usage, and he is in Boston now. So there's a chance that they have a plan for how to utilize Richards in a way that's effective. And then I will say, even though he was out of the bullpen, Mike Minor's best year was in 2017 in Kansas City, and he threw a different slider then. It was 3 miles an hour harder. It didn't break as much. It was a little bit more like a cutter, and it was a much more effective pitch for him. He's another guy that right now I think is a 2-pitch pitcher, but maybe they have an idea to get him back to that old slider, which was better for him. And if he's throwing that in spring training, I'm intrigued because I think he's going to throw a lot of innings, and innings are super useful this year.
All right, Eric H., give me your thoughts.
Not much with either guy. Maybe something with Minor. He did just post his highest strikeout rate as a starter last year, 25.9%. But he also saw his velocity drop, and he's heading into his age 33 season. So not a lot of excitement there. As for Richards, we know the floor is extremely low. It's a guy who's averaged 8.2 starts over the last 5 years. I can see the point of picking a high ceiling, low floor guy late in drafts and just dropping him for a pop-up guy on waivers when he gets hurt. But is his ceiling even that high? He did have a 25+% strikeout rate for 3 straight years, but last year it was just 21.6%. That's below average. He also had his career low ground ball rate. So we got a guy who is coming off of a worse season than we're used to. He's heading into his age 33 year, and he's never healthy. So I don't see a lot that would make me go his way, even late in drafts.
All right. And did I miss someone? I did this one out of order.
Yeah, I'll jump right in.
There you go.
Not much to add, but Minor, I'm always been kind of out on. I know he had that good year in 2019, but a lot of that came in the first half. He had a pretty brutal second half where he really wasn't rosterable in a lot of leagues. He could give you some good inning depths and maybe for a streaming option here or there, but not really much to like, in my opinion, on Minor. But Richards is a guy that I kind of can't quit. I love taking him at the end of the last few rounds in drafts. Whenever you watch him, his stuff just looks so electric, and the velocity and movement's great. I know some of the underlying numbers aren't the prettiest, but coming back off of I think it was Tommy John surgery, that's you always want to buy the year after, and hopefully a little bit of whatever control Garrett Richards did have in the past come back. So I like it as a flyer. I like his stuff. I'm always intrigued by Richards. I think there's a ceiling there that's not there with Minor. So I'll gladly snag up some shares of Richards late in drafts this year.
Yeah, Minor's not a guy I'm super interested in this year. I don't trust him to have the bounce back. But Steve is speaking my language about Garrett Richards. Yeah. Anybody who's followed my work knows how much I've loved Garrett Richards since he was a prospect. And every year I do feel a little bit like Charlie Brown trying to kick the football with him a little bit. But, I mean, if you really look at what he's done over the course of his career, when he's healthy, and that is a far and few between kind of time, he's been good. He's been good on the mound. I'm going to bet on the skills, especially considering how late he is going in drafts. So obviously, if you ride him until the wheels fall off, and then you drop him, you go pick up someone else. So I'm not I can't bank on him throwing 150 innings or anything like that. But he is in Boston this year, where they don't have any reason to not just let him pitch. I mean, if we've seen the rest of that rotation and what they're trying to do in Boston this year, it's going to be fine, I think. Just a matter of how long can he stay healthy. But even if I get just 50 good innings to start the year, drop him, pick up someone else for the rest. So I will just keep dying on this sword over and over again with Garrett Richards. I know it's irrational, but I love watching him pitch. I know he's got talent. I just don't know if he can stay on the field.
I think spring training is going to be key for him. I really think that curveball can be something. I mean, the Red Sox are definitely a StatCast organization now. They're an analytics organization, and that the spin rate he gets on that curveball jumps off the page. If he's using that more in spring training, I think he becomes a legitimate 3-pitch pitcher, and I think that upside is much higher.
I completely agree. Thank you guys for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. You delivered the goods in terms of information, and everybody else has been delivering the goods in terms of donations. We've raised over $7,000 for Mental Health America. It is fantastic. I'm just so stoked how well we're doing today. I'm going to unceremoniously kick you guys out and bring in the next crew. Thank you guys so much for joining me. There we go. And we are going to bring in that next crew and some of my favorite people in the industry joining us right now. And let's before I do the introductions, quick breaking news announcement. I don't know if it's breaking news. It's an announcement. We're going to extend Podapolooza a little bit today. We're going to extend it an extra segment at the end. Danielle Salinger, my wife, is going to join us, and I'm going to have some guests come on and try to calm her nerves, keep her calm, get her mind ready to draft tomorrow in TGFBI. If you haven't been listening to the series of podcasts we're doing, coaching her, teaching her how to play the game because she's never played it before, you need to go check that out on the TGFBI feed. It has been a lot of fun. People have really, really enjoyed it. And we're going to do kind of a live episode with Danielle to kind of get her mind right and get her going. So she's right now furiously writing questions down for the guests we're going to have on. And it looks like we're going to have on Bruce Cagle. We're going to have on Ariel Cohen. We're going to have on Rudy Gamble and maybe someone else. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm going to let them kind of help put her mind at ease because I'm not trying to put her mind at ease. I'm trying to get in her head so that way she doesn't beat me in TGFBI. But let's talk to this amazing panel of analysts. We have Shelly V, my tag team partner. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, Justin. Just thanks for putting this on, man. I've been enjoying like this entire weekend, and all of this money that you're raising is going to a great cause. Bravo, sir. Bravo.
You know, I'm going to take the credit, right? Because I like credit. I'm not a humble guy. I like people knowing who I am and what I do. But ultimately, the credit goes to all the people in the industry who are supporting this by coming on and donating prizes, and then all the people who are watching and donating. I mean, really, they're the ones that are making this so successful. I'm just the guy who had the idea to kind of put it together and then sit here for 9 hours a day for 2 days in order for it to run. So I appreciate it, but I really it's you all on this panel and all the other panels we've had and the people who are supporting it with their donations, raising so much money for Mental Health America. But Shelly, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then talk about what you do in the industry.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at ShellyV_643. I am one of the editors over at the Dynasty Guru, and I also am on the Dynasty's Child podcast over there. And then I also write at Pitcher List.
And then joining us as well is Randy Haynes. Randy, welcome to the show.
Hey, Justin. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do in the industry.
You can follow me on Twitter at RandyHaynes22. I write in podcasts for Friends with Fantasy Benefits. Still time to buy the draft guide, which Justin wrote more of it than I did, but I still helped. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm mainly here just because Shelly picks like 2 picks away from me in TGFBI. So I've got a notepad ready to steal any of her thoughts. So that's the only reason I really showed up. That and it's for a great cause, but.
Well, see, that's smart. You know, like I said, I'm trying to get in Danielle's head. You know, you try to get into Shelly's head. Shelly's a great drafter, was my tag team partner. So listen in and try to steal some of her thought process and picks for sure.
Yeah, I'll need all the help I can get.
There you go. Joining us as well is Steve Gardner. Steve, welcome to the show.
Hey, Justin. Thank you very much for having me, and congratulations on what has been super successful so far.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Still time to raise more money, too. Steve, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug everything that you do.
Sure. You can fetch me on Twitter. I'm at Steve A. Gardner, and you can read my work in USA Today. And we just published a USA Today fantasy baseball draft preview, which is on newsstands now. You can get it in print, hold it in your hand, and use that when you draft. So check that out.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are moving to these like these ebooks or the PDFs, and we do the PDF to it at Friends Fantasy Benefits. But there's something about having a draft guide in your hand, right? Like I'm not one of those people that can read on an e-reader or something like that. I lose track of what I'm doing. Like I need the paper copy to do it. So definitely go get that draft guide because Steve does amazing work. He's been in the industry a long time, kicking everybody's butts in tout wars and labor. And so, like, dude, you know, you're one of my favorite people in the industry and one of the best players in the industry. So I'm honored to have you on, sir.
Wow. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that.
Also joining us is Tim. Tim, welcome to the show. Oh, you might be on mute, Tim. See if I can unmute Tim for him. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to boot you out real quick. Oh, there he goes. All right.
I try to figure out where to click.
There you go.
Oh yeah, now see, you had to have me on after Steve Gardner. That's an impossible act to follow.
Tim, you are a giant in the industry as well. I love you, and I've never had a chance to actually sit down on a podcast or radio or anything like that and talk to you. So tell people where you can reach on social media and plug everything you do.
Well, I would definitely dispute the giant thing, unless you're talking about my size. Yeah, no, I'm over at Baseball Prospectus, and you can find me on Twitter at Tim's Tens, TENZ.
Definitely do that. We have this fantastic panel, and I don't know if we're going to have someone else joining us. We may not. We'll see, but we're going to carry on without them for right now, and we're going to talk about our topic for this one, which is polarizing players. There are a lot of players in fantasy baseball this year that some people are really, really high on. Some people are scared of them or don't want to draft them. And so this is where we're going to kind of dispute whether or not we're in on certain guys this year. I'll start with you, Tim, on the first guy, Alberto Mondesi. I don't know if there's a more polarizing player. I mean, this guy is a guy that people think can win them their leagues, or people are like, no, it's just too risky. Where are you at on Alberto Mondesi?
I'm out. The problem is that the draft cost there. You don't know what you're going to get. I mean, you just don't know if the power is going to play. I mean, you know you're going to get the speed. The speed is there for sure, and it looks like he's going to provide some decent batting average. But in the Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational, since it's not an OPB league. You're kind of okay there, but in any OBP leagues, you really can't even touch Mondesi. To me, I don't know if the power is going to be there at all, and I hate paying for a guy who's only going to really provide you with one counting stat. A consistent production and a counting stat. So that's why I'm kind of out on Mondesi this year.
All right, Shelly, are you in on Mondesi?
Yeah, no, I am way out on Mondesi. I've been out for a while. And, just like Tim said, it's the draft cost. If I was taking a flyer on a guy that was like a one category guy later in the draft, sure. But if he's going second, third round, no, I want guys that give me I know what I'm going to get. I want good production, safe production at the second or third round. So I am out on Mondesi. I mean, you got to get on base to seal. I'm sorry.
That's one of the things he doesn't do well, but somehow he ends up with steals. So Randy, what are you doing here with Mondesi?
Yeah, at the price right now, mid second round, I can't do that. I think if he fell into like the fourth round, I think I'd take a stab at him, but that's not happening in any NFBC league. Obviously, it's not going to happen, this week with TGFBI. It's the things we do for steals when we're desperate is kind of how this feels. I mean, Greg Blankenship, I was talking to him. He's probably one of the biggest Mondesi guys out there, and he even said, he's like, he could hit, 175 and still steal 30 bases. And it's like, well, if he's hitting 175 all season, they're going to find somebody to replace him. Now, the Royals, they don't stink as bad as they have in the past, but they still, they're still trying to make things happen. And if Mondesi's really hit 175, hit 200, not getting on base, striking out all the time, he goes the job. They'll find somebody. I mean, there's always somebody else that they want to give a crack to. And, we need speed, but we can find it elsewhere in terms of this, picking him in the middle of the second round. So I don't think I'll in Mondesi really at all this year. And like Tim said, in an OBP league, I mean, you got to drop him, if I would think you drop him $6-7 in auction value, if you're talking about for an OBP league compared to a batting average league. So I don't think I'll be owning Mondesi really at all this year.
Well, there's always one Mondesi truther in every group. So my question has to be to Steve, are you that Mondesi truther in this group?
I will be, Justin. And if you could get me in Randy and Shelley's league, if we could switch that, then I will take the Mondesi shares that they are pushing away. Because here's the thing. He's a potential league winner. I mean, somebody who has this kind of talent, he's got the ability to steal 50 bases. I think if you put the odds on who's going to lead the major leagues in stolen bases this year, Adalberto Mondesi is probably the favorite, and a far and away favorite at that. So what does he have to do? Well, as Tim mentioned, there is some power there. He's shown some power. The last 24 games during the month of September last year, he hit 356 with a 408 on base and a 667 slugging percentage. Now, sure, that's a small sample, as we all know, but that's the kind of unique talent that you need to win leagues sometimes. And if he's going to put that with 16 steals in 24 games in September, that's huge. And, all he has to do, we talk about what happens if he does hit, worst case, he hits 170. What happens if he actually does improve his plate discipline a little bit? The Royals did add Carlos Santana this offseason. They did add Andrew Benintendi, two guys who know what it's like to be able to take a walk and get on base. Maybe some of that rubs off. I'm not saying I'm going to bank on that as a 70% certainty kind of thing, but if some of it does, and he ups his on-base percentage a little bit, then what happens? He's never had more than 58 runs in an entire season, runs scored. With this Kansas City offense, which I think is going to be much better this season, he's got a chance to knock that out of the park. We have not seen the peak for Adalberto Mondesi over the course of a full season. If we do, and maybe there's a 25 or 30% chance of that this season, you're looking at a guy who can win your league.
I mean, here's the thing about Mondesi, because I'm going to kind of straddle the fence on this one a little bit. I love the potential of Mondesi. I think, and Steve, you're right. Like, he could be a league winner for people, especially if you're getting him in that second round where he's pretty much just been living most of draft season. There's one caveat. You have to get what we at the Friends of Fantasy Benefits site and podcast call a pillow. So it's a guy that cushions that potential batting average floor. And my only real concern about Mondesi is, when you draft him, you're not really drafting a ton of other speed. If something happens to him, he has been injured over the course of the last few seasons, you're kind of sunk in that stolen base department a little bit because you're banking on him to have a fair amount of speed. So it can't be one of those things where you go, well, I got Mondesi, I don't need to address speed at all the rest of the draft, or not very much throughout the rest of the draft. You're going to have to just be a little bit on the cautious side and make sure you're getting guys. But I love the upside. And if I start with Juan Soto in the first round or Mike Trout in the first round, I'm going to be thinking about Mondesi. And Shelley and I were in that tag team league together, and we took Juan Soto first overall. He almost made it back to us, and I was going to try my darndest to talk her into it. I doubt it would have worked because we ended up going two pitchers we never were put in the position because the aforementioned Greg Blankenship and the Siege, they sniped him right before us. But it would have been an argument. I'm sure Shelley would have Shelley would have won. I mean, let's be honest. But I'm not out on Mondesi, but I'm very, very cautious, and I'm definitely going to make sure if you're like me and you play in a lot of leagues, spread that risk. Do not take him in every league because if something happens, and something could happen, we've seen him be injured and we've seen him hit 190 at stretches, then that could hurt. So, but I do believe in that upside.
Hey, Justin, if you don't mind me taking you on a tangent for a sec.
Go ahead.
How do you feel about Miles Straw? I mean, he's somebody on the complete other end of the spectrum, right? In terms of draft costs, he's pretty cheap. You know, you can get him somewhere in the mid twos now. Somewhere going around 250. I don't know off the top of my head. Could potentially have the job in Houston. There's talk about him being at the top of the order, but other than the fact that he's fast, he doesn't really do anything else for you in terms of his hitting ability. I don't know, where are you standing on Straw?
I mean, I think Straw is a pretty nice value right now because he's currently going at 316 in online championship leagues in NFBC, and that means he's not being drafted in every online championship league because that is a 12-team league, and I know a lot of people play 12-team leagues, so I like quoting that one. Here's the thing: I think they're bringing in Jackie Bradley Jr. So, Jackie Bradley Jr. hasn't been signed. It makes a lot of sense. It would improve that defense. It would make Miles Straw kind of a fourth outfielder and reserve infielder, which I think is better suited for his overall skill set. I know no one was prepped for this, but I'm going to throw it to you anyway. Steve, what do you think about Miles Straw?
I think you're right, Justin, in that the Astros would be legitimate, maybe World Series contenders with a Jackie Bradley in center field. Otherwise, he's just going to be out there occupying it, playing some decent defense and stealing some bases. I mean, I'm somebody that was in on Billy Hamilton for the longest time. So I will probably take a chance at Miles Straw at some point during this preseason, as long as he's got a chance at playing time. But I don't see him being a difference maker anywhere else than other than steals.
And he did lose the multi-positional eligibility in most leagues. So that kind of hurts. I mean, he could gain it back. Like I said, he could end up being kind of that utility infielder. It's not like they don't have a lot of guys who have injury issues in the past on that team give him a chance, even if he does get blocked off by like a Jackie Bradley Jr. But Shelly, do you have any thoughts on Miles Straw?
Yeah, I'm not really in either, just because I do think that if Houston is smart, they're going to sign JBJ. I don't know why JBJ is currently without a team. Him and Jake Odorizzi, both of them don't have teams. It boggles my mind because they are two, legit players. But yeah, I'm really not in unless I see JBJ signed elsewhere. Then I'll be maybe a little bit more interested in Miles Straw. But I got to see where JBJ signs.
Randy, you got thoughts on Miles Straw?
Yeah, I think he's worth a shot in the bench rounds, or maybe your fifth outfielder. TGFBI is going to start this week, and if you take him as your fifth outfielder, util, or one of your first couple of bench picks, we'll know if they sign JBJ, if they sign anybody else. We'll know by the time that first fab runs happen. You can just cut him. It's not going to hurt you. I do think even if they don't sign JBJ or bring anybody else in, if Houston's even remotely good, they're going to be looking throughout the season to replace him. So he might not have a lot of staying power, but if you can bank, 10 steals from him by Memorial Day before they move on from him, I mean, those still count. So I think he's definitely worth a gamble in the bench rounds, as opposed to Mondesi and pick 18 or whatever it is he's going at right now. So
there you go. All right, there's your answer, Tim. Did you want to chime in at all?
No, I'm kind of right where Randy is. I'm fine with taking him as a bench player.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't count on him as one of my primary outfielders, but somebody to tuck away on the bench. Maybe he gets hot, steals some bases.
And who knows if Houston has the season from hell and they have a bunch of injuries or something, and it's no point to upgrade on him. He might just run wild all season for a 500 team, and they'll just let him do it. So it could end up turning a pretty big profit. But I think worst case, you'll still get double-digit steals before they end up replacing him.
Yep. And his ability to play defense at other positions definitely helps him try to eke out some more plate appearances. Like I said, even if he does get blocked. Let's talk about the next guy. Another shortstop who has been polarizing. I've been polarized on him personally because I was really high on Bo Bichette coming into draft season. I took him I think on the 15-16 turn, first, second round early on in draft. And the more I've thought about it, the more I've dug in, the more I don't even think he's a second round pick anymore. So Steve, what are your thoughts on Bo Bichette?
Do tell, Justin, because I don't see anything not to like. I memean, unless you think that the knee injury last year is going to be a problem for him again this year. I think one of the fun things to watch with Bo Bichette and the rest of the Blue Jays is what happens when they're playing in Dunedin and they're hitting in that park with shortened fences and hot weather from the get-go. I mean, this is going to be a team that is going to be an excellent offensive team. They've made upgrades. They've got George Springer. They've got Bo Bichette. They've got Vlad Jr. I mean, I like what Bo Bichette. I think he could be, one of those MVP type candidates. If not this year, then next season. That's how much I believe in Bo Bichette.
All right, well, Shelly, how much do you believe in Bo Bichette?
I'm a really big fan. I just don't know if I am willing to get him before someone else does. Like if I was maybe mid-pack in like the third round, I might do it there. Shortstop is so deep. I'd rather kind of get some other positions first before tackling shortstop. But I love the talent. Bo and his flow, I just love it all. He's a really immense talent, and he's projected to hit third. That's chef's kiss. Like that's beautiful. I just think that someone maybe like Steve is probably going to get him before I do. But I love the dude.
Tim, I'm just collecting second round picks, Justin.
Yeah, I mean,
really.
You need to start trading up into the second round in all your drafts right now. Exactly. You like those guys. Tim, what are your thoughts on Bo Bichette?
Yeah, I'm kind of like where Steve is. What's not to like? I think there's potential there for a 2020, 25 season. If he puts it all together, he's got the power. He hits the ball hard. He's got the speed, runs fast. He barrels up the ball well. I can really see him having a big season. And if that whole lineup comes together, with him hitting somewhere up in the top third, it could be a huge season. I mean, you could see him, score close to 100 runs and drive in another 80, 90, if not more, in that lineup. So yeah, I'm all in on a Bichette. If I can't, if I can't get him, I'll look at one of the other shortstops. But he's somebody I'm targeting in the second round.
Randy, are you targeting Bichette in the second round?
Yeah, I am actually. And if you're drafting just off of projections, obviously Bichette's going to look like a bad pick there. But I think he's, he'll be 23. I think in like a week or two, he'll be 23 before the season starts. And he's just one of those guys that he's going to keep getting better. We know the pedigree, we know the profile. It's the health has kind of gotten in the way a little bit last year and the year before. You're looking at 20 home runs, more, 20 steals. Everybody mentioned that lineup, the park that they could potentially be playing in all season. There's going to be a boatload of runs to score. And he's similar to another hitter we're going to talk about a little later. Sometimes these young guys that have a lot of hype that we could see going in the first round this time next year, or definitely in the next 2 years, you've got to pay up. If you're drafting just off of a projection sheet, you're not going to get those guys. So I think Bichette's one of those guys that I'm willing to pay up for this year in a early to mid second round price. Even I'm in a draft and hold right now that's going on. We're in like the 10th or 11th round, but if someone took Bichette, pick 13th, I think, in the first round. It's a 15-teamer. Wow. He went in the first round. So there's people out there that have no problem pushing him way up the draft board, and you've got to be willing to pay the price. And I think he's one of those talents that it is worth paying the price and overpaying based off the projections.
And I do believe in the talent. Like, I think that he is going to be a very, very good fantasy player at some point. I don't know if it's this year. And part of my issue is what Shelly was talking about. It's the depth of the kind of elite tiers of shortstop. Like, I can't rationalize paying a second round pick for Bo Bichette when I can get Xander Bogaerts in the third round. And because right now what we're doing is we're paying for the upside on Bichette. And I don't like doing that. I want to get the upside after not having to pay for it. And I just feel like we're all so excited on Bo Bichette. We see the flow. We see what he can do on the field. I do have a few concerns about the injuries, but not as many. For me, it's more a matter of I want to profit more off of each pick. And I think we've cut out a lot of the room for profit on Bo Bichette in 2021. I hope I'm wrong. I do have him in some early drafts, and I love seeing him and what they're doing in Toronto, and actually, I guess, in Buffalo and Dunedin. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, but what they're doing is going to be a lot of fun to watch, and I'm really excited to watch the Blue Jays this year. But TGFBI is probably not going to be on my team. Main events probably not going to be on my team as well. So, and I'm okay with that. Moving on, we have, let's see, our next guy is DJ LeMahieu. I mean, DJ LeMahieu is one of those guys who he's just been an absolute monster the last few years. Some people are really starting to cool on him and kind of pushing away. I don't know if it's the dead end ball or not. So, Tim, what are your thoughts on DJ LeMahieu for this season?
I'm not sure. I don't understand why people are cooling off on him. I mean, one of the reasons he's been so successful has been the stadium he plays in. Well, he's back, right? He's back in Yankee Stadium. Now, yeah, I mean, I can worry a little bit about the ground ball rate. He hits the ball on the ground a lot. For a guy who shows the kind of power he shows, it's kind of scary how often he hits the ball on the ground. But, he hits the ball hard. He bows, I'd like to see the barrel rate come up a little bit. But, when he does hit the ball, he hits it hard, makes good contact. I don't see why not. I don't understand why people are fading him.
Steve, do you see why people are fading DJ LeMahieu, or are you back in?
I mean, for a 32-year-old, you can always say, well, I don't know that he's going to be able to repeat that. And the fly balls are just enough to get out in right field in Yankee Stadium for him. What happens if the ball is deadened and that costs him some of those home runs? I think that's where a lot of the hesitancy to take DJ LeMahieu where he's currently being drafted is coming from. But again, Justin, we were talking about earlier with Mondesi, how you need those pillow guys for your batting average. Yeah. DJ LeMahieu is one of the very few that you almost certainly can count on to give you that 300 average. And when you combine that with a guy who's eligible at first base, second base, and third base, that's a hugely valuable player. And on a Yankees team that's probably going to score a ton of runs, again, I look for the team environment, and LeMahieu is going to be smack dab in the middle of all of that. So I think there's a lot to like for him, even at his advanced age of 32.
And I've gotten to that point now in life where, I remember when I first started playing fantasy, it was all like the advanced age 32 made sense to me. But now it's like someone goes advanced age of 32, and I'm like, oh, man. I've passed that milestone a little while ago. So, but I agree with you. Like, DJ LeMahieu, he's the pillow guy, right? Plus, triple eligible. That's so valuable, especially we saw it in 2020 with, whole teams missing time from COVID, much less individual players. We have no idea what the injury situation is going to be like with guys going from playing 160 games to 162. I love having those guys with the triple eligibility like LeMahieu, and the batting average is so safe. So I'm in on LeMahieu. Randy, are you in on LeMahieu?
Not at the cost. I just, the dead end ball, obviously, the potential of a dead end ball worries me. I mean, there's a chance that it's, I don't think anyone actually fully believes anything Major League Baseball says, especially when it comes to the baseball. So we have to take that with a grain of salt. But I do think playing in, re-signing with the Yankees was huge for him, fantasy wise. There's going to be plenty of runs there to score, and even if the ball, is deadened this year, he'll still get a few cheap ones to right field. But if you kind of want the multi-position eligibility guy and some batting average and in a lineup that should score a boatload of runs, why not wait 3, sometimes even 4 more rounds for Jeff McNeil? I mean, I know McNeil's not the sexiest name, and he can sometimes be a butcher defensively, but I would much rather wait several rounds and get McNeil. If I'm drafting in the first round, I want to either get in the lead starting pitcher, get steals, get big time power, and LeMahieu doesn't offer really any of that. It's kind of just, I think the idea of LeMahieu is like better than actually owning him. A guy that plays everywhere and scores a bunch of runs and gets you batting average. But I just think you can piece that together throughout the season.
Shelly, are you in agreement with Randy, or are you in agreement with me and Steve?
I think I'm in agreement with you and Steve. Again, it really just depends on who you're going to take in your first round. If you take a hitter, I might go pitcher second round, so then I'm probably not going to get him. But if I get like a DeGrom, a Bieber, a Cole, so I get a elite starting pitcher, and then I get a super safe guy with DJ LeMahieu. Yeah, I don't necessarily believe in the 2020 numbers, but if he's hitting at the top of the lineup for the Yankees, yeah, he might lose some of those home runs that he was getting in 2020. But that lineup, as long as they stay healthy, and that's a big if they stay healthy, that's a lot of run opportunity. And just having someone with that triple eligibility is perfect.
I completely agree. And runs are the most underrated category, at least offensively in fantasy. I think people often forget about runs in the same way people forget about whip on the pitching side. So I always want to make sure I've got a strong base there, because you don't find a lot of guys who are hitting leadoff on good lineups late in the draft. There are a couple, but there's not very many. And so it can be hard to get them later on. What we're doing today is we are raising money for Mental Health America. And I really appreciate how much money everybody has donated. We've raised over $7,000 at this point. And we're going to be giving away more prizes as the day goes on. Let's see. We've got 30 minutes left. No, we got 15 minutes left in this segment. So I want to make sure we give away some prizes right now. Shelly, you're going to give away a prize. So why don't you tell everybody about it?
I'm going to give away over at the Dynasty Guru. We do all of just a boatload of rankings. We have rankings for each position. We have top 250 prospects, top 500 Dynasty ranks, and then I think top 150 first-year player draft rankings as well. So we're just giving you all of our ranks from the Dynasty Guru.
All right, and the winner of that is John Fish. Congratulations. I will connect you and Shelly to get that all figured out. Really appreciate you donating that. We've also got some more prizes to give away. First, Nick Pollock earlier won a Prospects Live sweatshirt. He says he's got enough sweatshirts and he wants it to go to somebody else. And so the winner of that is going to be Justin Compton. I will connect you with Ralph Lifshitz over at Prospect Live to get that. Congratulations, Justin. An amazing sweatshirt. And then we've got one more thing to give out, and that is the NBC Sports Edge draft magazine from George Bissell. He had donated that. George is going to be on a little bit later, but we're going to give away his prize right now. We'll let him talk about it later as well. But the winner of that one is going to be Eric Samuski. He was just on a little while ago, so congratulations, Eric. I'm happy you won. You did such a great job. You've been on the panel. You've been rewarded a draft guide. So thank you. And thank you, everybody, for donating. You can still donate. We still have time to raise more money. I don't think we're catching Pitcher List, but we can still raise more money for mental health and Mental Health America. All the information to donate is down below on that little ticker down there. But if you're not listening quite at this moment, Justin Mason fantasy@gmail.com is the PayPal, and at Justin Salinger is the Venmo. And every $1,000 we raise, I add another spot in TGFBI for next season. 7 people are already getting in for next year. Let's try to make it 8. We're maybe not going to make that $10,000 mark, but we can make an $8,000 mark, I think, for the rest of the day. So definitely stay tuned and continue to donate and help us raise money for a fantastic organization. All right, we're going to get back to some of our players that we are discussing. More polarizing guys. Max Scherzer, he for a long time was like the top pitcher in fantasy baseball, right? Or at least one of the few. So, and he's a guy who's just consistently put up numbers. Struggled with some stuff last year. Some people are thinking that's small sample. Some people are thinking it's the beginning of the end. This is the last year of that mega deal in Washington. So, Steve, tell me, are you buying back in on Max Scherzer as an ace? I know, that's why I went to you first.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll tell you, not necessarily. And I know the consistency has been his hallmark. And that's one of the things that if you have bought Max Scherzer, have rostered Max Scherzer in the past, that's what you're hanging your hat on. He's 36 now, and the injuries, remember in the World Series, he couldn't make a start because his back was messed up. He came back, he pushed through it and did great, but still, those injuries are kind of creeping up, and I think that was part of the reason why he had some issues last year, why his ERA was over 3 for the first time in 6 seasons, and he's beginning camp with an ankle injury. I think we've been talking a lot about context and what players are available at the time that we're drafting some of these polarizing players. I think where Max Scherzer is going, you might want to go ahead and pass on him in favor of an Aaron Nola or a Luis Castillo or Clayton Kershaw, even somebody like that. So I think for this discussion, I'm more out than I'm in on Max Scherzer, despite my t-shirt.
Wow, I'm surprised. Randy, are you out or in?
It kind of depends on the day for me, honestly. I mean, I'm worried about the neck injuries, and if you go back to the second half of 2019, the home run rate really started to spike, and it was up there again last year. But then you mentioned the last year of the deal, and I could just see him. I mean, he's a psycho in the best way possible. I could just see anything going wrong, him trying to pitch through it. On one hand, that could be good. On the other hand, it could be like he's out there, he's laboring, and he's really not helping us for fantasy. But you see that name, Max Scherzer, you can't take him out of your lineup unless he's on the injured list. So I actually got my first share just the other day in a draft and hold that's currently going on, but I was able to get him as my SP2. Zach Gallen was pushed ahead of him. Brandon Woodruff was pushed ahead of him, and he fell to me in the 3rd round. And that might end up being my only share that I get all season. But at least I'll say that I have a share. I guess I'm more fine, obviously, if he is my SP2 and now my ace. But I don't know how many drafts that's actually going to be happening with the state of pitching. And because that name, Max Scherzer, I got my share. I'm probably not going to get another one. And if you ask me tomorrow, I'd probably say, yeah, he's going to be fine. It's Max Scherzer. He'll pitch through it. And then the next time we're like, nah, that next not going to hold up. So I'm turning the line, and that doesn't really help anybody. But I could see it going either way.
I kind of know what Shelly's answer is going to be because we did draft in that tag team draft together, and that 2-3 turn came around where we started with Soto, and we decided we were going to go pitcher. And I was like, what about Max Scherzer? She's like, nah. And I was like, what about Max Scherzer? She's like, nah. What about Max Scherzer? She's like, nah. And so we took Gallen and Flaherty instead. So Shelly, tell me why you don't like Max Scherzer.
It was not that I don't like him. The dude is a badass. He pitched with like a black eye, man. He's ridiculous. It's just the draft cost and the risk. Like I said, how I like to set my drafts up, I like to try to get the safest starting core and then kind of play around with some upside guys later down. And when it comes to Max, I'm just extremely scared of the back and just everything that we're seeing. I don't think that he'll necessarily kill you because, again, this is Max Scherzer. This dude is just an amazing talent. I just don't feel that I want to take the risk where he's going.
I mean, I get it, but I still believe. I still believe in Max Scherzer. Tim, are you with me? Do you believe in Max Scherzer in a bounce back?
Yeah, I don't really have any reason not to believe in him. The injuries worry me a little bit, but not enough that I wouldn't, that I would pass on him. He's not somebody I'm targeting in the 2nd round, 2nd, 3rd round, wherever he's going there. But I have no problem taking him if I can't get one of my targets there. I mean, I'm going after guys like Gallen in that slot, but yeah, I have no problem taking Kershaw if I can't get Gallen.
Scherzer's one of those guys that, man, I just don't want to quit. I want to believe because I do like watching a pitch, and maybe that is some bias, but like you guys said, dude is nuts when he is on the mound in the best possible way. And it is his
consistency too. I mean, he's just so consistent year over year.
He is. He's been like a top 5 pitcher like almost every year. And like I just have a hard time believing it's over. And maybe it is. He is older again. But I'm gonna probably go back to the well a few times. I do have him lower in my ranks. So I mean I think I've got him as like my number 12 starting pitcher. So obviously, and he's going as the number 10 starting pitcher off of NFBC in online championship drafts. over the last month. So, but I feel like that bakes in like the risk, right? If we knew he was healthy and going to repeat, he'd be going up around DeGrom and Cole, right? So I think there's, it's a little bit of upside. I understand if you don't want to take any of that kind of risk with your first pitcher, I totally get it, because that's typically how I go too. And I haven't gotten a lot of him, but if he drops, and I've seen him drop into the third round in drafts, I mean, I'm just going to be all over that. All right, we have. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
No, I would say I'm right with you. If he falls into the third, love that, because he's my favorite pitcher to watch in all of baseball.
And there's nothing better than like drafting someone and getting to watch them. I don't draft people so I can watch them, but I like, there's some, I love baseball. We all love baseball, right? And part of the fun of the game is I get to draft a team and I get to go watch him play. And he's just one of the funnest pitchers to watch. We got a little less than 5 minutes left. So we're not obviously going to get through all the players we had on the docket for today, but I want to make sure you all have a chance to promote your work, remind people where you can reach on social media, and I don't want to run out of time on that. So, Shelly, remind everybody where you can be reached on social media, and then plug everything you do.
Oh, yeah. You can check me out on Twitter at ShellyV_643. You can hear me over at the Dynasty Guru on the Dynasty. Those are my Frenchies, by the way. My husband is now home, just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah, so I podcast over at the Dynasty Guru for the Dynasty's Child. I write over there as well, and I also write at Pitcher List. And
Randy, where can you be reached, and what do you do?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at RandyHaynes22, writing and podcasting for Friends with Fantasy Benefits and drafting a lot. I'm really excited for TGFBI to start tomorrow. I've already done, in the middle, I guess, my third NFBC 50, and I'm ready. After last year, I think we all kind of need a full season, whatever this is, going to resemble. And Justin, big shout out to you for putting all this together. It really is great, man. Everything that you do and all the money you've raised today. And thanks to everybody that's donated. It's awesome.
I appreciate it. Steve, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you're working on.
Sure, and I'll apologize for my cat sleeping back there, making all that noise. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm at Steve A. Gardner. Look for USA Today's fantasy baseball special issue that's on newsstands now. Got the results of the mixed labor draft, which Justin was part of, so you can check out how our teams look. And also online at fantasy.usatoday.com. And we've got labor coming up next weekend, so look forward to that too.
Hey, I really like the team that you put together. I really like the team that I put together. Usually when I like my own team, that means I'm finishing like 8th. So
it's me too.
Wait, hold on, Justin. You like our tag team.
I
like our tag team.
You were the brains of that operation. I'm already spending that money that we're going to make on that tag team. Tim, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug everything you do.
All right. You can find me on Twitter at Tim's Tens, TIMSTENZ. And I'm a staff writer over at Baseball Prospectus. I do the closer report during the season. My regular column is skill drills. And that's basically what I do for them.
All right. We've got a little under 2 minutes to go before I bring in the next crew. We're going to do a speed round. I'm going to throw out a player. You're going to tell me just buy or sell, okay? Shelly, Corbin Burns, you buying or selling?
Sell.
All right. Tim, you buying or selling Corbin Burns?
I'm buying as long as I can get him late.
There you go.
As long as I can get him later.
Steve, are you buying or selling Corbin Burns?
I'm buying. Took him in the 5th round of FSGA.
There you go. That's why I love to get him. Randy, are you buying or selling?
I'm buying.
Yeah, I'm buying as well. Let's see. The next guy was Kyle Tucker. Steve, are you buying or selling?
Oh, all in. Love Kyle Tucker.
Randy, are you buying or selling Kyle Tucker?
Yeah, buy. We talked about Bichette. I would actually take Tucker over Bichette straight up. So big buy.
There you go. Shelly, are you buying Kyle Tucker?
Yep, totally buying.
Tim, you buying Kyle Tucker?
I'm in.
I'm in as well. I think there is like 40-25 upside there. Shelly, I know the answer, but not everybody knows the answer. Are you buying or selling Kenta Maeda?
Sadly, I'm selling Kenta Maeda.
Tim, are you buying or selling Kenta Maeda?
Yeah, I'm selling too. I'm not sold. Sorry.
Steve, you buying or selling Kenta Maeda?
Very low Babbitt, but I'm loving it because he's got Buxton and Andrelton Simmons behind him. I'm buying.
Randy, buying or selling Kenta Maeda?
I'm gonna buy, but it's a tepid buy, like not all the way.
I'm buying Kenta Maeda as well. I'm with Steve. I gotta let y'all go and bring in the next crew. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna unceremoniously kick you out and bring in the next crew like I have been doing last 2 days. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it all. All right, we are bringing in the next crew right now. There we go. Did I get everybody? No, I missed one person.
Oh, I'm so dark.
Hey, everybody. We're bringing in a brand new crew. Somebody's got a little bit of background noise. So I'm going to try to figure out who that is. Nope, it's not Doug. Let's see. Maybe it's Scott. Oh, it's a little bit better. We'll see. All right. So joining us right now is a bunch of great people in the industry, some of my favorites. First, let's talk to Doug Thorburn. Doug, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Really looking forward for today.
I always love talking to you, Doug. I'm missing that we're gonna be able to hang out at the rec room for the Barf League this year, but we'll do it over Zoom and still yell at each other that way. Remind everybody where you can be reached to talk about what you do.
I can be reached on Twitter at Doug_Thorburn. I give a lot of private lessons and just recently accepted a position with the National Pitching Association and Tom House Sports. So I'm their chief biomechanics specialist, basically an advisor for Tom House. And also I'm now the regional director for the MPA in Northern California. It's very much a kind of a mentorship position. So I'm coaching the coaches, which is a ton of fun. I love doing that.
That's awesome. And you are like one of my go-to guys in the industry on pitching. I love everything you talk about. So Dave is here. Welcome to the show, Dave.
I got to follow that.
Yeah, you do.
Thanks for having me, Justin.
Of course. Remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
You can find me at DMendio2 on Twitter. I do everything with Triple Play Fantasy, write for Fan Tracks, and just goof around on Twitter. So that's pretty much all I got going on, honestly.
Well, welcome, buddy. Also joining us is Scott Engel. Scott, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, Justin. You're doing a great job. Love your enthusiasm and the way you're bringing everybody together. You can find me at rotoballer.com. And on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio every Saturday morning between 8 and 10 a.m. Eastern, where Justin's going to be an upcoming guest.
I can't wait. I love you, Scott. It's great to hear your voice again.
Thank you.
Joining us as well is Mike Mayer. Mike, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Of course, man. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug all your work.
You can find me on Twitter at Mike Mayer. That's Maher, and I write for Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros now.
There we go. And then joining us as well is Chris Weber. Chris, welcome to the show.
Hi, friends. I'm with David. Like, we're supposed to have credentials. I didn't bring those. So I have two podcasts, Tape Measure Takes and In the Deep, which can be found at Tape Measure Pod and In the Deep PL on Twitter. I can be found at Schwebzy, which you should be able to see right here. I contribute to Pitcher List. I'm a moderator in their Discord, so I'm a major contributor to the community over there.
And that's how we met,
This is the Chris Webber
Yes.
you should be listening to, not the NBA broadcaster.
I will not call timeouts at inappropriate times.
Yes.
There you go.
Very good. And we met in the Pitcher List Discord, right?
Yes.
So it's a great place to hang out. I'm there. Chris is there. So definitely, we're going to be talking about some pitchers today. I asked you guys to all kind of pick some pitchers sleepers, 2 starters, 1 reliever, and we're going to dig into those right now. But we're going to do something a little bit different. I've done it a few times since I've been here. I'm going to throw out the first person, and I'm going to let them talk about their. We'll start with the reliever sleeper. And then I'm going to go run and use the bathroom, can come back. And so hopefully the next person will go, and then I'll come back hopefully within 2 people, and we'll continue this. But I've been podcasting or talking a long time without a bathroom break, and it is time. So I'm going to start with Doug because I know Doug likes to talk. So give me your sleeper reliever for 2021.
My sleeper reliever, and I took sleeper to mean like he doesn't already have the job, right? So
it can be whatever you interpret it as.
So I went with Brusdar Graterol. I know that it's a tough road to hoe when you're talking about the closer position in Los Angeles. Obviously, Kenley Jansen has that proven closer label, which is these days there's not many guys that really still have that. That said, Jansen himself faltered in the playoffs last year. They ended up using what's his face Trinan a little bit. I think even Urias picked up a save in the World Series. And so going into this year, I just see Kenley as on more of a thin rope than he usually is. Now, again, this is a guy that I don't expect to necessarily get the saves, but if something does happen to Kenley, I think the Dodgers are going to be more willing to do something about it. And Brusdar, geez, the guy averages 99 miles an hour. I love his delivery. He releases really close to the plate, has a killer slider. He really has the closer repertoire. And it seems to me that they would just slot him right in. I know Trinan has more experience, and so it makes more sense there. But with an ADP of like 500 and something, you really can't go wrong with Brusdar. And he really is more of a stash play, and if you're in a draft and hold or something like that.
No, I completely agree. It's kind of interesting. I saw a bunch of him with Minnesota just kind of coming up. I'm a Twins fan. And I think he throws the easiest 100 I've ever seen. Like, he doesn't even look like he's trying to throw 100. But the guy I pick is Jake Diekman. And the reason I picked Jake Diekman, I'm just looking at NFBC ADP. You have Trevor Rosenthal going around 143. And then you have Jake Diekman going around 500. And the thing I like is that Oakland show they like one guy. They're not a closer by committee team. And they had a guy last year in Jake Diekman that lowered his line drive percentage the most out of any pitcher in the major leagues, lowered it 18.6%. His weak contact upped the most of any pitcher in the major leagues at 12.3% increase. And he had the third highest increase in ground ball percentage, increase of 14.3%. Saw increases in his zone percentage, decreases in his zone contact percentage, and he added a 36.9% K rate. I think Jake Diekman is the real deal. Controversy, I look at Trevor Rosenthal and I look at some of his stats, and his chase contact percentage was way lower than his career norm. His chase percentage was also way off from what it had been. I think over the course of a full season, Rosenthal has been around. I feel like he's not going to last as the closer, and I feel like Diekman is kind of on the incline as Rosenthal is kind of on the decline a little bit. So those factors make me think Diekman, where he's getting drafted, is really one of those guys as an 8th inning guy probably to start the year that I think it could be the 9th inning guy for Oakland and get a bunch of save chances for them as the year goes on.
All right. Hey, I returned. See, only 2 guys went. That was easy. Scott, give me your first sleeper.
Now, this guy's going to be a real deep sleeper because absolutely nobody's thinking about him because he's injured. Seth Lugo is coming off the elbow surgery, and I think people have forgotten about him. He had an ADP like well over 300 before he got injured. I think once he comes back, he's the best candidate to close for the Mets. I struggled here whether to go with Seth Lugo or Emilio Pagan, but I'm going with Lugo here, because I watch the Mets very closely. My gut's telling me Lugo. My gut's very considerable. But Edwin Diaz, to me, we talk a lot about statistics, but, getting media access, I get to see a lot of the intangible parts of the game. And I really do believe that there is a closer mentality and an intangible mental part to the game. And I just don't think Edwin Diaz, as much as he has the stuff, that he just doesn't have the mental approach to succeed playing in New York. And now with Steve Conan's the owner, higher expectations now, there's going to be more pressure. I see him failing again, And I think when Lugo comes back, he's going to get that job back. Now, look, last year the numbers weren't as good, but the K rate was still in line with what we saw in 2019. This guy's got a lot of confidence. He's still ticked off that he hasn't been fashioned as a starter as he wants to be. And last year as a reliever, the numbers were still pretty good for him. 2.61 ERA. As a reliever, 0.97 whip. I think when he comes back that the bottoms are going to fall out on Edwin Diaz, and Seth Lugo is going to end up being the closer for the New York Mets by June.
I don't know if I believe he's going to be the closer, but I do think Lugo is a guy that if you play in leagues with an IL and you can stash him, he's definitely worth stashing. I think there's a chance he's either their long man or could find his way into that rotation, considering they were unable to sign a bunch of people. So
I think they have a lot of depth in that rotation. They didn't sign any marquee guys, but they said they signed a lot of guys like Yamamoto and Lucchesi, who's a possible sleeper as well. I think they have a lot of starting rotation. I don't think they view Trevor May as a possible closer. I think Lugo is the guy. He's done it before when Diaz has slipped up, Jason.
That's true. Chris, what's your first sleeper?
Well, firstly, I love calling out Seth Lugo here. I don't necessarily think he's going to get the closer role, but he is absolutely an elite reliever. Like, regardless, like he's good to have on a team. Stabilize those ratios, get some Ks. His K rate went up when he became a starter. Like, that doesn't happen. It was so weird. But my choice for a sleeper reliever was Yimi Garcia, and the Marlins are similar to the A's, like David mentioned, where they tend to just go with one guy, even if that guy isn't the best candidate. And that part worries me a little bit because they've gone with Kinsler for a length of time, even when Yimi Garcia was clearly a better reliever. But now the competition is Anthony Bass, who is once again, he's still good, but he's inferior to Yimi Garcia. So if they go with their best reliever in that ninth inning role, I think Garcia is going to run away with it. He strikes out more guys. He has a better track record. Pretty much all of his metrics outpace what Bass has done over the past few years. So I'm really hoping that if there's actually a competition there in spring training, that Yimi Garcia is the one that runs away with it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Bass has that job, and I mean they gave him the money. I think he's gonna have. I think Yimi Garcia would be the next man up. But if we look at last year, Yimi Garcia got 2 save opportunities, converted 1 of 2. I mean, that to me is one of those things where it's like you said, they don't necessarily go with the best guy in the ninth. Lots of teams don't. I like the call out. I'm not saying it's not a bad call out because I think he can be a valuable reliever on fantasy teams either way. But I don't think he's supplanting Bass unless Bass gets hurt.
You know what's
It's
interesting,
totally
Justin and Chris, about this is doing a lot of mocks and drafts so far, I still see a lot of Marlins falling into the depths of the final rounds. Like they're still regarded as, not this good team. And they're a good team. And whether it's Bass or Garcia, somebody's going to pick up saves there. And I see these guys going at the end of the closer ladder.
Yeah, and one of the things you can do is just draft both, right? Neither of them have a really big, draft cost. If you're going to take one, just take the other to kind of lock down saves in Miami. And yeah, I do think they're going to be better than a lot of people are going to give them credit for. They made the playoffs last year. I know it was an expanded playoffs and they had a hot stretch and everything in a shortened season, but it's not an awful team that like people are treating it. All right, let's move on to our second round of sleepers. So, Chris, we ended with you. Let's start with you this time.
Sure. My number 1 pick here is Tony DeSclafani, Tony Disco. He's always kind of been pretty meh in Cincinnati. Like he's had his stretches where he was a really valuable streamer. And both of his 2018 and 2019 were pretty encouraging depending on how you look at it because, yeah, the results weren't fantastic, but his K numbers were better than ever. His K percentage minus walk percentage, which is one of my favorite metrics to look at, were career bests. But the home run ball just absolutely killed him those years. And particularly in 2019, that's really understandable because we know what the home run environment was like that year. So my reasoning for picking him is pretty much entirely environment based. He's going from Cincinnati to San Francisco. San Francisco has a rep as a great pitcher's park, which is pretty much accurate. Like the park factors there, it's really good. It's really good to hit home runs there if you are a left-handed hitter, I think it is, but really bad if you're a right-handed hitter. So whereas in Cincinnati, it's just I have that flipped. Yeah. But in Cincinnati, it's really great regardless. It's just really easy to hit home runs in Cincinnati. So that's his biggest issue, and the ballpark is going to do a good bit to resolve that, as well as the deadened baseball. I am thinking a lot of people seem to think that we're going to see a league-wide decline in home runs because of the deadened baseball. So I'm going with DeSclafani at his ADP of like 450.
Yeah, I mean it's just free right there, right? And I've been a DeSclafani fan for quite a while. The breakout never really happened in Cincinnati. Bad park for him to pitch in. But I mean, outside of last year, he's shown some good skills. The concern I think would be it did play better for lefties, lefty hitters in San Francisco last year, but that's because that gate was closed, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be open this year. I mean, they're talking about letting fans back in the park, so why wouldn't they open that gate if they're going to let people in? So I think that jet stream will be closed off again, like it has been before. So it's not going to play as great for pitchers as it did previously to 2020 because they did lower some fences, but it's still going to play pretty well for pitchers. It's a great landing spot for DeSclafani, and I like what San Francisco is doing in terms of reclamation projects for pitchers. So, Scott, who's your next sleeper?
I'm going to go to Chicago there and go with Adbert Alzolay of the Chicago Cubs, somebody I've been able to tab late. In a lot of mocks and drafts so far. There's a spot that he's competing for in that rotation. And, after, say, the first three in Chicago, anything really can happen. This kid's got the best stuff of just about anybody, in the Chicago Cubs rotation. He spent a lot of the offseason, he said, focusing on trying to nail down that rotation spot. David Ross hasn't committed to anything yet, but he's going to actually start the opener for them in spring training. So we'll get a look at him pretty quickly. But when you look at the K rate from last year, it was very, very promising. Of course, what he's done in the minors. 2019, he came up, got his cup of coffee, didn't look so good. Last year looked much better. He's got a fastball that rides between 95 and 98 miles an hour with a great slider. And if he can curb the walk rate, control, command is the big thing for him that hopefully he's worked on this offseason and he's worked on in the spring. This is somebody that you can get into, say, the 25th round or something like that has a ton of upside. And like you talked about, Justin, and we all know that teams are going to have to go very deep with their starters this year. And when Alzolay gets his chance, he has the stuff to really blow hitters away. He's raw, but if they can work with him and they can fine-tune him enough to come into the season, he's got a lot of sleeper upside.
I completely agree. I like Albert Alzolay. My concern is, does he make that rotation? I think he does, and I think he could be a really, really sneaky pick for this year. So I'm right there with you, Scott. Doug, who's your next guy?
My next guy, I just feel that he's way too low, and that is Spencer Howard, the Phillies. Now, I get why he's low. He doesn't have a guaranteed job. He's going to be competing for the 4 or 5 starter spot with Matt Moore and Velasquez. And, yeah, I feel like this happens every year. We'll see. Probably he'll start the year in the minors, and Velasquez, when I say every year, we always see the Velasquez experiment for a bit. And Moore, they don't have any of the lefties, so they gave him like $3 million, so they'll probably let Moore pitch. But these are two pitchers who probably aren't very long into the season. They've had trouble staying on the mound before. Plus, as you guys mentioned, I think depth is going to be huge this year. And honestly, I think that Howard could end up being their best starter by the time we hit the All-Star break. His stuff is just nuts. The way I look at a guy, I always look at stats, stuff, and mechanics. That's kind of my order of things to look at. And I know that his 24-inning cameo wasn't too great last year. He gave up like 6 bombs. But this is a guy who gave up 0.3 homers per 9 in the minors. So the the weird fluke of giving up a bunch of bombs. I don't necessarily know if that's going to be consistent. 3 of them, he actually gave up on his slider, which I found kind of interesting. So we'll see if he changes kind of what he's doing with sequencing. But the velocity is absolutely ridiculous. He averaged 94.5 miles an hour in the fastball last year, but he can sit 96 with movement. And that's what I love to see. It's not the straight as an arrow 96. It's 96 with some arm side wiggle to it. And when I see his command of the pitch, you just don't see that from a player his age. To have the combination of velocity, movement, and command on his fastball right away puts him above pretty much anyone else in that rotation. Now, his secondaries do still need to come around, and he's working on his changeup, and he's, like I said, with his slider, I think he has to work on sequencing. But like I said, I think he'll start the year in AAA just because it makes sense for the Phillies to do so, especially who knows what the April schedule looks like. But by June, he's going to be up, I think. And by the All-Star break, I think he'll be the best pitcher in that rotation. I think his mechanics are beautiful. I love his delivery. Obviously, I love the stuff. And numbers-wise, you look at the strikeouts he put up in the minors. I mean, this guy could be a monster.
You said best pitcher in the rotation. That means Aaron Nola, right?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean,
I like Nola a lot. I really like Nola. I definitely have no problem with Nola, but I think Spencer Howard could be that good. Maybe I'll be way off. I'm probably too optimistic and thinking that he'll be that good that quickly. Who knows? Might be 2 years down the road. Maybe I'll never get there. But at his ADP is like 400, and Nola's ADP is probably 20. So, yeah, and I have to admit, this year, this is a general thing. I see pitchers just going up draft boards more than ever. I think pitchers in general are going to be a worse investment this year than they have been in maybe we've ever seen. And so I've been really targeting these mid to later round pitchers, and someone like Spencer Howard is exactly on my radar.
Doug, when I bid $40 on Spencer Howard next month in Tout Wars, I'm going to remember you.
Wait, Scott, which league are you in?
I'm in the mixed auction.
Good. I'm in the mixed auction too. Please
nice.
Bid $40 on him.
You're gonna outbid me after this podcast.
Yeah, you're damn right I am. I love Spencer Howard, and I think he's one of those. I think he's an example of one of those prospects that people he didn't succeed right away, and now people have just completely written him off. I don't know if I'm high on on Spencer I've been doing this for way too long on Spencer Howard as much as you are, Doug. But I love the call. I mean, if you're in a league where you can stash prospects, because I do agree, I don't think he's making the rotation. Unfortunately, he should. But like you said, 3 guys who are probably going to make it in, and the bottom 3 guys in that rotation all have question marks. I mean, Eflin has struggled at times. Velasquez is Vince Velasquez. Matt Moore, it's an interesting story for him come back from Japan, but I mean, who knows what he's going to be? And then both Nola and Wheeler have had injuries in the past, so I think there's going to be lots of avenues for him to come up and be useful. And if you're right, be a stud, which I would love to see. If you're in Dynasty League, go buy low before people hear this. So, great call out, David. Please give me your next sleeper.
So when Scott said the Chicago pitcher, I got really scared. He was going to take my number 1 guy this offseason. Still freaking out a little bit. I feel good now. So my guy, Dylan Cease. And I've been beating this drum now since the beginning of 2021. And he's actually risen up some draft boards now. He's risen up about 57 spots since I originally looked at his ADP around in mid-January. And this is a guy that first year, 5.79 ERA. Then last year went to a 4.01 ERA. And everybody knows the problem with Dylan Cease is his control. He just walks so many guys. It doesn't allow him to go deep into games. He's getting hit hard when he's in the zone. So I did like kind of a deep dive on him this offseason, and he's been working really hard on fixing some early trunk rotation that he was experiencing the last 2 years. And that was kind of just helping his pitch design, because people think pitch design always is just grip and hand placement, but he's getting his body in the proper position to fix everything. And along with that, he's also working on the vertical break of his 4-seamer, which dropped significantly. It actually dropped 3 to 4 inches the last 2 years, when he had been averaging close to 20 inches of vertical break his entire career in the minors. So he's been working on a lot of things. It's now his vertical break is consistently hitting 20 plus. And they brought in new pitching coach Ethan Katz for the White Sox, who's the guy that helped transform Lucas Giolito and basically caused that entire turnaround with him. And people forget that he worked with him separately, who wasn't with the White Sox at that time. So he's been working on his mechanics, his delivery, working on moving some of the cut from his fastball, which is why it kept going out of the zone. That core velocity belt's helping that. And Cease has been sending him videos all offseason of him working out with Katz, kind of critiquing each week. This guy is ready to take the leap, and I think it's this year. I'm not saying he's going to be a Cy Young, but I have him as a top 30 starting pitcher this year. I think this is the year of Cease.
I mean, I don't know that I could put him at the top 30, but I mean, I'm ready to be hurt again was the line from The Office. Like, I am. Like, I loved Dylan Cease last year. I was big on him. He just destroyed me, and everywhere I got him. But I'm buying back in, all the mechanical changes. I love Doug's reaction when you said trunk rotation right there, because Doug is the mechanics guy. And so I think he got a kick out of someone other than him talking mechanics like that.
Yeah.
So I love it. Great analysis. I'm back in on Dylan Cease too. I got to move him up my ranks that are be coming back out next week. Chris, give me your next guy.
All right. So the podcast I do for Pitcher List is based on really deep leagues. We're talking like deep. So I'm going into the 600 ADP range here and going to call out Dean Kremer here. So historically in the minors, big strikeout guy. In his brief stint in the majors, that continued. But his problem was he walked a ton of guys. Like he walked like 3 guys per start, and like per inning it was really bad too. But actual production wise, like he made it work. Like he had a 2.76 FIP, again, real small sample size here, but he pitched against Tampa Bay and New York twice, and he went 5 innings with 6 Ks, 5 innings with 7 Ks, 6 innings with 7 Ks. And for a young guy making his first starts in a weird season against some really great teams, it's impressive. I really, every time I bring up like these really late round Baltimore guys with the Pitcher List crew, I'm always like, what do you think, Keegan Aiken or Dean Kremer? And because I'm a sucker for strikeouts, so I love what Aiken did in his equally small sample size. But everyone's always like Kremer, which is a weird word that I should stop saying over and over again. But I know Alex Fast is a big fan of Kremer as well. Really great spin mirroring on his fastball and curveball. And I'm a fan, especially at his, again, what is basically a free price.
Yeah, I mean, it is basically free. I have a hard time wanting to buy into Baltimore Orioles pitchers. And I'm not a person who likes to chase wins too much, but I think this is going to be a year where it's really, really difficult for starting pitchers to win games as teams limit their starters coming off of the smaller workloads in 2020 into 2021. I think I need to go and do a little bit more research on Kremer, and because I think I've been calling him Kramer actually. So
you might be right.
No, I have no idea. So someone will correct us. Alex will correct us. He'll text us. So all right. What we're doing today, we're raising money for Mental Health America. It's a fantastic organization that promotes mental health and helps people get access to mental health services all throughout the country. We've raised over $7,000 so far, and I will bring up the full amount. $7,245.98 so far we've raised this weekend for Mental Health America. I really want to thank everybody who has been donating, everybody who's come on panels and talked about fantasy baseball in the interest of raising money for this great cause. You can still donate and get into these raffles. For every dollar you donate, you get a raffle ticket for amazing prizes. On the ticker below, you'll see where to donate. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com is the PayPal. Justin Salinger is the Venmo. And we're going to give away a few amazing prizes. One of the cool prizes that was added today is from our good friend Doug Thorburn. Doug, tell us all about it.
So it's a 1-year membership with the MPA. We have a whole online library of training videos. Tom is amazing at making videos, both the lecture side, but also the analytical side. We've got training videos that basically cover everything, and this is a free 1-year subscription. So obviously, maybe for the analysts, it won't be necessarily something they're way into. But if you have, if you're a player, if you have kids, or if you have a nephew or anything, this is something that it works for 8-year-olds all the way on up to major league players. And we have training videos on biomechanics, on drills and lessons you can do from your home, strength training, arm care, injury prevention, you name it. And so anyone who's into playing baseball at all and pitching and wants to do so healthily, this is a great fit for them. So, we wanted to do what we could.
And the winner is Shelly V.
Oh, look
we
at that.
all love. There we
Nice.
go. So congratulations, Shelly. I think she's still out watching. So hopefully she can. Maybe Shelly's going to go from fantasy baseball analyst to pitcher, right?
Well, and Shelly might be able to use it. Actually, Shelly's awesome. She and I have talked a number of times at First Pitch Arizona, and she takes like every time I'm giving a lecture at First Pitch, she's always taking notes, and I could see her using it with her sports writing. So she might want it for herself. That's awesome.
There you go. So, Shelly, congratulations. I'll connect you with Doug. Get that all worked out. Thank you so much, Doug. We're also going to give away a CBS Fantasy Baseball Commissioner League from Frank Stamfel. Frank's going to come on a little bit later, but we're going to give away his prize now. He can talk about it later. So, let's see. We're going to do our little randomizer thing. And Matthew Williams, you are the winner of that. Congratulations. There's 2 Matthew Williams that have donated, so it's the second one. So hopefully he can use that. CBS is a great place to play. I play a number of leagues, including a dynasty league over on CBS. So, and it's a paid service, but this year it's going to be free for you, buddy. So congratulations. Enjoy that. I will connect you with Frank, and he will get that all set up. So we're going to continue talking some fantasy baseball.
Just a second there, Jason. We got one more giveaway that I told you about. We're going to be giving away a Roto-Bowler multi-sport season pass. It is our highest end premium offering over at rotoballer.com. You'll get access for every fantasy sport for both daily and seasonal. We have everything that you need there, projections, tools, and a DFS optimizer, everything you need, Justin. So we're giving away one of those as well.
Let's do that right now. Let's see. I'll go to my little randomizer again. Dun, 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 dun. Andrew Gould, you are the winner of that. Congratulations. I will connect you with Scott, and he will get that set up for you. Thank you so much, Scott. That is amazing.
Hey, that's our pleasure from rotoballer.com.
Rotoballer is a great place. You guys have brought in some amazing writers and talent over the last few years. It's really, really turned into a juggernaut of a program over there. So I know Andrew is going to enjoy that quite a bit. We've got about 13 minutes left in this segment. Before we jump into our last sleepers, I want to give everybody an opportunity again to promote everything that they do in the industry and let people know where they can be reached on social media. So, Scott, remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug all your work.
I'm at Scott E. the King on Twitter, where you can follow me, and fantasy baseball, football, NASCAR, basketball. Check me out over at rotoballer.com. Get our fantasy baseball season pass I just talked about. Enter King at checkout, and you'll get an additional discount. Our draft package is already ready. You can get everything you need for DFS and seasonal under one roof with great rankers like Nick Mariano and Ariel Cohen.
Fantastic. Chris, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
So I can be found on Twitter at Schwebzy, which should be right here. Oh, I already forgot which side it's on, right here. I could be found on Twitter and Twitch at Schwebzy, and my podcasts are In the Deep and Tape Measure Takes, In the Deep PL and Tape Measure Pod, respectively.
All right. And Doug, remind everybody you can be reached and what you do.
I can be reached on Twitter at Doug_Thorburn, or you can reach me via email at doug@nationalpitching.com. I'm basically the biomechanics advisor is the best way to put it for the MPA, and also regional director here on the West Coast. So if you're a ball player or a coach and you're interested in any of the stuff we're doing at the MPA, give me a hoot, give me a holler. Also, I do a podcast, Baseballholics Anonymous, with Sammy Reed. We're very infrequent, but we've got one coming up soon. And yeah, it's a ton of fun. It's always fun hanging out with Sammy.
I'm going to email you to every Spencer Howard start.
I love your guys' podcast. I know you guys are busy and you can't get to it as often as maybe other pods can, but it is like instant listen as soon as it comes on. I mean, I absolutely love it and I have for years. You guys know how much I love you guys. David, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you're working on.
Find me at dmendio2 on Twitter. I do pretty much everything Triple Play Fantasy. That's our podcast. We do baseball, basketball, and football. We're actually launching our website at the end of this week where you'll be able to find some of my articles. But for right now, all my articles pretty much go on Fantrax. You can find all my written work if you search my name on Fantrax. Pretty much all baseball articles. And we've just been pumping out a bunch of content all season long, all off season long for all three sports, athlete and player interviews, along with writing and just fantasy content in general. So we have a blast over there. Hopefully, if you haven't got a chance to listen, you can check it out. But we have a good time over there.
All right, let's finish out on our last sleepers. I'll let you go ahead and finish yours, David.
So one guy I really want to talk about was Albert Alzolay. Scott rightfully took that one. So the other guy I wanted to bring up was Cal Quantrill, who I know is probably not going to start off the year in the rotation. First, as long as you're a pitcher on Cleveland, I'm looking at you. So that's first and foremost. But, I mean, he's been a guy that's been pretty much his whole career a sinker slider guy. And I think that, and he has a changeup in his back pocket to lefties. But I think there's a little bit more to him than that. He's got that two-seam sinker that does have a lot of movement on it. And the four-seamer that, even though he doesn't use it very much, is effective when he does use it as an out pitch. But that slider-sinker combo that he sticks to the most of the time, the slider has some nice vertical drop to it that I think looks pretty well or pretty decent. But his sinking fastballs, he uses a lot of times have arm side run to them. So he basically, bottom line, I think he has a lot of the ideas of how to get the hitters out. It just hasn't executed it. But he's got a lot of peripherals that I really like. The slider usage, or the slider, dropped over 37 inches on average last year, or 7% more than the league average slider. So I think it's something that it's there. He just has to get the opportunity. He's making the changes kind of behind the scenes. It's not a sexy name, but I think you've seen Roberto Perez actually come out this offseason and talk about him a little bit as somebody that it looks like has some nice stuff going for him. And when I talked to Aaron Savali, he was very complimentary of Roberto Perez and said he knows his stuff, knows how to call games. So I'm taking a little bit more notice when I see Roberto Perez say things like that. And so I'm trying to take Cal Quantrill late in as many drafts as I can, just for the chance that he gets a spot in that rotation and then maybe has a chance to kind of have the leash off of him and see what he can do.
I think Quantrill has a lot of talent. I don't know if this is the year for him. I think it might be next year, but he could work his way into that rotation, especially with McKenzie's health history. I mean, that guy has not been able to stay on the mound, in spite of the fact that I love him when he is on the mound. Scott, what is your last sleeper?
Now pitching for the New York Yankees, number 83, Davy Garcia, number 83. I like Davy Garcia. I got a chance to watch him in one of his early major league starts in person not in person last year, but I wish I could have been at the park, but I got a chance to watch him closely, and I was really impressed with the kid's poise. And he's got 3 off-speed pitches. We've looked in the minor leagues. He's had a very high K rate, which he can even elevate what we saw in the majors last year. Garcia, we project him over at Rotoballer to go 9-7 with a 4.24 ERA and a 1.25 WHIP, but I think he can even better that. He had a 4.15 FIP last year, and the Yankees, outside of say of those top 2 spots, to me everything's really wide open. And like we were talking about, Justin, a lot of teams are going to have to go deep in their rotation. Davy Garcia is very young, but I think he's very poised for a young kid. He can really keep hitters off balance. I think he's going to turn out to be one of the Yankees' better pitchers this year. I think he's underrated. I think people are underrating some of those back-end Yankee starters with Montgomery and Garcia, and I really like Garcia to become really a stable part of that rotation over the next few years. I like him a lot in Dynasty, but in seasonal, to get him at the back end, I think he's definitely going to win that 5th starter job and going to be very, very dependable for them.
You know, I'm right there with you, Scott. I love me some Debbie Garcia. I know there's some concerns that he doesn't make the rotation, and maybe some concerns that his small frame can't hold up. You know, maybe small frame can't hold up over the course of his career, but until we see him get hurt, I'm going to believe that he's going to be fine. And that, speaking of getting hurt, that's all the Yankees rotation does, right? All they did was sign guys with injury history track records. And so, like, even if he doesn't for some reason make it into the rotation, he will very quickly because Jameson Taillon, Kluber, Domingo Herman, isn't anything to be relied upon. Like, I think there's plenty of avenues for him to get into that rotation and be absolutely stellar. I love the skills that Garcia has, so I'm right there with you on him as a sleeper.
Nobody in that clubhouse seems to have Germán nailed down a rotation spot. And you bring up some great points, Justin, but we have to remember that 180 is the new 200. It's saying a lot, going out on a lot of fantasy baseball, analysts and experts, and we can't look at the innings or the rotation. Are they going to win a rotation with these sleepers? That's why these guys are sleepers, because they're not projected for a firm role. But when you look at guys like Aldelay and Garcia, I believe they're going to win it in spring training.
I'm with you right there. All right, Chris, give me your last guy.
All right, I'm going to cheat a little bit here, and I am going to call out two guys because they're in a wildly similar situation, same team and everything. And I hope by doing this, I'm not doubling my chances of stealing one of your guys' picks. I might be. It's kind of like David said with the Cleveland situation, where I'm very much trusting the development team that they have in place, and I'm just keeping an extra close eye on Cincinnati pitchers, or Spincinnati as we like to now call them. I'm looking at TJ Antone and Michael Lorenzen. And the reason I'm pairing them up is because it's not super likely that they both wind up in the rotation, at least to start the year. But whichever one does get a rotation spot, I am really, really interested in snatching them up off the waivers, or like if you asked me like tomorrow which one of them I'm going to draft, I don't know. Like probably Lorenzen. I trust him with a starter's workload a little bit more. But I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on that spring training battle and listening to reports on which one is going to be in the rotation, because it seems like it's going to be one of them. And whichever one, I think you're going to get elite strikeout stuff out of them. And as I said before, I'm a sucker for strikeouts.
There you go. I mean, I was not in on Lorenzen to start the off season, but Michael Simeone, I think whenever Lorenzen gets mentioned, Michael Simeone has to be mentioned too, because he's been pumping him a lot this offseason, and he started talking me into it. And the price is nothing on either of these guys, right? Both have really good skills, and I think there will be opportunities in Cincinnati, even if one of them doesn't make the rotation. So I like that call out. We've got about 3 minutes left for Doug to give us his last one. So take us out, Doug.
All right, well, you're going to love my last one because it's someone that you mentioned just a few minutes ago, and that's Tristan McKenzie. And I know he's a bit shallower. His ADP is like 190. So I'm reaching a little bit as far as calling him a sleeper, and enough people like him, so I get it. But the reason I wanted to bring him up is because I was listening to the pod yesterday, and I heard basically it was a full consensus. Everybody on the panel was like, yeah, they're staying away from Tristan McKenzie this year. And I just wanted to offer a different opinion because I really like McKenzie, and I just wanted to offer the reasons why. So first of all, I want to acknowledge the points that were raised because they were all legit. From the injuries, because he's had a ton of them, to his slight frame, because he's basically skin and bones, and the way Cleveland might use him as a yo-yo. We have no idea to what extent he's going to start and whatnot. Those are all legit points and absolutely reasons to stay away. If you could go ahead and stay away in my league, that'd be awesome, because I'm going to be snagging the guy up. And the reason I'm going to be snagging the guy up, first of all, his injuries, and these are minor things, but his injuries have been peripheral injuries. He hasn't had, as far as I know, directly a shoulder or elbow injury, but he did have a lat injury, so that's a potential precursor. He had a forearm injury, so that's a potential precursor. I get it. I'm not worried about the slight frame. I feel like that's used as a post hoc explanation when it's like, well, Pedro had a really slight frame, and Chris Sale had a slight frame, and Randy Johnson had a slight frame, and Jacob DeGrava had a slight frame, but now no one worries about it with those guys. So, for me, it's not that big of a deal. And with Cleveland, yeah, they definitely could use him as a yo-yo. Overall, I totally agree with the point about Cleveland and what was made earlier about Cincinnati. I would put also Houston in that bunch. as far as guys. I just tend to trust their pitchers. I trust they know how to use them. So I trust that Cleveland's going to put him in. They're going to maximize his innings and put him in a position to succeed. So those things I'll trust. But the reason I really like him actually has very little to do with any of that. Has everything to do with his release extension. You guys have seen his arms. You guys have seen how lanky he is. His arms, he kind of looks like a Manute Bol, where like his hands look like they go below his knees. It's crazy. So I had the pleasure of watching him pitch back in 2014. He was at the Perfect Game All-American Classic, and there was a bunch of guys there. Colby Allard was there. Brendan Rodgers was there. Brian Hayes. But Tristan really stood out to me, and I didn't know anything about him going in. In fact, I think he was a junior that year. But I could not believe how close to the plate he was. It was just ridiculous. We were at Petco, and I've watched plenty of games at Petco, and he was releasing closer than I'm used to seeing major leaguers throw. And sure enough, they had a TrackMan operator there. They had TrackMan set up at the game, and TrackMan records release distance. So, of course, I went and talked to the TrackMan operator after the game. I said, hey, what was the release distance on McKenzie? And right away, the guy's eyes just bugged out. He's like, yeah, you noticed that too? He was a good 10 to 12 inches ahead of everybody else. And when I see that now, he's still doing that. I personally love release distance. I think it's the most underrated aspect of pitching. It's something that's not measured, so guys don't really know how to use it, or they don't know how to use it as a barometer. With McKenzie, he has some of the craziest release distance I've ever seen. And so, yeah, I do think there's a big development curve, but I think he's going to put up quality innings while he's in there. And right now, especially where he's going in drafts, I'm more interested in getting quality innings than quantity of innings, because I think stocking up on some of those middle tier guys, especially the ones that have innings question marks, well, that's fine because he won't be in my lineup during the times when he's out, but he will be when he's in. I'm going to get quality innings out of it.
You know what? I love what you said. I've been grabbing McKenzie when he falls in drafts, and he is falling in lots of drafts just because I do believe in the talent. I do worry about the frame. He's built like Paul Sporer. He's super tall and skinny, and Paul can't hold up. So, I mean, can McKenzie? I don't even know if Paul's watching right now, but I had to get the dig in. You guys, I got to let you go. We're over time. I'm going to kick you out unceremoniously. Thank you so much for joining me. I really, really do appreciate it. And bringing in, I still have Doug in here. There we go. All right, bringing in some new talent. Sorry about running a little bit over, but Doug had to talk about Tristan McKenzie. Joining us now is a fantastic new crew, and I think we might get another person or two in here as well. But until they show up, we're just going to get rolling because we don't have time to waste. We got things to talk about. Joining me right now is Frank Stamfel. Frank, welcome to the show.
I should probably unmute myself, right? Yo, what's going on, Justin? Appreciate you doing this. A lot of fun. Been watching along here. You have had some great guests, and it's obviously for a great cause as well. So really appreciate you having me on, man.
I appreciate you coming on. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug everything you do.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at roto_Frank. If you're watching right now to the broadcast, you could see it underneath my name here. But you can also listen to the Fantasy Baseball Today podcast, CBS Sports Podcast Network. We actually have a new podcast coming out starting tomorrow, which is basically a shorter version of it. It's a Fantasy Baseball Today in 5, so it's just everything else in 5 minutes or less. So yeah, you can find all my work over at CBS Sports.
And we already listen to you on the pod and follow your work because you're the greatest. I love you, man. Oh, another guy I love is George Bissell. George, welcome to the show.
What's going on, Justin? Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Of course, man. Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug all your work.
Sure. You can find me on Twitter at George Bissell, 2 S's, 2 L's, and then NBC Sports Edge. We just had the relaunch where we made the conversion over from Roto World. So Roto World is gone, and NBC Sports Edge is the new site. So you can follow all my work there. And looking forward to a great season. Great to have baseball back today, man. Just covering spring training games is awesome to be back writing those up. So thanks for having me. Great to be here.
I didn't even think about when I put this together that spring training games would be starting today, and I wasn't going to be able to watch really any of them until this is over. But I'll catch the replays and things like that. And I appreciate with the name change from RotoWorld and NBC Sports Edge that you guys did the auto connect thing, because I keep typing in RotoWorld and then they auto connect me. So that way, hopefully they never cut that out, because I don't know if I'll ever be able to fix it in my mind.
Little secret, I do the same thing. So
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone. Don't tell my boss. But yeah,
it's just like when you're on like RotoWorld or CBS or Fangraphs, and you're like typing in a player name and you accidentally type in the site you're on. I do that one as well. So, and there's no player on Fangraphs named Fangraphs, just to let you know.
Not
yet. Joining us as well is Yancey Eaton. Yancey, how you doing, my friend?
I am not going to be out over energized like a Michael Govier or like a John L from MLB Moving Average. Like, I promised myself I'm going to have the most energy out of anybody on this entire freaking convention, this 2-day convention. I've been railing the chat. I've had lots of comments. Justin, thanks for putting them on the screen so people could see them. I feel a little underqualified, as I always do on these panels, because it's always like, oh, I'm a baseball writer for NBC, and I work for CBS, and I'm just like, hey, I'm happy to be here. Thanks, guys. I have a Twitter account. Cool.
Well, remind everybody what your Twitter account is, and if you want to plug something, plug something.
I'm gonna plug the TGFBI podcast. They've been doing a series with Danielle Salinger and Justin Mason. It is basically Danielle's foray into fantasy, and it has been surprisingly in depth. I've actually learned a lot listening to all the guests. I'm a little biased. I was on it myself, but it is fantastic. Lots of information. Danielle is like the sweetheart of the industry. We all love her. We're all rooting for her to beat Justin. Like, this is a known thing at this point. But other than that, I will use my time to say, please donate. We've been just killing it today. I think we're over $7,000. You said it's super exciting. So please, if you guys can, see the little donate thing on the bottom, and please donate.
Yeah. At this point, let's see. We have raised $7,245 for Mental Health America. It has been fantastic. Really appreciate everybody who's donating. Continue to donate. We have more prizes to give, including TGFBI spots. And if you do like the podcast that Danielle and I do, we've added a segment on today. At the end of this, Danielle is going to come on with a few special guests, and we are going to coach her, get her mentally prepared for TGFBI, which is starting tomorrow. And everybody's going to be following that, because it just takes over Twitter the day of the draft. So joining us as well is Aaron. Aaron, how you doing?
Good, man. Good to be here with you guys. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastically. Somehow I am still sitting, I guess. Not
yeah,
standing.
I'm super impressed. I'm just looking. I look at your Twitter feed, man. You're like in the same spot since I don't even know when. I mean, yesterday, who knows, day before.
Yeah,
Impressive.
I mean, 7 a.m. yesterday my time, and it's now 3 p.m. So I don't feel like I've moved. And I bought a new chair, because this one's been a little bit squeaky and haven't had time to put it together. So I'm just still sitting in the old chair. This will be the last podcast it gets used for. Aaron, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug everything you do.
So I am at RotoPope on Twitter. Not nearly as strong of a Twitter game as someone say like Yancey, but you can check me out there. I will be contributing to The Athletic this year, so you can find my work on there. I haven't posted anything yet, but previously, if you'd found my Aces work on CBS or some of my power work on Rotoballer, that's where you'll find it this year's on The Athletic. So just stay tuned there.
There we go. All right. And we might have someone else joining us. We'll see. But we're not going to stick around or we're not going to stop and wait for him.
I'm going to stick around.
Yeah, we're going to stick around, but we're not going to wait for him. How about that? We're going to talk about some bounce back players potentially for 2020. So it's bounce back or bust. We're going to start off with a guy that people were really, really excited about. He disappointed us, and now people are getting excited again for Jordan Alvarez. So, Frank, tell me, is Jordan Alvarez going to be a bounce back, or is he going to bust at a pretty decent ADP considering he didn't play much last year?
Yeah, he's just going inside the top 80 picks now. I looked at NFBC ADP in the month of February, so he's at 79.3 there. It's not as high as we had to pay last year to get Yordan Alvarez, but I'm buying the bounce back here. I think he's probably the biggest wild card hitter this season. I mean, you're talking about a 23-year-old DH who just had off-season surgery in both of his knees. Like, what can possibly go wrong? Oh, wait, everything can go wrong. So, I mean, his floor is, he plays like 10 games and he's out for the rest of the year, and he has to have surgery on both of his knees again. Like, that's the floor. The upside is he's a potential first-round caliber hitter. I mean, someone that can hit legitimately 300-plus batting average, 40 home runs, amazing counting stats. Even without George Springer, this Houston Astros lineup still looks really, really damn good. So again, like plus we're talking about like 317, 313 batting average back in 2019. Like that was his first taste of the majors, and he was awesome. He had 50 home runs between the minors and the major leagues as well. So I am buying the bounce back here for Alvarez. I think that there's a very wide range of a big range of outcomes here. I'm probably more likely to draft him at a 12-teamer just because I think there's better replacement value there. If I take him in a 15-teamer, I'm not like 15-teamer. I'm not completely opposed to it, but like if you do that, just don't pair him with like Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa. I just think there's too much injury risk there. So in general, I am buying Yordan Alvarez as a bounce back. And honestly, I would want to leave the draft with like any of the util only players because I think they're all great values right now.
Aaron, are you buying back on Alvarez this year?
You know, I think so. Just when I was thinking about this whole idea of bounce backs, I was thinking kind of like you want to buy three things, right? You want to buy skills, you want to buy youth, and ultimately you want to buy all of that cheaply. And so Alvarez kind of fits that, but he is kind of rising at the top 80. So I think I would be okay with him there. I think there's definitely a path to profit at that point. Agree with everything Frank said. I was almost thinking, though, couldn't you potentially get what you're looking at from Alvarez, but with Stanton 50 picks later, if you're sort of targeting that kind of profile, similar sort of upside where I guess Stanton has proven the same level of injury risk more than Alvarez has so far. So I could probably regret this. I probably will regret saying that like 1 week into the season, but I'm okay with Alvarez, but I'm almost kind of tempted to say if that's the sort of profile I'm looking for, maybe I take it 50 picks later, a little bit cheaper, and go after Stanton.
Well, and we're going to get to Stan because he's on this list, but I tend to want to agree with you a little bit there. Yancey, what are you doing? Are you going back to the well on Alvarez?
Well, first off, I want to say, I've said this before, but it is so weird hearing people that you listen to on podcasts in your ear. It's just like, it's so strange. Like Justin, I listen to everything you put out. I mean, Frank, I listen to the CBS stuff every single time it comes out, and it's just so wild. Also, Aaron, congratulations on the Athletic gig. I don't know if I said that to you personally yet, but congratulations. George, congratulations at the Edge. And Frank, you've been at CBS for a while, so that's old news, and I have nothing to say to you. As far as Jordan Alvarez goes, man, the price is a little too steep for me. And normally I'm the type of person who's looking for ways that things can go right. That's why I'm over-owned on Stanton every single year, because I do like capturing that immense upside when it comes to players like this. I just wish he was going like Aaron said, 50 picks later. I just don't see where the value's at. To me, he feels a lot like Ohtani from the last couple of years, where it's like, what do you win when you win? We already know they're going to limit his workload. We already know it's going to be a nightmare sometimes where he's just going to be randomly out of the lineup. And the manager didn't announce that they're doing some sort of maintenance. And Justin, we said this, I can't remember what we were on together. We've done like 16 things in the last 2 months together. But the thing about regenerative knee diseases is they don't regenerate. They don't come back. It is never going to improve. I wish, whenever I'm looking for my upside players, I am looking for somebody past pick 200. Yes, I am doing this from a nightclub, Jason Collette. Thank you very much. That's a lot nicer than people saying that this is my grow house lights. Jesus. Guys, unbelievable. But long story short, because I do run long. Stop putting the things up whenever I'm talking. I get distracted. I like my upside picks going past like pick 200, right? Like last year I had a ton of Dansby Swanson. Whenever he actually did what we thought he could do in a shortened season, the payoff was immense. For Jordan going at that price, he has to do a lot to justify it, and I just think I'm out.
All right, George, finish us off on Alvarez.
Yeah, I've started calling Alvarez the X-Files because the truth is out there. I just have no idea what it is at this point.
But I want to believe.
Exactly. The skills are there. You guys elaborated on that. What's interesting is all the reporting out of spring training is basically they're optimistic about him. They keep talking about how he could potentially play the field. Joe Espada, the bench coach, said that the other day after Dusty Baker had already come out and said they weren't going to play him in the outfield. So, look, I don't know what the deal is, but Alvarez had some quotes. He talked to reporters on Friday and basically said that when he ramped back up, he had been shut down because he contracted COVID-19 last summer. He got shut down. He didn't do any training. So then when he tried to ramp back up, it ended up impacting his knees, and he wasn't physically able to perform at the level he wanted to be at. And it really set him back, and it resulted in the double knee surgery this offseason. So, look, it's not a question of skills. It's just the health. And right now you're getting all these different messages out of camp, and we're not going to know until we see him try and play for a few weeks and see how that goes. So he's definitely a guy to watch really closely in Grapefruit League games this spring.
I mean, I love the skills. We all love the skills, right? I mean, that's what everybody keeps saying. We love the skills. The problem for me, like you guys said, is the health, right? We don't know. Like Yancey said, I've got bad issues with my knees. They don't tend to get better. He had patella tendon surgery. I've torn my patella tendon before. It can really damage you for a while afterwards. Now, I'm not an elite athlete by any stretch of the imagination. So
don't say that. Don't say that, Justin. That's you deserve better. Don't say that about yourself.
But and I mean, you know, Alvarez isn't going to be the guy who is like stealing bags or anything, and probably not going to play the outfield very much. So that may not affect him as much. My biggest issue is the price, man. Like he's currently going at pick 72.5 in online championships, those 12-team drafts that Frank was talking about over the last month. That's just too high for me. Not when I can get Nelson Cruz later, not when I can get JD Martinez later. If I'm going to take a UT only player, which he is an NFBC, I know he's got outfield eligibility other places. If he's got outfield eligibility, that makes it a little bit easier to stomach. But if I'm going to take a UT only player, it's going to be a guy like Cruz. It's going to be a guy like Martinez. It's going to be a guy like Stanton a little bit later on. So I see the upside and I understand why people are swinging for the fences. I don't know that I want to do it that early in my draft. All right, let's talk about a guy who disappointed last year. Clearly it was due to COVID. You know, Yohan Moncada talked about how much that affected him in 2020. People are kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt right now. The question is, do we think he's going to bounce back there, George?
Well, he looked good today. They had their spring training opener. He stole a base, so right away, getting out there, getting on the base paths, looking good. So the issue with Moncada, and this is going to be the issue for a lot of players, is we're not going to know how much COVID-19 impacted their season last year, whether it was from a physical standpoint or from a mental standpoint, training standpoint. A guy like Corey Dickerson came out and said, you know, he dealt with issues in his personal life last year to impact his play. So we're never going to know the whole picture with these guys, but Moncada strikes me as one of those cases where this impacted him more than most players. It had a really adverse effect on his performance and his health. So assuming he's feeling good and he's looking good in games this spring, I don't see a reason why he can't be a 5-category contributor. Maybe he never reaches that ceiling that we all envisioned when he was a prospect coming up and the top prospect in the game. But this is a guy who's going to make a huge impact for fantasy managers going forward. I wouldn't write him off based on a 60-game sample in which he wasn't able to play because of COVID.
Yancey, are you buying back in on Moncada?
Last year I owned a ton of them, and obviously we weren't super pleased with the results. It was kind of like a buzz amongst all the industry people, and I've talked about this before. Like I just started like bypassing all the people that I normally talk to, and Dan's here to troll me. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dan. If you guys haven't already, make sure you donate. Every time you guys troll me in the comments, I will make sure that I mention the donate link. Okay, that's the deal. I will say this, like, I don't know. I literally have to like put like a water bottle in front of my screen. You keep putting it up, and I have like the best takes right now, and you're just like distracting me. I can't even remember what my train of thought is. This is the worst. I wish there was a little bit more of a discount on them, like maybe like a round or two, because I'm finding in that range, I just haven't gotten him. There's always one or two players that I like in that range better. It doesn't mean that I don't want to have him. Just George, I know it's sometimes people say like it's stupid to cite spring training stats, but intent with stolen bases. If he stole a base in the first spring training game, I'm sure the managers didn't like that, but I like seeing that. I like seeing that he's out to prove something. You know what I mean? Like Austin Meadows in the similar bucket. I don't think he's on our rundown, but Austin Meadows is in the exact same boat. Had a ton of problems with COVID, all these things, and he goes yard today. I want to see this as a fan. And so yeah, I mean, I'm buying back in. Like I said, I haven't had any in the 10 or 12 NFBCs that I've done. Knees weak, palms sweaty. I'm very sweaty. I live in South Florida and there's not air conditioning in my garage. So that's why I keep like taking a little bite of banana and some water to make sure I don't get dehydrated. But yeah, I'm in, but I haven't actually invested yet.
All right. Aaron, are you investing in Moncada this year?
Not really. Probably not. I mean, I haven't done enough drafts to say, but just kind of based on what I'm seeing, I probably won't. And I will admit to, biases here where Moncada's profile isn't the one I'm super interested in, typically speaking anyways, with just the poor plate discipline. And his projections really suggest he's being overdrafted. So I don't want to get too caught up in that, especially given the super crazy weird year that we're coming off of. But he just wasn't very good last year. I know he's got the pedigree. I know he's still just going into his age 25, age 26 season. And we're all chasing speed. But I think at the price, I'd be very surprised if I get much Moncada. So I'm probably out. I like him. I'd love to take a shot on him, but probably not inside the top 90 or so. I'm not crazy about the price.
Frank, what are you doing with Moncada?
Yeah, I've probably done like 7 or 8 drafts so far, and I haven't wound up with any Moncada yet. I do think he's going to bounce back. I love the price on specifically Yancey. I know you brought up Austin Meadows, so I'm buying a lot of Austin Meadows this year. I think in general, you just give Yohan Moncada a mulligan for last season. I mean, it feels like this guy has been around forever. He's still just 25 years old, which is crazy. And I love that he stole a base today because, look, say what you want about Tony La Russa. I mean, it's an interesting match there with the White Sox for sure. But, I mean, it's a new manager, and if the manager is going to let them run more, again, like steals are a matter of intent. It's something that, I think a lot of people are capable of doing. It's just a matter of, do they actually want to do it? I mean, last year with Jay Singler coming in with the Padres, he let all his guys run. So if Tony La Russa actually lets the White Sox run a little bit more, I think we could see absolute monster seasons from like Tim Anderson and Yohan Moncada. Do I think he's going to get back to where he was in 2019? I mean, that was truly a massive season. 315 batting average, 900 OPS. I would say, like, realistically, 270, 25 home runs, double-digit steals. I think that's all doable for him. I still think he has a really, really high upside. I haven't grabbed him just because I found the 3rd, 4th round range of third baseman. Anthony Rendon, Bregman, even Rendon, Arenado, Devers. I just love that group, and I think that they're severely undervalued. So usually at this point in the draft, I have a third baseman.
Yeah, I mean, I think the average in 2019 is clearly the outlier. I mean, I don't expect him to hit near the 300 like he did then. However, I think he's like a 260 guy. I think he's got enough pop in that bat to hit 25, maybe even 30 home runs if things come together for him. And like you just said, Frank, if the White Sox are going to push it on the base paths, they were a team that weren't very active on the base paths outside of Luis Roberts. So I think, I mean, if he could go like 25-15 with 260, I'm kind of here for that. I haven't gotten a lot of him. I've done a ton of drafts, but I did just pick him in my most recent draft. Missed out on some of the other third basemen I liked. Moncada was sitting there. I was like, you know what? It's time. It's time to go back to the well. You guys talk about Meadows. I know he's not on the docket for today, but people are giving Moncada the credit that 2020 was a washed year for him because of COVID. Nobody's given Meadows that same credit. I do love Austin Meadows, and I just wanted to say that.
You're speaking my love language, Justin.
I do what I got to do, right?
I feel like one quick point real quick with Moncada. Yeah. I mean, we can say whatever we want. Our analysis always kind of like centers around home runs and stolen bases. I think that's just by default because it's the easiest thing to kind of predict. We don't ever like to talk about runs. This feels like one of those teams where like there's going to be multiple players that are scoring 100 runs and driving in 100 or 120 RBI. This lineup is so stacked top to bottom. So maybe if he doesn't get there in the power department or in the steals department, like this could be like an extremely productive player, kind of like a Marcus Semien a couple of years ago, where he just, 110 runs scored, 120 RBI, almost 30 home runs type of thing. I can see that type of upside for Moncada where it's not in your traditional power speed, but in run production.
All right, let's move on over to our next guy, our first pitcher of the segment. That's Corey Kluber. I mean, the last couple of years have been kind of a disaster for Kluber because of health. Signs the good 1-year deal in with the Yankees. I mean, he has a lot of win potential, right? The question is, can he stay on the field and return to previous glory there? Tell me what you're thinking, Aaron.
I'm wishy-washy on this one. I don't know. I feel like sometimes, I guess it kind of depends on how things are going for me, where if I really want to push for pitching. I know I think he's going around pick 200 right now. And, I might be willing to take the plunge there. I think with, I don't think I was reading a little bit about his injury recovery from Inside Injuries on The Athletic, and that I'm certainly not an expert there, and so that's one of the first places I go. And it seems like he's all fine for this year. There's nothing really. I mean, the last couple of his injuries have been a little bit flukish, where he got hit on the arm and he broke his forearm. I think he did have shoulder surgery, so that's a little bit troublesome. But I think I might be willing to take him around pick 200 or so. I'm not crazy about it. I don't think it's one of those players I'd be over invested in, but I might be open to it.
What about you, Yancy? Are you open to Corey Kluber?
One thing that playing in NFBC the last couple of years has taught me is that top 200 picks are extremely valuable, right? And you need as many of those players to not have question marks as humanly possible. So if I'm going into a season already with a Jordan Alvarez who's going to have playing time concerns because of his knees, in the best case scenario, he's maybe getting 500 or 550 at bats. Or I'm coming in with a Corey Kluber who has myriad injury issues, for the last couple of years, and I don't really know what to expect from him. Like you're kind of already behind the 8 ball and you need a lot of things to go right. With these NFBC leagues where you have a super short bench, like I just can't count on it. And at a top 200 pick, you nailed it actually by the ADP. I think if you exclude auctions, he's right around between 195 and 200. It's not so much the problem of his cost. It's those that are going around him very quickly. Would you guys rather have him or Dallas Keuchel?
Kluber.
Keuchel, right?
Depends on the rest of my pitching staff.
For me, I don't even have to think. I think it would be Keuchel.
Yeah,
would you guys rather have him or would you rather have a Jose Urquidy? Sarah's fanboy, I think it's pretty obvious. I would want Urquidy. I would rather have Chris Bassett. I'd rather have Germán Marquez. Those are the kind of pitchers you're seeing in that range. And I mean, to me, I need pitchers that are going to pitch within the top 200. And I don't know, it's just more risk than I'm willing to take. I can't believe I'm saying this because I used to be that guy that just filled my roster with all these dart throws. But yeah, I think I'm kind of out. There's not enough of a discount, and I just can't sustain that type of risk on my roster.
Frank, can you sustain that kind of risk?
No, I mean, generally, he is climbing too. Like the ADP is in February over at the NFBC, it's 186. He was outside the top 250 picks back in December. So, I mean, you're getting a 60 to 70 pick jump just because he basically signed with the Yankees where, okay, he's going to get more run support as a result of that. But he also has to pitch in Yankee Stadium, in Camden, in Fenway. And I don't know if you guys saw the thread that Derek Hardy did on Dunedin. I got that right, Yancey. Dunedin.
Well done.
where the Blue Jays are playing this year, but apparently it's even more hitter friendly there than in Buffalo last season. So he has all these hitters parks that he has to pitch in. He's soon to be 35 years old. He has only pitched 36 and 2/3 innings over the past 2 seasons. All those things combined, I like taking shots in this area of the draft, 180 and on. I just try and load up on as many upside arms as I possibly can. Usually these guys are my SP5 or later just because I'm drafting a lot of pitching early this season, but I just don't really get the climb with Kluber and his ADP right now.
George, are you going to go back to the well on Kluber?
Sure. I mean, and what's funny is if we were talking about, Yancey was talking about, you need your guys to go out there and be durable and go out and give you innings. And, if we were having this conversation 2 years ago, Kluber is probably one of the most durable guys in the entire game. So no, every pitcher is a risk. But, with Kluber so far, he hasn't experienced any issues so far in Yankees camp. And I think that's been the biggest driver causing that ADP to rise. So as long as the health reports continue to come back positive, I think he's going to be in a good position here. And yeah, there are some concerns with the ballparks and pitching in the AL East, but he pitched in the American League before. So it's not like he's never pitched in those ballparks before in his career. So it's not going to be a totally new environment for him. And the thing with Kluber is that the velocity had gone down in 2018 and 2019. So the question to me is, how does the secondary stuff age if he doesn't have that premium velocity that he had earlier in his career? He does have good secondary stuff with the curve, cutter, and changeup. But, if those secondary offerings are still at an elite level, he's probably going to be pretty good this year. So I don't think it's a huge risk when you're talking about guys in the 200 range. When you look at some of the other pitchers going in that area, I don't mind Kluber at where he's going. If it's 50 picks earlier, yeah, I'm not doing it, but he's pretty reliable, and I think he's going to age pretty well as long as the health continues to trend in the right direction.
So you disagree with me when I specifically asked you not to.
That's what I'm here for, Yancey. Come on.
I mean, here's the thing. If you're like me and you play in a lot of leagues, you'll take a gamble on Corey Kluber every once in a while, right? You don't want to overinvest and then have, you're missing the same player on every single one of your teams. If you're playing in only a few leagues, it may not be worth the gamble, depending on the depth of your league. And, you guys cited ADP. I'm going to cite the 12-team ADP from the online championship, where I believe he is going, 173 over the last month in online champions. That is rich. It's, it might be worth a gamble. But we also had red flags prior to the injury that some of the underlying skills were starting to fade. So even if he is healthy, there's no guarantee he's going to be the guy he was in 2018. It's all about risk assessment, right? If you get to that point,
let me jump in because I'm going to explode. Why is it that we're more likely to take on a 35-year-old pitcher who has been hurt for 2 years as opposed to a 27-year-old pitcher who was good as recently as last season? Like, you would really rather have Kluber over Jose Urquidy? Mentally, that doesn't square with me. I don't understand that.
Why not both? Like, you can take both. I like Urquidy too.
Yeah.
But we're talking about specifically Urquidy, specifically Kluber. I like Urquidy. He's got some gamble to him as well. I mean, not a very long track record. Barely pitched last year. So, not saying I don't like him. I do like him, but just because you draft one guy doesn't mean you can't draft another unless we're talking about at the top.
Yeah, well, they're right next to each other. That's why I made that comparison.
Yeah, and it's a good comparison. If you can only draft one, it kind of depends on what your risk profile's been during that draft, right? If you've drafted some guys who maybe have some health risk or some, boom or bust risk, you don't want to draft Kluber, and then you go your Urquidy maybe. But if you've drafted a pretty safe team to that point, I don't have a problem taking a shot on Kluber because the upside's huge. And while 170 something isn't a pick you necessarily want to throw away, you can afford to lose it as opposed to like pick 45 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
don't let him be your SP3 though. That's what a lot of people keep doing. They keep waiting on pitching, and then the pitchers that they start filling out the back of the rotation is literally like Corey Kluber and I don't know. Suddenly I can't think of another pitcher's name, but Corey Kluber. Like, don't do that if that's your third SP that you're taking.
That just proves Justin's point, though, is if you've built a strong staff already, you can afford to take that shot on Kluber. You're not relying on him to be an anchor for your team. So that's exactly what Justin's saying, right?
Yeah. I want him as my SP6. I do not want him as my SP3.
Yeah.
Right?
This we agree on, Justin. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. What we're doing today is raising money for Mental Health America, a fantastic organization that does a lot of good, getting people mental health access and help and promoting mental health awareness. We have raised, it's gone up a little bit. Oh, I need to add a little bit of money because we just had another donation in the last couple of minutes. We've currently raised $7,335.98. Really appreciate everybody who's been donating. And I just got a text message as well from our good friend Michael Govier. He says, can you put it out there? If someone donates $100, I will write them a song. And if someone donates $200, I'll do a podcast episode previewing their 2021 fantasy league.
Wow.
So that's amazing. And you don't even have to be in the raffle. You just got to donate that amount. So donate that amount. If you want a song. Hey, he did the intro music for that TGFBI series that I'm doing with Danielle. And it's fantastic. That dude kills it when he makes up these songs. If you've ever heard his podcast, he does it all the time. And he did the intro music for Danielle and I like in a weekend. Like that, it was just absolutely amazing. Love that guy. Love Michael Govier. We're gonna give away some prizes. Now is the time. So let's see what is on the docket for this hour. I've got to scroll.
Justin, I swear to God, if like Chris Mayer or Dave wins another prize, they've won like 7 prizes over the weekend.
You know what?
It's like the same 4 people winning over and over.
And, there's been plenty of prizes given out to plenty of people. I can't control the randomizer. The randomizer controls the randomizer. Earlier in Podapolooza, we gave away a prize from Frank and a prize from George. So, George, why don't you let people know what that prize was so that way they can go out and get it themselves?
Yeah, so we gave away a copy of the 2021 NBC Sports Edge Draft Magazine. So it's on sale, available at newsstands everywhere. We put in so much work to that. We spent all offseason putting together those player profiles. You have top 100 prospects, everything you need to go out and win on draft day. Obviously, the information that it gets updated, so it's up to date as to when it goes to the presses. So you're going to need to do a little updating on your own, but that's part of the fun of putting together that draft magazine. There's nothing like showing up to draft with a magazine. If you do an in-person draft, I know it's a challenge this year to do that, but if it's an option for you and you can show up with a magazine, there's no feeling like it to cross the names off the sheet. So definitely go check it out. It's available everywhere.
Is it a signed copy?
I'll sign it. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There you go. No, sign. So I appreciate it. And then Frank, you gave away something as well. So like you have a chance to promote that.
Yeah, so it's the CBS Commissioner product, which is fully customizable no matter what type of league you play in, AL only, NL only, Roto, head-to-head categories, head-to-head points, whatever it might be, Dynasty, Keeper. Yeah, it's just, you can customize pretty much anything. You can like submit any kind of, any players, international players, anything, anyone that pops up, you can just throw in the system there as well. So that's the Commissioner product over at CBS. I played my Keeper League there, and I'm not just saying this because like I work for them, because I've been doing my Keeper League there for the past decade, even when I didn't work for CBS. But it's truly my favorite platform to play on. So yeah, you can find it over at cbssports.com, our Commissioner product.
It's one of my favorite platforms to play on as well. I play 2 Dynasty leagues over on CBS. My original home league that I played in for close to 15 years was on CBS. It was the first product I got to learn playing fantasy baseball. So I love what you guys do over there, and I appreciate you donating that. What we are gonna raffle off right now is a RotoWire shirt from the Razzball collection. And a spot in the Win B-Don's money. B-Don was supposed to be on, but there was a miscommunication. Apparently, he didn't get the information in the link. He's still willing to donate the prize, though, so we appreciate that. And I apologize that somehow that information got lost on the way, because we love B-Don. He does great work over at Razzball. So, and we appreciate him donating the prize. So I'm going to go over to my randomizer. I'm going to hit the button, and I'm going to give it to Brian Feldman. There we go. Brian Feldman, congratulations. A person who hasn't won a prize yet. So it fulfills what Yancey wanted, which was a new winner. So we're going to be giving away more prizes. The show's starting to come to an end here pretty quick. So if you want to get in some of these last few remaining prizes, now is the time. We're going to give away a copy of the Fantasy Black Book. We're going to give a copy, or we're going to give away a subscription to the FTN MLB Bets package, and then TGFBI spots. TGFBI spots. We're going to give away 7 of those, and maybe more if we raise some more money here in the rest of the show. So please keep donating. JustinMasonFantasy at gmail.com is the PayPal. At Justin Salinger is the Venmo. Every dollar you donate gets you a raffle ticket into these raffles. So keep please donating. We've got about 9 minutes left in this segment. We've got a bunch of players to talk about. And so we're going to do some rapid fire rounds here where I'm going to ask you, are you buying back or are you not? You give me a quick, short answer, but don't go into too much depth, because I want to try to get through as many of these as we can. Tommy Pham. He's been one of those players that people have loved for a long time. Had the stabbing incident, which is crazy. And if you've seen that score, absolutely scaring the hell out of me. Love the dude, but I'm not buying back in on him. Are you, George?
Look, I think the issue is going to come down to playing time. They got a lot of guys who need to find at-bats. You got guys like Cronenworth. They brought in, a ton of offseason acquisitions. You have Jerickson Profar out there as well. So I think it just comes down to, you can't count on him to be even a close to semi-regular everyday player. And he's another guy where the profile, I don't know how well it ages. So we talked about it, last couple of years from more of a long-term keeper dynasty perspective. Are the steals still going to be there as he gets into his mid-30s? So these are the questions I have with Pham, and I'm not. There are just other guys I'd rather take a shot on, just because I think the playing time concerns are too great with him.
Frank, are you buying back in on Pham?
Literally everything tells you that you probably shouldn't. This guy has had every injury you can imagine: a fractured foot, fractured hamate bone. He had LASIK surgery a couple of years ago. You mentioned he got stabbed outside of a strip club back in October. He's playing through a partially torn UCL. He's about to turn 33 years old, and yet I'm buying in. I like how he Pham this year.
And yet,
yeah, it's like, why would you? But he was still on pace for over 30 steals last year, over a 150 game pace. Still hits the ball really, really hard. You look at his StatCast data. There's a lot to like there. He underperformed as well. 211 batting average, 266 expected batting average. I'm pretty interested in Tommy Pham. I feel like he's probably not going to play every day, but still someone that could get you close to 2020 at his ADP, which I'm interested in.
Aaron, what are your thoughts on Pham?
I'm with Frank as well. Everything tells me not to, but there's something about Pham. I think it's like his attitude or something like that. He's in a contract year. It's all these factors that you don't want to base your drafting decisions on. And yet somehow I feel a little bit drawn to him. Again, it's not one of those guys I'd probably want to be overweight on, be a little bit more selective, but chasing that speed, 33 years old, going into the 33-year-old age season, I don't see why he would continue to steal, but I get the feeling that he will. And a lot of the underlying skills still looked fine last year, even though he's playing through that wrist injury. And so, yeah, I think I am buying back in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yancey, you buying back in on your boy?
Very quickly, he was my most owned player last year, and he came out running like gangbusters, and I was super excited. He does have a massive chip on his shoulder, more so than anybody. We all know that he long was being screwed by the Cardinals organization. He's 32 years old. This is the first time he's ever going to test free agency. He is going to run every chance he gets, I think. My heart tells me yes. Obviously, hell yeah, I'm going to own a bunch of them. My head says no. It's super hypocritical, as I was just talking about risks earlier. But yes, I want to have some of them because I do think that every chance he gets, he's going to try to maximize how much money he can make in free agency. And one last point, I love that he got stabbed doing something he loved, and I stand by that.
That's hilarious. Oh my god.
You said hurry. So
yeah, not often can you make me speechless on a podcast or behind a mic, but that did it. Thank you, Yancey. I appreciate that. I'm gonna just put up the little Leon,
little Yan.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. Like my head tells me no, my heart says yes. But I listen to my head more when I draft than I listen to my heart, or at least I try to. I may sneak in a share here or there, but it's definitely not someone I'm willing to load up on. All right, next guy, the aforementioned Giancarlo Stanton. I think we all know the pitfalls, right? So the question is, Yancey, are you buying back in?
Hell yes. I've taken him in leagues as late as 167th overall. That's insane. He was going at the back end of like the second round, not last year, but 2 years ago. The upside, this is where you take your dart throws. I feel like they've already talked about wanting to, keep him fresh in the outfield. So it's not like he's going to be util only all year long. So give it a couple of weeks. He's going to be outfield eligible. The power is there. This is what I want to take my shots on. We've seen what he can do whenever he's healthy. They changed his workout regimen where they said it's more about soft tissue, like, Pilates and working out and flexibility. It's not about getting as massive as you possibly can. Normally, I hate stories like this, but whenever you're seeking out that confirmation and you find it, like, hell yeah, I'm going to use it. Like, I don't see why Stanton can't hit 40 home runs this year, and he's going, 150th.
George, are you buying back in?
Yeah, if he's on the TB12 diet, I think he'll be all right. So, look, I don't know. There's always something with Stanton, so maybe a different training regimen is going to help him out. So it feels like they've tried everything they can to try and keep him on the field. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't mind at the current price. I always thought the price historically was a bit too high when you factor in all the risks with him. And sure, why not? One of these years is going to put it back together. So you might as well be on him if he's at the lowest value it's been in a few years with him.
All right, Aaron, you buy back in?
Yes, mainly because I'm a sucker, but also because there's really no questions here other than the fact that it's the health, and I think the price is palatable. I think he on this list that we're talking about here, he's the only guy who's really proven that first and second round upside. It was just 2 years ago, and I know he's only had. I'm looking at it now. Even if you double like 2.5 his plate appearances last year, he's had 307 the last 2 years. So like we get it, but I think at these prices. I'm looking at a 120 ADP, so I think even then I'm still in. But yeah, there's just too much upside to let that fall in. And maybe he's someone I might even almost try to build around, where it's like early on, maybe I'm a little bit less inclined to take risks. I kind of know I'm really interested in Stanton around this ADP.
Frank, are you in on Stanton?
Yeah, I typically have never been in on him, but this is the latest we've ever seen him go. I mean, last year he was a top 70 pick, and I really don't know the difference between Stanton and Aaron Judge. I think they have similar upside. I think they're pretty similar players, and they both have a ton of injury risk. And Aaron Judge is being drafted 70 picks higher than Giancarlo Stanton. Maybe it's only because Judge has outfield eligibility and Stanton doesn't have that, but I don't think that's worth a 70-pick difference. The only thing I'll mention with him versus Alvarez, which we spoke a little bit about earlier, I think Alvarez's batting average upside is like 330, like something crazy like that. I think for Stanton, probably somewhere like 270, 280 max. So that's probably the biggest difference between me when it comes to Stanton versus Alvarez. But I love both. I want to leave the draft with one of those guys for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just took Stan in the draft that I was mentioning. I took Moncada in. So, I mean, the problem is I end up with Nelson Cruz so much I can't then just go and roster Stan. But it's not that I'm afraid of Stan. I mean, yes, is there risk? But that's the time to take the risk, right? Second round talent, going to pick 160. It's a time to make the gamble. And
I think he gets more plate appearances than Alvarez, and
I
he's
do
a
too.
lot cheaper. So
yeah, I do too. And I mean, I was the guy who took him in the second round of the main event the year that it all fell apart. So, like, on that team that I'd already taken risks on, it's why you don't take so many risks in a draft like that, especially in FBC where there's no IL, because all those guys that I had hurt, then Stan got hurt, then Kingery that got hurt, then this guy got hurt, and all of a sudden I had to drop all those guys. So, we don't have time to go through the rest of the list, unfortunately. You guys have been fantastic, though. I really, really appreciate you all coming on. I really appreciate everybody who's been watching and donating. Continue to do that. It's been a fantastic 2 days. We're coming down the home stretch. We still have time to raise more money for Mental Health America. I'm going to unceremoniously boot you guys all out. I appreciate you guys coming on, though, and sharing your knowledge, and Yancey coming on and getting distracted by the chat. Little medicine or a little payback for all the times you distracted other people.
it's brutal.
Yeah, it is, right? You're not going to change, though, so that's okay. You guys take it easy. I'll definitely be talking to all of you in the future. All right, so I'm going to remove these guys and move on to the next crew. And bye, Yancey. So we are bringing in our next crew of panelists and going to keep this train rolling here. Joining me right now is Bubba Enterkin. I love you, Bubba. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Always a good time talking to you, Mason.
It is always a great time to talk to you, my friend. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug all your work.
At BDentric on Twitter, the Benched with Bubba podcast is where I do my podcasting pretty much. I have other shows as well, but that's the main one. Then written content at rotoballer.com and Fantasy Sports DJs.
And I always love to jump into the Bubba and Bat Flip live stream and troll you guys. So make sure, if you're a late night person like me, always kind of be checking around for Bubba's feed to see if you can go in and harass him during a live stream, the way that people have been harassing everybody during these panels in the comment section. We love it. Also joining me right now is Pierre. Pierre, welcome to the show.
Thanks again for having me on. Year 4 now of TGFBI, so I'm excited for the first time now to be able to say I'm ready to defend the title. So pretty exciting.
There you go. Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug everything that you do.
All right, Twitter is at roto_chef. And I know Bubba already mentioned Rotoballer. That's it right there, rotoballer.com. Got my hands in pretty much everything baseball and football related. So you see podcasts. Of course, you had Nicholas Scott on earlier today. We have the WPC Plus, not just the WPC Plus podcast, up and coming baseball podcast. So check us out. We're on YouTube and, of course, Rotoballer.
And then we had Scott Engel on as well, and he gave away a Rotoballer subscription, which is amazing. So I'm glad you guys were able to donate that, and we were able to give it away. I'm sure it's helped raise some funds over the day, over these last 2 days. Joining us as well, is Adam Sloat. Adam, welcome to the show.
Hey, Justin, thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this. Really appreciate it.
Of course. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug all your work.
Absolutely. So my social media handle, you can find right there next to my name, on Twitter at Mr. Adster99. I write for Pitcher List, QB List, produce YouTube videos for highly technical sports, and then also write for Team USA Handball.
All right. Team USA Handball. I didn't know that one. You didn't say that when we were on PitchCon together.
Just gotta keep adding in little surprises as I keep guesting everywhere.
There you go. Joining us well is Carmen, and I don't want to butcher your name, but please say it for me.
Yes, it's Carmen Mayorano, like mayor of the Anos. That's what I would go with.
There you go. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug your work.
You guys can find me on Twitter at Carm's Clubhouse. I mainly write for Roto Fanatic and Fantasy Pros. I was on Bench with Bubba last week, and I'm really excited to meet the rest of you guys tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great kind of end of the show. Not the complete end of the show because we added another segment. So if you've been watching, don't go away after this one because we're gonna bring on my wife and some people to talk, kind of prep her for TGFBI on the mental end, really get her ready for the drafts and stuff as we all are in TGFBI and getting ready to draft tomorrow. But on this edition of Podapolooza, we're going to be talking about some second-year pitchers, and there are quite a few of them. So let's just jump right into that. Devin Williams, won Rookie of the Year in the National League. Well-deserved. Dude was absolutely amazing. But, Carmen, can we trust that he's going to deliver on the high ADP this year?
Yeah, that's the main question, right? There's no doubting his skills. The airbender is like the most excellent pitch in baseball. It's just unbelievable. I do have some of my concerns, one being the injury he had right at the end of last year. And two, I feel like everyone is kind of overlooking his 9% walk rate from last year. If he does that again, he's not going to post a similar ERA. Frankly, given that he's not going to close most likely with Hader there, I'm not paying up for that ADP. I would probably want to drop it at least another 25, maybe even 50 spots.
Pierre, are you buying in on Williams?
Absolutely not. I don't know if I'm on the minority here. I think Williams might actually be a little undervalued right now. And look, we get down to it. You talk about, ADP. He's going after a guy like Kirby Yates. Are we sure that Yates is going to wind up as the guy all year? He's coming off an injury. He's older. He doesn't have an extended track record of being the guy, right? And so I would definitely rather take Williams based on what he did. And look, I get the concern is he going to help you at all in saves, right? The strikeout rate's not a question. The ratios, even if he regresses, adds another run or two to the ERA, it still doesn't matter. He's still helping you. But here's the thing. Look, we've heard the rumors about Hader all off season. Looks like they're going to keep him right now. But what are the odds right now? He's still a Brewer at the end of the year. This team didn't do a whole lot, all right, to add to their roster. You got Woodruff is a kind of frontline guy. You got Burns. After that rotation is pretty suspect. And so I could definitely see Hader moved. They're not going to probably pay up for him long-term. And then Williams, even if it's just the second half, he's getting you saves. Again, think about how many guys become the hottest waiver wire, commodity at that time. This is a guy I think that is probably, to me, a top 5 reliever, regardless of, Hader's presence or not.
Bubba, are you buying in on Williams?
I'm currently not buying it at the price tag. I'm buying it on the talent. The talent's amazing. The changeup is one of the filthiest ones you can look at when you look back at his stats from last year and the X stats on it and everything. It's just ridiculous. But it's hard for me to pay for a current non-closer at that point. Now, everything Pierre said, I agree with. Like, he's very, very good, and he's better than a lot of other closers. After you get past like the top 4 or 5 closers, it's murky anyways. So you're playing with fire as it is. So if you have a draft strategy that works out for you, if you want to play the ratio game, because I think there is a great chance Hader gets traded. I even think there's a great chance that you see Council use Hader in high leverage 2-inning situations, and sometimes Williams gets the save. Like, he might sneak in a few here and there throughout the time as well. So I'm not saying he's a definite you shouldn't take him, but make sure you have a draft strategy in place. I think saves holds leagues, he makes for a phenomenal pick. But currently, like if you're in a standard saves league, you're playing with fire at that point in the draft, like ADP of, what'd you say, 166 or something. It's a little steep for me.
Is it too steep for you, Adam?
Justin, I'm hesitant to say anything just because we're in the same league here, and I don't want to give you a competitive advantage come tomorrow.
It's okay. Williams is healthy. Don't worry about it.
But I'm not buying at the current ADP. I agree with what Bubba said and what was said earlier is I'm not buying him at the current price. I think he has a potential to, jump up, especially if, Hader's traded or Council decides to use Hader in some other high leverage situations. But, I love watching him, love the airbender and all, but I can't justify buying it at that price.
Yeah, it's the price that's hard for me too. I mean, if Hader's traded and he becomes the closer, then I think he has the skills to be like a top 5, top 7 closer in the game. If the elbow is fine after ending last year with an injury, then I think he could deliver. Like, remember when Chris Davinsky a few years ago was a reliever, but he kept offering like top 25 starting pitcher stats? Like, I think he could do that if he's healthy. The problem is, like, these are ifs, and I have a hard time rostering the ifs. And there are going to be drafts where he falls, where people are like, I don't care because he's not closing. in those drafts, maybe I will go take a look. Or in a league where you have make sure you have IL spots, so you know if people get injured, you're not being forced to drop him to make room for somebody else. Or in leagues with deep benches where you can stash him for a little bit. I think he's going to be valuable. I just don't know that I'm going to ever pay the price, especially currently as it stands. But I totally see the upside. I totally see why people do it. And I think it could benefit people in a huge way if things work out for him. And at 160, you know what? That's not a bad place to take a gamble. I was just talking on the last segment about Stanton being a good gamble at 160. So I can't say that Williams isn't a good gamble at 160. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to ever pull that trigger. All right, let's talk about the next guy. A guy I am in on this year is Ian Anderson. Was phenomenal in his small sample in 2020. So Adam, tell me, are you in on Ian Anderson?
I'm all in on Ian Anderson. I love what he's doing. He's got several good pitches, great offerings, keeps the home runs out, all that stuff. One thing that is giving me pause though is that Atlanta has a lot of young arms and they have a lot of depth. They added Charlie Morton and Drew Smyly, and then they have major league talent in Soroka, Fried, so on and so forth. And so my one worry, even though I'm definitely in on Anderson, is that maybe he gets his innings cut into a little bit just to keep him fresh for later in the season and maybe even in the playoffs if they get there. And he might be part of a 6-man rotation too, which could cut into his volume a little bit.
Pierre, do you think that Anderson is worth the ADP right now?
Yeah, and Adam just said the biggest point there is the innings, and it's going to be the case for, of course, a lot of these young pitchers. We're going to hear this over and over again. My dog agrees. What is Atlanta going to do? Are they going to depend on these young arms? So the situation, and the guy we're going to talk about later, is going to be the opposite. Are we going to see these guys get pushed really to their limits, or are we going to see them used sparingly? Are they going to have innings restrictions? Oh, every time it happens. Anderson is a guy also I'm worried about because his swing strike rate doesn't fully support the K rate from last year. So there could be some regression there. He looks like, he's got an edge over some of these other second-year starters in that regard. But this is somebody who I think the ADP is a little bit too high. And Max Fried is a similar situation. We say, well, Anderson might have the edge over Anderson in that regard. But, here's the thing. Atlanta is a team that's in contention right now to win. And I don't think they need to push their guys that far. So Anderson is a little bit too steep for me right now. I love the talent, but again, this is a guy who I think the ADP might not be fully supported.
Clearly, your dog disagrees with you right now. So, Bubba, are you buying in on Ian Anderson?
No, I'm not. And this is one of those that I know I disagree with, or I'm on the opposite side of many people on this one, but he looked great. I'm not going to deny that. He looked phenomenal in his postseason appearances. But he's one of those guys, every time I remember even in DFS, you look at what he was doing, and he seemed like he was kind of luck boxing himself out of situations. His changeup's great. His changeup's very, very good. Not going to deny that, but his fastball's garbage. It had a 41% hard hit rate last year. If you go to Kirkin's dynamic hard hit rate, almost a 31% hard hit rate. He gives up a 25.3% high fly ball with that fastball. So put that all together, it does not end well for Ian Anderson. He just used that changeup very, very well. So I'm just concerned once the league sees him a little more, it's going to get a little different. And more so, like the first two mentioned, I think they're going to really baby those innings. Atlanta has a chance to make the postseason. They need him in the postseason. I know we don't have crystal balls, but in reality, we're trying to use crystal balls that we don't have to figure this stuff out. So I'm really concerned that they, A, baby him, and B, if that changeup falters at all, that fastball is extremely hittable at a max EV of 114.5 last year, and that will not play well, especially leaving the AL East to, say, Coors Field once in a while or go play the Dodgers and see how that turns out for you.
All right. Carmen, what do you think on Ian Anderson?
Yeah, overall, I like Anderson. There's definitely some things to be skeptical about, mainly his 1.2% barrel rate last year. Like Bubba said, the fastball changeup is his main play. He does have a third pitch, but the changeup and fastball play off each other. And if that changeup kind of reverts to just being above average instead of elite, it gets a little sketchy. His swinging strike rate was only about 12%, so that doesn't really look like he can maintain a 29% full-on K rate. However, we mentioned the innings limits. There's other guys, young guys going around him like McKenzie, Spencer Howard, Kopech, Pearson, who are going to have significantly less innings than him. And that means I think Anderson can get us to at least 130, 135 innings pitched. And overall, I like his price at around SP 35 or so.
I mean, I love Ian Anderson, and I know there's concerns that they can baby him. You can't baby everybody, though. I mean, you've got Drew Smiley. They're going to have to baby him. You've got Kyle Wright. Do they really trust him? Mike Soroka may not even pitch until like May. Who knows?
Right.
I mean, they can't baby everybody, so they're going to have to rely on Anderson at least a little bit. I believe in the talent and what I saw last year, so I'm going back in on Ian Anderson for sure. Let's see. The next guy we are talking about is Sixto Sanchez. Another one of these young guys came up and just was fantastic. I am a little bit more hesitant on him than maybe Ian Anderson. But my question to you, Carmen, is are you hesitant on Sixto Sanchez?
I am hesitant. He's got a little bit of Dustin May in him, this huge velocity, a bunch of cool secondary offerings, but he just has a league average strikeout rate. He hasn't unlocked that full-on strikeout potential that we really need from him. And on top of it, he's only pitched a max of 114 innings since he started his professional career. And to me, that means that we can expect maybe a max of 130 innings. And I'm saying a max. And he's going at SP 45. Personally, I would like him a full round below that, but there's always a guy in the draft room way higher on him. So there's no way I'm going to be getting him this year.
Bubba, you were nodding your head. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, and it stinks because I love Sixto. I enjoyed everything about him last year, especially when he was 6K on DraftKings every start. That was beautiful. But like Carmen said, you look at his profile, and it's really crazy because I remember when Pedro Martinez was like, "Oh, this is my mini-me," and doing all this stuff. Well, yeah, you guys have a great changeup. He's got a phenomenal changeup, but his sinker is atrocious, and he throws it way too much. He throws his fastball, his sinker, and his changeup about 25 to 30% each. If he could ditch the sinker, throw the changeup and his slider that was actually pretty effective more, we might have a different conversation in a few months if he actually does that. If he keeps throwing that sinker as much as he does, it gets hit too often, gets hit too hard, and it just messes things up. So it's more of him figuring out who he wants to be, and maybe he will, because we've seen Alcantara, we've seen Pablo Lopez. The Miami system figures these young kids out. I'm just going to be out this year because, like Carmen said, I like him, but I don't like him enough where other people are going to take him ahead of me, so I'm out.
Pierre, what are you doing with Sixto?
Well, I mean, like Bubba, we have our reasons definitely in on Sixto, but I mean, it kills me, right? It kills me. I hate to say it, but everyone else is in on him, and we know the upside that's there. It's just it might not be this year. You know what I mean? This is the year where the draft price just might be higher than the value returned, and then I think next year the pendulum will swing the other way, right? People will then be down on him a little bit, and then you'll get him at a good bargain price. Look, and a lot of people make that comparison to Alcantara. He's got the heat, the velocity, but the strikeout rate just isn't there. He was a little bit, I don't say unlucky, but his swinging strike rate indicates that strikeout rate could tick up a little bit, but is it going to be high enough to make him, justifiable as like a top 50 pitcher? Probably not. It's a great environment there, the ballpark. Like I said, the Marlins have a way of developing their pitchers and making them to big league stars, usually for other teams than later on. But as much as I love Sixto, it's just, someone else is going to love him more, I'm afraid to say.
Well, and that's the thing with a guy like Sixto is you're in a draft, and sometimes people are popping on him really early, or sometimes people are letting him slide. And I've got him a few times where he slid. But Adam, where would you take Sixto Sanchez, or are you not touching him?
Again, I'm probably not going to touch him at his ADP. Not much to say that hasn't already been said. The changeup is a money pitch, but I think he needs a couple of tweaks to his different offering or to his other offerings to really jack that K upside up. He throws really hard on that fastball, and it's what's so tantalizing about him is just he's just throws so hard, and yet there's nothing there with the fastball. I just am hoping that the Marlins can find a way to key in on that and sort of help him out a little bit. And also one thing that concerns me is he's got to be stretched out. I think someone mentioned earlier, he's only thrown 100 some odd innings max in his career. And towards the end of the season, he was dipping in velocity quite a bit. And maybe that's because he hasn't been stretched out quite a bit. But that is something that I'm going to be keeping my eye on a little bit as well. I think I'm going to let him slide at his current ADP.
I've been grabbing him when he does slide in drafts, like I said, largely because I just love the talent. And, maybe the strikeouts won't be there in the way that his like giftable stuff makes us think very, very much like Dustin May. I think it was Carmen that made that comment. That being said, like, I think the Marlins showed last year that they're willing to let him go deep into games. Maybe that changes with a longer season, but in 3 of his 7 starts last year, he went 7 innings, went 6 in another one of his starts. Definitely struggled at the end of the season. The reduced velocity may have played into that. So it's something we kind of want to watch in these early spring training outings where his velocity is at. The problem is when you're not getting strikeouts, you need the guy to get innings, right? Mm-hmm. And he just hasn't been able to stay healthy all throughout his minor league career. So that is a bit of concern. I still have the talent. I'll take the shots here and there, but I'm definitely not going to overinvest. All right. Moving on to our next guy, and that is Tristan McKenzie, another one of these guys that I like when he drops. But there is some scary parts about his profile. So, Adam, tell me, are you scared on Tristan McKenzie?
I'm scared. I love the fastball. It's got the good rise and, coupled with the spin and velocity, it's a really good looking pitch. And, he racked up the strikeouts. And, Cleveland has great pitching development. If anyone can figure out some of the tweaks that he needs to make to be even better, then it's them. But again, some of the same issues with Sixto I have with McKenzie. He didn't throw a ton of innings, dropped in velocity. There's some concerning metrics, like the left on base percentage was like 84%, ridiculously high, and then benefited from a pretty low BABIP as well. So I think I'm going to let him slide too. I'd like to pick him up. Love his talent, love his attitude, but I can't buy in at that price.
What about you, Bub? Are you buying in on that price?
Kind of. If he falls, I'm definitely in. It's one of those that, he gives you everything you want from Sixto Sanchez, but he's also more volatile than Sixto Sanchez. When you look at his profile, his fastball is great. He throws it 53% of the time, but it's one of those, if it's off at all, it just gets destroyed. And so there's like a fine line with McKenzie. We look at all his stats with the fastball. He throws a good slider, a good curveball. They all have very good strikeout rates, so maybe he needs to start throwing those a little more and back off on the fastball a bit, but maybe he's one of these young kids that likes to just throw the heater and see what happens. I think in Cleveland, they're kind of work on him more. We've seen all those guys that are more finesse, that they use the velocity, but finesse the corners and everything. That might help him a ton. I think the talent's there a lot with McKenzie, but it's a very volatile pick. He's going to have some blow-ups that can hurt you at times. But when he's in, the strikeouts will be there. That's the difference between him and Sixto. Like last year when you watched him, he was more consistent in the strikeout game where Sixto wasn't, but Sixto was not walking guys as much and didn't seem to get blown up as much. So it's kind of pick your poison on what you want for your team. So I don't mind McKenzie going, say, 50 picks after Sixto Sanchez, but there is some definite volatility there.
Pierre, what are you doing with McKenzie?
I think for the most part, I'm not worried because he is going a lot later than a lot of these guys, especially we talked about Anderson before. His ADP is a little closer to 200 overall. And he could drop far enough that it's worth a chance. Look, the red flags we have here are whether he's going to stay healthy and how many innings he's going to pitch. A lot of people worry he'll just kind of break because of the small frame. But isn't that the same? Can we say that basically about all these second-year guys, right? How many innings are they going to get pushed to? Whether it's because of the team looking to make a run and keep their starters healthy or health concerns or whatever it is, we're going to have that same issue over and over again. If anything, me and McKenzie, as long as he's healthy and he doesn't get blown up repeatedly early, his rotation spot's pretty locked in, because now Cleveland's basically traded away, a lot of their good pitchers. So, he could be the number 4 guy. So the strikeout upside is there. The risk is a little bit less in terms of, what you're paying to get him on draft day. So I'm not too worried. I'd rather take a chance on him later than some of these other guys going, several rounds, sometimes even earlier. So if that's the case, I'll take a chance on McKenzie.
What about you, Carmen? Are you taking a chance on McKenzie?
Overall, like most of these guys here, I'm out on him. To elaborate a little on Adam's point, he did have a low BABIP last year. He was an extreme fly baller, so you would expect a lower BABIP, but still, that's bound to regress at least a little bit. And like Pierre said, we're worried about innings with all these second-year guys. I think the difference with McKenzie is that he pitched 33 innings in 2020 and 0 in 2019. So I feel like his innings limit is much more severe than the other guys we've been talking about so far. The X factor for McKenzie, in my opinion, we've kind of alluded to it, is the Indians are so good at developing pitching. Like, he could just morph into another level like Plesac did last year, and name any other guy: Kluber, Clevenger, Carrasco, Bauer. I mean, the list goes on forever. Bieber, duh. So there is a chance that happens, but given that severe innings limit that's most likely going to be imposed, I need to wait at least probably 2 rounds from where he's going right now to consider it.
I mean, I've talked about McKenzie a whole bunch already today and yesterday, so I won't restate everything I've said, but I do kind of like the price. I am worried about the health. I'm worried about him staying on the mound, but he is so talented. If he can stay on the mound, then it's definitely worth the gamble there. So let's move on to the aforementioned Dustin May. So Carmen, you talked about Dustin May already, so talk about him some more.
Yes, Mr. Jiff himself, Dustin May. Everyone loves the high spin, the velocity, but again, where are the K's coming from? He needs to unlock that. His sinker is his worst pitch, but he throws it the most often. I do trust the Dodgers to somewhat optimize his pitch mix and sequencing, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it this year, given that he might not make more than 10 starts, be able to get into that rhythm of what he's looking for. So overall, since February 15th, he's going around SP 70, even though, like I said, I don't see more than 10, 15 starts unless Price opts out or there's major injuries, which I don't necessarily see happening. So it would take him at least 2 rounds, probably 3, for me to pay that price.
Pierre, are you paying the price on Dustin May?
Man, I wish I could, but yeah, the question here is obviously about role, and similar to a guy we probably get to is Gonsolin, and what are the Dodgers going to do now that they have Bauer and everybody else? So with May, same thing, man. The strikeout rate, is it ever going to catch up to the stuff? No, I think we can get carried away by the highlights and the velocity, but the thing is, again, I'd rather pay up for a guy who I know has a better shot at securing that rotation spot. So I'm probably going to pass on May.
What about you, Adam? Are you passing on Dustin May?
I'm passing on Dustin May. I love the look, the leg kick, the hair, the bender of the curveball. They're just so much fun to watch, and I love watching him pitch. But I can't do it. Where is the strikeout rate? Where are the strikeouts? It's just mind-boggling to me that a guy who has this this great of stuff and throws so hard can just not pick up the strikeouts. It's same with Sanchez. And it's already been alluded to earlier, but the Dodgers rotation is so deep that he's gonna miss out on a lot of opportunities as well. Gonsolin is right there with him, and Price, Bauer, and so on and so forth. I don't know. I would need some injuries or some lucky breaks for May if I want to invest in him at where he's going right now.
What about you, Bubba? Are you investing in Dustin May?
Not a chance. I like the stuff, like you guys have all said. He's fun to watch, but 0 strikeouts at all. Doesn't have a job right now. Like, there's a chance that he could start in the minors for all we know. Like, it's that bad for Dustin May. So I will avoid it at all costs. He needs to figure out how to strike guys out. He throws a sinker like over 50% of the time. We know that's usually a bad recipe for success. So figure that out, and we'll see when he comes back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you start in the year in the rotation for sure, considering what's going on there. And it seems like he's projected to start the year in the minor leagues. I mean, it's the same gripe with Sixto, right? If you're going to get a guy who's not going to strike out a ton of guys, you need volume. And where's the volume going to come from on a team that, we call it Dodgeritis for a reason, right? That they play these games, they limit pitchers, and if they're not going to limit a guy like Trevor Bauer and just going to let him go, they're going to limit other guys. And even when Dustin May does return, which I expect him to return at some point, it seems super unlikely that he is going to, rack up enough innings where that kind of subpar strikeout rate will actually play well. So it's unfortunate, but, I wish he was part of a trade somewhere. I wish him and Tony Gonsolin, who we will hopefully have enough time to talk about a little bit later, were part of a trade. A little bit more interested in Gonsolin, but that's just a little bit of a teaser. What we're doing today is talking fantasy baseball so we can raise money for Mental Health America. We've raised a ton of money already. Some donations just came in a little while ago, and we are now up to $7,700, over $7,700 at this point. Everything that's donated goes to Mental Health America, a fantastic organization, and every dollar you donate gets you entered in to win some cool raffle prizes. There's still time to donate, still time to get in these raffles, and you know, we extended it a little bit. We're going to have another segment after this one, so don't go away after we leave here. But we're going to give away a prize right now. And what we are giving away is, we're going to give a copy of the Fantasy Black Book from Bubba. Bubba, talk about the Fantasy Black Book.
It's the 10th edition of the Fantasy Black Book by Joe Pisapia and Company. It's the second year I've been a part of it. I wrote the first base and third base previews this year, but it's an awesome cast. Sporter's been in it for years now. The Welsh is in it. We have Mr. ATC himself. Ariel Cohen's in it. Eric Cross doing prospects. There's many, many people. I probably didn't even mention them all, and I apologize, but it's a great book that's been helping people out for quite a while.
And the winner of that is Rupert Henley. Congratulations. I will connect you with Bubba, and he will get you that black book. I mean, I love Joe. I love all you guys that work on that. So, I mean, outside of Paul.
Yeah. I don't know how you deal with him. No.
Yeah, you know. I comped him. I comped Tristan McKenzie to him just by the slight frame.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Stop sign. Yeah, exactly, right? You know, so, and look, here we go. Rupert in the chat right there going black.
Yeah.
There it is. So we're also going to give away an FTN MLB Bets package donated by Chris Meany. Chris wanted to be on the show, wasn't able to because he had some family commitments. But he was nice enough to send that along. So if you guys like betting on MLB, that's a great prize as well. So I'm going to do the little randomizer thing once again, and we have Ray Murphy. Congratulations. Who knows? Ray may be one of those guys who decides, I don't want it. Give it to someone else. And if that's the case, and there have been a few prizes throughout the weekend where people said, listen, I've already got this, or, you know, I'm in the industry, I don't want to give it to someone else. Then after Podapolooza is over, I'll re-gift it. I'll do the randomizer again. So if you want to win some of these prizes, maybe some people say they don't want, and as well as TGFBI entries, we're going to give away at least 7. If we get over the $8,000 mark, we'll give away an 8. If we keep going past that, we'll keep giving away TGFBI entries. Pretty much the only way you can get in, unless you win a satellite league or you're in the industry. And we gave away 6 last year. Like I said, we're giving away at least 7 this year. So keep donating. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com is the PayPal. At Justin Salinger is the Venmo. If you're listening to this later on and you want to send a donation and try to get us over that hump, I'll keep giving them away. I'll keep giving away TGFBI entries as long as people are donating so we can raise as much money as possible. All right, let's before we got about a little less than 15 minutes left, and I want to make sure you guys get a chance to promote yourselves because I really appreciate you coming on and I don't want to run out of time. So, Adam, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug all your work, especially the handball.
Sure. So you can find me at Mr. Edster99 on Twitter. I work for Pitcher List, QB List, and I also write for Team USA Handball. That's USATH on Twitter or something. So yeah, check me out at those places.
Is there a fantasy handball league?
You know, I really wish there was.
I mean, you know, Scott Chu's over at Pitcher List. He's got fantasy curling. I think it's time to start a fantasy handball league.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, just DM me on Twitter if you want in on the fantasy handball league. I got you. I'll set it up.
All right. Carmen Ryan, people where you can reach on social media and plug everything you do.
Yeah, you guys can find me on Twitter at Carm's Clubhouse. I've been doing a lot of work with Roto Fanatic right now, the Data Monster, which I'm sure you've heard from our other guys throughout the past couple of days. We got a lot of cool new tools coming on the site to help you guys get a slight edge in your leagues. And I also write at Fantasy Pros.
All right, Pierre, remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug all your work.
All right, well, pretty much all my work is rotoballer.com. You can check out for both baseball and football. And the Twitter handle is at roto_chef. It's actually a nickname given to me by Scott Engel. So thank you for that. I figured it might as well stick, right? If the king gives you a nickname, you got to keep it. So that's it.
There you go. And Bubba, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
You can reach me on Twitter at BDEntrek, ENTREK. The Benched with Bubba podcast coming multiple times a week. Bubba and the Batflip once a week with Toby. Batflip Crazy as well. So you get all that good stuff. Written content for MLB and NFL DFS. I'm season long at rotoballer.com, and I do some other written content at Fantasy DGens. Then I'll have some MLB DFS quick hits starting for you in about a month. So lots of stuff coming up for you there.
All right, so we got a few more players to talk about. I don't know if we'll get through all of them. We'll try, but we'll see. Christian Javier, he was a prospect that I think people may have overlooked. Came in, pitched pretty well in his small sample, but there are concerns. Price tag isn't awful, but it's not great either. So, Pierre, what are your thoughts on Christian Javier?
He's the guy that kind of moves the needle the least for me. I think probably out of all the guys we've talked about so far, maybe the lowest ceiling, but also maybe one of the highest floors. The risk factors aren't as great, compared to some of the other guys we've talked about. But also, I feel like, we could be impressed with, his small sample size from last year. But, I mean, is he going to reach that same threshold of the K percentage that we're talking about these other guys are missing? I mean, based on his brief minor league track record, maybe. But again, we're talking a guy who hasn't really pitched that far above single A level. And so, I just feel like we get sometimes carried away by these shiny ratios and small samples. This is a guy who, again, it's not secure that he's going to be in the rotation long term necessarily. I mean, what if, hypothetically, a guy like Josh James comes back midseason? Maybe Justin Verlander actually pitches this year. Who knows? Things would go crazy. And so with Javier, he's priced reasonably, but again, he just doesn't have that upside I'm looking for with some of these other guys. A guy like McKenzie you talked about earlier. Well, I'm pretty sold on him because that really low walk rate. And, like Harmon mentioned earlier, the Indians, they know how to keep their guys, they know how to keep their guys with command. They have 4 the top 25 lowest walk rates. And so I feel like McKenzie, that floor is really high. So I'm not worried about that. And so Javier, he's okay. But again, he's not somebody that does anything for me.
Bubba, are you buying in on Christian Javier?
I am at his price. He's got the spot in the rotation. Everyone's happy about Framber, which I love Framber as well. But then you got Urquidy. Then you got Javier, just kind of gets the forgotten man, like NFBC ADP since the 14th on online. 223 is going around guys like Andrew Heaney, who I just hate with a passion. Drew Smiley. You have a couple guys that you're taking risks already. Give me Christian Javier because everyone points at his strikeout rate last year is only 8.9 K per 9, but throughout his minor league years were very, very strong. And sure, those were in double and single A. I get that, but this is also a guy that's a heavy fastball pitcher with a very, very good slider that you let that Houston Nationals organization work with him some more and change his pitch mix up a bit. He still has a changeup and a curveball as well. I think there's things you can definitely like with a guy like Christian Javier, and he's not costing you a bunch. Like the ceiling is pretty solid with Christian Javier, but if for some reason he stumbles early, he's not costing you a lot, so you can just drop him and find the next cool thing on the waiver wire. So I don't mind him at all at this point. He kind of feels like the forgotten man out of the big 3 young arms in Houston.
I mean, I like how you just snuck in that Andrew Heaney hate, knowing how much I love him, and that
you like injured players though. That's what you like.
How dare you? How dare you, sir? I will be texting you later, interrupting your barbecue and stuff. Adam, talk to me about Christian Javier.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say I'm very anti-Heaney hate. Love Andrew Heaney, Angels fan here. I just every year I'm like, this is the year he's gonna put it all together. I mean, granted, it's let me down every year since, but I gotta stay in on the Heaney hype. As far as Javier though, with the Astros, he's slotted into a rotation spot right now, if I remember correctly. And I don't know if there's a whole lot behind him that's going to push him out of the rotation. Like, is Forrest Whitley going to finally come up and pitch? Like, I don't know. Is Josh James going to be a starter? He seems to be a bullpen kind of guy. So I don't mind buying into Javier. He's pretty cheap. And he's a fly ball pitcher with the upcoming dead end ball. It might help him a little bit. Just some of the things that interest me a little bit in him. I'm gonna buy in, but maybe not at he's not someone I'm gonna be reaching for. If he's around, then I'll grab him.
All right, Carmen, are you buying in on Christian Javier?
There's not much left to be said here, but like Bubba said, I do like him at the price. As Adam said, he is a fly ball pitcher, and it's kind of weird because he induced a ton of very weak contact. He was top 10 percentile in hard hit rate last year, and when I think of guys who induce weak contact, they're typically ground ballers. So that's kind of interesting and makes me think there is kind of a trap door below, like where this could go sideways sort of quickly. But I trust the Astros, with them being one of the greatest pitching organizations that Bubba and Pierre mentioned. I think that at SP 75 range, I think he's fine there. The projections do hate him, about a 4.5 to 5 ERA, meaning that if the guys are drafting based on those public projections, he might slide a little and he could potentially be a good value.
I mean, Javier is one of those guys that I'm just worried. I want him to have a third pitch, and like he doesn't really. I mean, and that's my fear, is that those fly balls are going to end up being home runs. Maybe the dead ball does help him, and I need to reevaluate that a little bit. But it just scares me. I think he's locked into a rotation spot unless he's awful, and so I do think there is some safety because I do think he's going to pitch. But I do worry about him being a 2-pitch guy and that coming back to bite him. I want to see what his pitch mix looks like in spring training before I'm willing to buy in. He was a guy I picked up a lot in Fab last year, and I was pretty happy with the results. But if I'm going to buy in for a full season, need to see some growth right there on that third pitch. All right. Next guy we're going to talk about, we've got about 5 minutes left, let's see, Byung-Gun Kim. It's technically his second year, at least in the majors. So tell me, Carmen, what are you thinking on Byung-Gun Kim for this year?
Yeah, so while it's only his second year, he is 32 years old, and he's racked up a ton of innings. In the KBO, he pitched into an excellent 1.62 ERA last year, but that came with an 87% strand rate, like a sub 220 BABIP. So he's definitely going to negatively regress in 2021. He just doesn't strike people out at all. 7.3% swinging strike rate, 15% K rate in general. Just like at SP90 even, I'm kind of out. Some actionable fantasy advice I can give is I'm much more in on another second-year pitcher, Dean Kramer of the Baltimore Orioles, who's going right after him, who I think has quite a bit more upside than Kim.
What about you, Pierre? Are you in on Kim?
No, I'm not at all. And this is somebody who, I mean, it really hasn't had the strikeout upside that we're looking for. Didn't show it last year, but also even in the KBO. I mean, it wasn't his calling card. And look, he's somebody who is going to be stuck in the rotation now at this point, just because Cardinals don't have a whole lot of other great options. But yeah, there's nothing here that motivates me to want him. In fact, I think he could be kind of a trap player. You figure, well, it's a good value for a decent player, but it's not there. He kind of scares me in terms of the fact that his xARA was more than double of his actual ERA last year. So I'm definitely out on him.
Bubba, save me. Are you in on Kim?
Yes. I just like to ask this room real quick. How many people here like Kyle Hendricks? Because he's basically very similar to Kyle Hendricks. Similar strikeout rates, heavy ground ball rates, ratios are good. The Cardinals have no reason not to throw him a ton of innings. Kyle Hendricks is a better pitcher, don't get me wrong. But you're also getting Kim at pick like 280 or later in drafts. I have no reason not to take him. He's in a great pitcher's ballpark, in a great division to pitch in. I think Kim is going at a very, very discounted rate. If you're looking for a ratio saver later in your draft, I think there's a lot to like about Kim. Heavy ground ball guys are nice to have at this point in the draft.
I'm right there with you, Bubba. So, and I've talked about him on the Sleeper on the Bus, so I won't go into much detail. Adam, what are your thoughts on Kim?
I'm like falling asleep just looking at him, his stuff.
He's not flashy at all.
It's just so, underwhelming, but if that's what you need, then go out and get him. 280 ADP is not terrible. Justin, if I'm being honest, I do think you ranked him a little too high in your top 150 for Fangraphs, but
he's coming down a little bit.
If you need a ratio saver or something safe, then you could do a lot worse than him. He's kind of like the polar opposite of some of the guys that we've discussed earlier. it's going to give you innings, ton of them, as opposed to, you know, McKenzie and all these other guys who you have no idea how much they're going to give you.
Yeah, he's definitely going to come down in my ranks. I think I was a little bit too aggressive, but I agree with Bubba. I think he's Kyle Hendricks light in a lot of ways. I think he's going to give you the volume that you're not necessarily going to get maybe from some of these riskier pitchers we've been talking about. And so I think that's important. I think often everybody, when they get to that point in the draft, is like, upside. I need upside. I need guys to pop. You need guys that are going to produce too. Not every pick is going to pop and be, you know, turn into the next, you know, 4th round or 3rd round player. Some of these guys you just need to get consistent production from, and Kim is one of those guys that you can do it with. We've got one more guy. We don't have a lot of time. We've got like a minute and a half, and then I got to turn it over to the final crew of the day. So if you're still watching, make sure you continue to watch because it's not over. We're going to continue this for a little bit longer and give away those TGFBI spots. If you're watching on Twitter, you might want to go over to Facebook. You might want to go over to YouTube. You might want to go over Twitch because that's where it's going to continue. For some reason, Twitter only lets us record for 4 hours. I'm not setting up a new stream and switching over again. It's just too difficult. So we've got a minute left. Tony Gonsolin, we kind of mentioned him a little bit. I just want you to tell me, are you in or are you out at the current ADP, Pierre?
I'm in, and you know, we saw what happened is he all of a sudden he was climbing the charts, and now all of a sudden dropped back down again. He's reasonable value. Look, 22% K minus BB. I'm totally in.
Bubba, are you in or out?
I'm out. He doesn't have a job right now.
Oh, Adam, are you in or out?
I'm in. I'm hoping he gets traded somewhere where he can really show out, though.
Carmen, are you in or are you out?
Out, but more in than Dustin May.
I'm in. You only because the price is becoming cheaper and cheaper, and he's probably going to be the long man. He's not getting sent down to the minors, it doesn't appear, and he could get some sneaky wins when the Dodgers do that Dodgeritis stuff and pull guys before they qualify for a win. So I think he could be Tyler Mahle kind of esque from last year, where we thought he was going to be the follower and either sneak some cheap wins or ends up in the rotation because they've got a bunch of guys who get hurt. So I got to move on to the next crew, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. It was a blast. Make sure you're following all these guys on Twitter and following their work. But I'm going to unceremoniously kick you all out like I always do and move on to the next crew. And here we go. So, Adam survived for a second there, but not for super long. And we are putting together the final crew, my favorite crew of the day. And that is because my wife is on it and Mike the Mouth is on it because he donated $1,000 today to help us get over that hump that we beat that we wanted to beat from last year. I really do appreciate, Mike, just your generosity and you coming on and delivering some really, really great knowledge on your segment. Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug all of you, whatever you want to plug.
Is this a part of the show I'm supposed to get naked now or no?
Hey, you donated $1,000. You get naked if you want.
Danielle, it's nice to finally meet you after all this time.
Nice to meet you too, Mike.
You know,
Great to see
I
you.
had a good time meeting Justin for the first time, seeing Rudy for the first time, who I was just messaging with before and saying, like, why he said, I'm in New York. He doesn't come up and say hello to me. I must be too imposing. Doesn't want to say hello to me. And then, of course, there's the legend of Ariel Cohen. So I'm really honored to be on with him. Of course, I love your Ian Khan doing impersonations of you. When Ian Khan is doing impersonations of you, you've arrived, you know. So, and he did call me after I spoke to you, Justin, after I set him up like that, ranting and raving about how I set him up and left him hanging out to dry there at that point. So, so now I'm supposed to donate $2,000. He said to you because I'm not donating that. So whatever. But look, all good stuff, man. So yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. Happy to support a good cause and whatever. I work with crazy people for a living, so I can appreciate how important it is to have people be more sane in life. So that's kind of what I do. And so yeah, so it's all good stuff. And I'm glad I had a few minutes to jump back on and wrap things up with you guys today. And you can see me right in the bottom there at Godfather NFBC. And I will be, and now on top of everything else tonight, we're recording Draft Champagne with Zach Roto. I'll be doing another episode when we'll be unloading about my odyssey over the last 5 appearances I've done and talking about all the fun things that I've experienced doing those shows and taking on the industry a little bit more and doing more of my or off-color PG-13R stuff on that show. It's coming up tonight.
Definitely check that out over on the Jeff Champagne podcast with Zach. Zach wasn't able to come on, but he donated an NFBC 50 entry, so we appreciate him as well. Love the work he's been doing over there on that podcast. Joining us as well is Rudy Gamble, freshly vaccinated. He had to dip out yesterday, which we were all in support of.
There we go.
Because he got
Nice.
that. We like to see that because we want everybody to stay healthy. Rudy, remind people where you can reach on social media and plug everything you do.
Oh yeah, so at Rudy Gamble on Twitter. All my stuff's on Razzball, where you can see the very sporadic post, or basically go to the tools and the subscriptions, where the season long subscriptions are there. Every tool is mine. Player page, preseason projections, rest of season projections, season to date, daily, weekly. It's all up there. So Razzball.com/subscriptions if you don't want to. If you like to just type that stuff in.
I don't want to scare anybody, but Rudy had hair before he had the shot, so that.
Yeah.
Not that I'm trying to push anybody over, because this is a wig, but I just said that.
No, it was a lot to give up. I'm a little worried I'm sterile. Because there's no confirmation yet that I'm not sterile. Although I think the vasectomy I got after my twins were born, I think that'll probably stick. And if it reverses it, that's another thing I'm going after Moderna on that. Moderna's paying care on the next kid if that one pops out. Either that or I'm going after someone with an axe.
I'm going to start to freak out if that's something that's possible, Rudy. Holy cow. I had a hysterectomy, but if this grows back my uterus, I'm really going to have some concerns.
And
is there an overshare icon to put up here, like that I can put on?
Nope.
No.
So. There's nothing wrong. Hey, Mike, you got to normalize this stuff. It's part of general. There's mental health. There's general health. We don't have to stigmatize stuff. I've talked on other stuff about this. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Salingers are they sometimes maybe share too much. It's
what
maybe, but not on stuff like having that hysterectomy, or there's stuff that like not every pregnancy goes as expected. We had something similar here. I remember us talking on that. So that's the type of stuff that if you've got if you don't mind sharing it, then I think all power to you, because otherwise that stuff kind of hides in closets and people get get all affected by stigmas that shouldn't really exist.
Yeah, well, I've been out of the closet for years, so that's good for me. But yeah,
wait, is that why it's Mike the Mouth?
Yeah, everything that Danielle's experienced. I talk about a couple of things. Yeah, I understand the loss of having a child early on, so I get that too. We went through experienced that kind of stuff as well earlier in my life. I think
happens to so many
people. It is traumatic, and for sure at that point, and also having a hysterectomy, that's not easy on yourself either. So I've had that too. So
I don't have a uterus either.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I'm in good company with all of you. Fantastic.
You're in good company.
No uteri on this panel. Ariel Cohen joining us as well. Ariel, remind everybody where you can be reached and plug all your work.
Oh, sure. You can see me on Twitter at ATC@Y. I'm on Fangraphs, ATC Projections. But first of all, kudos to you, Justin and Danielle, for really putting this together. A very noble cause, and running a telethon for good part of 2 days is enormous. And I love your show on TGFBI. I love hearing the whole banter back and forth. I think it's a great series. Anyone who's listening to this should check that out also.
Thanks, Ariel.
And that's what we're doing. We're going to be adding to that right now. But before we do, I want Bruce to remind everybody where he can be reached on social media and plug all his work.
Hey, you can find me at BCJR Fantasy on Twitter, and I write for Justin at Friends with Fantasy Benefits. And we got a podcast over there too, Greg Blankenship and Ben Brennis. We just started one. I don't know, I just like to write how I kind of view the game and how I approach the game, which I think is slightly different than other people.
And of course, my beautiful, amazing, loving wife who's allowed me to do stuff like Podapolooza and, take over some responsibilities so that way we could raise some money today. I mean, I've been giving a lot of credit to people in the industry, a lot of credit to the people donating, but without Danielle allowing me to do this, none of this would happen. Danielle, remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug all of your work.
Okay, I can be found at Mrs. D. Salinger on Twitter, most of the time trying to support everybody here or harassing my husband. And our little adventure of Beat Him at His Own Game, a fantasy wife's journey into fantasy baseball. I can be found on Twitter at fantasy_about. Or the blog is found at talkaboutfantasy.wordpress.com. And then our podcast can be found on the TGFBI podcast site.
And I haven't been plugging my own stuff very much today or yesterday, largely because I'm here to help plug other people and raise money. But you can always follow me on Twitter at Justin Mason FWFB. If you're watching on Twitter right now, this live stream may end. So you're going to need to go find it on Facebook or on Twitch or on YouTube. If you look at my pinned tweet, there should be the information on how to find all those. But unfortunately, Twitter only lets us live stream for 4 hours at a time. That's why we have to keep switching feeds. Apologize for that, but I just wasn't going to switch to another feed. So definitely keep following along. What we're doing here on this final segment, aside from at some point giving away all those TGFBI spots, and we're currently at $7,778.98 raised, which means we're giving away at least 7 spots. If we get over 8,000, we'll give away an 8th spot for TGFBI next year. So still time to donate. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com, at Justin Salinger on Venmo. And like I've said before, if people keep donating after this ends and we go over thresholds for TGFBI, I'll add more prizes. And we've had a lot of people give back their prizes because they're in the industry and they, don't either already subscribe to places, don't want the subscriptions, or don't want some of the gifts and want to go to other people. I'll keep raffling those off as people give them back. So you definitely have time to win a ton of prizes still. But what we're going to do here right now is Danielle is going to be in her first ever draft tomorrow. It's TGFBI, starts in the morning, I believe, actually noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. She's nervous. She's a little scared, as she should be, because this is going to be something very foreign to her. She's going up against really, really good people in the industry who are playing, in spite of what Mike the Mouth might say. And she needs some pep talks. She needs to get a little zen in her life. And so I handpicked all 4 of these people to come on and help her, because I ain't helping her. Yeah. I'm not going to help her. It's not going to happen. I want to be in her head. I don't want her head to be calm, except for I brought people in to do that.
I'm pretty sure Zen is an Asian thing, not a Caucasian thing. But
Danielle's part Asian.
Yeah. What? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wait,
my grandfather's from the Philippines.
Okay, so you'll have to be the provider of it for that.
We make this real simple, Justin. It's very simple. First of all she's got to do is put an earbud in her ear. I'll walk her to the draft. I'll help her make every pick. She'll win the thing hands down just from the draft alone. You pick some, give it her, because they're gonna go, that looks like an amazing draft when they're done. They're gonna be shocked when they see the picks. So that's all she got to do. She just relax. She can have a cocktail. I'll give her the picks as she goes, and she can take credit for all the brilliance of the draft that she'll win at the draft table, right? I mean, who's in this league that she's drafting? Did you list down who's in this league? Who are the heavy hitters that are in this league in the TGFBI? I'll try not to laugh.
I know that Todd Zola, who has won TGFBI and is a very good player in his own right, is in her league. I know Peter Christensen, or better known as @DraftCheat on the Twitter machine, is in there. He's done some stuff in NFBC as well. So, and I can't remember who else is in the league, but it's not it's kind of it ranked in Smada's little standings ranker, like right in the middle. So probably some pretty good people, some newer people. I think it's got the most amount of new people in our league, so it's hard to tell.
So essentially, Danielle, you're in a 3-team, 15-team league, so that's a good thing. You're fine. You'll be fine. So don't worry about that. But if you want, I guess more than happy to help you guide you through the whole draft. So that's as close as drafting a team in your league. That's it.
And that's what I'm trying to avoid. The whole purpose of this project is for her to actually take the information we've given her on that podcast and that she's gotten through doing her own research and put it into action. So she's not going to take help from people necessarily. But Mike, talk to me about what it's like when you go into a draft. I know you talked about this a little bit earlier. You like to rib people. You like to get into people's heads. So tell Danielle how to keep people out of her heads and get into others.
Well, you're doing it online, right? It's a different experience online, right? You're not doing
it is online and it's a slow draft.
Oh, so it's also a slow draft too. So you have, how many hour clock? Because you have like an hour clock, 2 hour clock,
4 hour clock.
Oh, we did 4 hour.
Why don't you just make this draft results for 2022 at that point? 4 hour clock.
We have international participants, people drafted in China and Argentina, in England, and in Australia. It would be a little unfair.
The sun never sets on TGFBI.
Look at the disgust. He's holding the. Look at Bruce. He's holding the disgust in his face. That's why he called it. That's why I don't know. He knows.
Bruce is a xenophobe.
No.
See, that's not
China.
True.
Come on, man.
Man, see, can't be, man. I love Star Wars, so no way, man.
I love CPAC for this. Oh.
See, but Mike has a point. You're talking to a dude who runs drafts that are like, let's go. If you're in his draft, you have to give him your phone number, and he will text you when you're up. If you don't make a pick real quick, like you are not gonna play again with him, because these guys. They've won a lot, and if you want to get better, you need to either play with the people that win, or you need to study the game like outrageously hard. Me personally, I think you do both. And honestly, Mike, he talks a lot of smack, but he's right most of the time. I mean, some things everybody's wishy-washy, but overall, he likes to, you gotta have good team construction. You look at some of these guys and what they do; it's horrible. It's not. They've lost the league in the first 7 picks, and they don't even know it. And that's why Mike is so like, oh my God, what are you guys doing? And it's like, there's so much wonderful information out here, and ain't nobody really paying attention to it. Like, really, if you're going to read it, and then apply it, and then try it again. But I mean, for me, I start off first, like, what is your overall goal, Danielle? Like, that's the first question I ask myself. What is it? What is your goal?
It's to beat Justin. That's the main purpose. Is to put together a team that will beat Justin.
You've got to aim higher.
No, so here's how I look at it.
I think that's goal A.
I look at one person alone I want to beat, and that's myself. And my bar is high. I don't care about.
You got to turn the camera off then.
But yeah, I don't care about any of these other guys. And like, I have a personal goal of what I want.
Get fired for that,
I do understand where it's going, how long it's going to take as well. These guys talk about Mike talks. I got, he got crushed in the first. My drafts I were in last year, I got crushed in some of them. It was just, but then you go back and I study them. Why did I get crushed? I don't like. Yes, but dude, I'm playing against great players. Of course, I'm going to get crushed at some point. But I need to know why, and then learn from it and move on. Personally, that's what I do.
But hold on a second, because this is Danielle's first shot. She has nothing to learn from being crushed before. She's trying to avoid being crushed right now.
Study. There's so many things out there you could study. So many people have put their results out there. So many draft boards. Hell, put them together in a projection system. Some of these starts and literally see what their projected stats are. It's going to line up, and you're going to see that some people do not have the correct start to win a league. And they're like, oh, don't worry, I'll just fab closers. No, you won't. You're going to suck at it because you have 0 already there, and you have 5 other people in your league that are going to be doing the same thing. You're not really going to you have to have a better plan than that. And I think you can learn from so many other draft boards that are out there, and some of these actual really smart podcasts that are out there, if you really listen and then apply what they say.
So Danielle,
is it a fab league? Is this a fab league in these leagues or no?
It is. Yeah. It's same setup as the main event.
Yeah. Well, okay.
So Danielle, do you have a plan at every single pick? Like do you have an idea? You're in the 5th round. Like, what's your general plan of what you're going to do? Yeah, as long as you have your plan, you don't have to worry. You got 4 hours. You don't have to, oh my God, I got to get this done in 1 minute. Just play your plan out and you got it. So what's your plan? I want to hear it.
Okay, my plan so far is that I don't have a plan. I started working on it last night, looking at what my pick is and, starting to look at how I feel I need to construct my roster. So what I'm going to try and do is approach it that I have an idea of maybe a few players that I want for each pick and kind of see how things are going in the draft and whether or not I think I'm going to be able to get those guys or if I think there's going to be somebody better at that time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, an easy piece of advice, Danielle, first time out, and this is an old adage, you can't necessarily win the draft in the first several rounds, but you definitely lose it, okay? So your first time out there, just don't go shoot for the moon and go crazy. Just take the ones that you just know that are just like, these are solid picks, go like that, because you know what, you don't want to get crazy doing that now, and because you definitely can lose it in the beginning too, at that point, and then later on, as you get later in the draft, then you have more time, it takes some time to research these players, you have a lot of resources. And I think, Bruce makes a good point. All kidding aside here, there's no excuse in this day and age to be a bad fantasy player. Okay, if you're going to compete in the upper echelons of this contest, because there's just so much phenomenal information out there. Everybody here knows that. I mean, I spend my days listening to stuff constantly, reading stuff constantly. I didn't have those resources, we started doing this kind of stuff at all, how many years ago. And those of you guys that are older, have been playing this for a long time, know. We live in an era of the information. We get everything at our fingertips. The advanced metrics now, it's all out there. So if you just to me, you're just lazy. If you're trying to compete this level, and you're not getting better every year, if you're putting that kind of money out there, and there are a lot of lazy analysts. And Ariel, I will not call these people out, and Rudy won't. They know who I'm talking about. Who just walk into these drafts and they're analysts and they're supposed to represent the community, and they go,
I'm right here.
This is my first draft. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other guys that purport to pretend to be like these guys that go out there and do the metric and then show up at these tout wars, and they say, well, this is my first draft. How can it be your first draft if it's March, in a baseball season, and be legitimate at that stage? But it tells me you've done no work. Okay, you've done, you may know the same metrics, but you've done no work to become, to put a winning team together, or have a chance of going in and doing that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I said, but in this day and age, there's no reason for this.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, so I think what you're saying about looking at the draft and having a plan for each round, that's a good start. That's similar to what I do. I know Rob Silver mentioned this earlier, and I agree with it. I think you start with starting pitchers. Potentially are your first reliever. So you make your decision on when you're going to take your first, say, 3 starters and your first reliever, and then you look at ADP, figure out where you like, which rounds you like, and then you're building in your hitters after that. The thought of actually worrying where you're taking your 4th starter is kind of laughable. But first 7 to 10 picks, to me, what you want to aim for is at least you probably want to go 6 hitters, 4 pitchers, or 7 hitters, 3 pitchers. That's just the normal balance there is. 5 hitters, 5 pitchers, you're going to be chasing hitting throughout the draft. So where Mike was saying, don't go, you're probably not going to want to go too far off ADP on things. I would say, thinking of that first 10 rounds coming out with, I would argue, no more than 1 reliever. And thus 2 or 3 starters, and that's just whatever you feel comfortable with.
Especially in a 50 rounder, Danielle.
Well, no, this is the main event style, so it's 30 rounds.
Well, it's 30 rounds. Okay, so you have
right.
to go
So now, I mean, there's others obviously that are there's a lot of pitching zealots out there that might feel comfortable with a 5 pitcher, 5 hitter. But I do think that puts you in the hole on hitting, and the people that do that really should either be savants in finding values in hitters in rounds 11 to 20,
right,
or maybe they think too highly of their pitching selections. I don't, but I would say as a beginner, 6 hitters, 4 pitchers is probably where you want to be.
What number do you have, Danielle? What do you have in draft? What number do you have? It also matters too.
Pick 7.
Okay, that's perfect.
Great number.
It's a great number.
I've heard.
It's a perfect number to be right smack in the middle. You're not stuck on the ends and runs. It's very. You could easily get, if you wanted to do double aces to start off with, you can easily get a great one right there. I mean, you're probably going to have a shot at DeGrom. You're probably going to have a shot potentially at, in these leagues. I mean, maybe not the NFBC at 7. You may not get a DeGrom or a Cole, but if you really want to go, if DeGrom is there, take him number 1. Okay, just to make your life. You want to make your life easier this year. I think that might be a good place just for you this year. At that point, I might, regardless of what Less Than Dave would like to say, he's definitely firmly entrenched in the first round, and it's a good way to start off your draft if you don't want to play around and do that starting off. But,
yeah. So Danielle, here's my piece of advice to you.
Okay.
What I would do, and please do this, go on to Fangraphs and go under the projections tab to the auction calculator. Okay. It says auction calculator. Pick your favorite projection system. If it's ATC, depth charts, steamer, whatever you think is the best one. I use ATC if you don't know that. But pick which one. You then put in the league settings. So we have 5 outfielders and 1 second baseman, 1 shortstop. You put in all the league settings, 15 teams, right? It will spit out a dollar amount, an auction value for each player. Don't just take this list. There's also buttons to see what it is for catchers, what it is for first baseman, second baseman, shortstops, pitchers, starting pitchers, relief pitchers. Print out for yourself on paper every single one of these lists, and you'll get a dollar amount. What you do is the person who you should pick next is wherever there's the highest drop between the person that's available and like 2 or 3 picks down. Because if there's a guy who says $30 and there's the next guy down is $10, man, you're better off getting that position. Like, pick whatever position is the highest drop. That's what I do for football. And when I play fantasy football, I don't even know any of the players. I thought it was Julio Jones. I don't even know how to pronounce people's names. Julio Jones. I don't even know how to pronounce their names. I don't know who they are. But all I know is just pick the right spot. For me, it said take Travis Kelce in the first round. By golly, I did that, and I almost won my league. I lost in the Super Bowl in my league. Just do that.
Unfortunately, I got to run. My wife giving me giving a high five for dinner. I got to eat, guys, so I got to jump out of here. But
hey, Mike, thank you so much for coming on twice and donating. Really, really appreciate it. And the promo code, MTM Mason?
MTM Mason. Put it in the chat. MTM Mason is still active. People have used it today as well. They were telling me they were using it. So for $100 off your main event entry from the NFBC. All right, guys. So hope to see you guys out there. Good luck, Danielle. Hope to talk to you guys soon. And
thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
I'll see you in New York.
Bye.
I'll see you in New York, Mike.
See you guys. See you in New York.
All right. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to turn it over to Danielle and let her play host for a little bit and ask questions of you guys. So that way she makes sure she gets the information she wants from this, and it gets her question answered. So that way she feels prepared mentally for TGFBI tomorrow. And I'm going to disappear for a minute, go use the restroom, and I'll be back.
I see now why he wanted me to be on. This was just so he could get a
I'm hoping this isn't
break.
like a Naked Gun thing. We're going to hear like a 3-minute long pee.
Take off the headphones.
Luckily, he doesn't have the mic attached to him.
There you go.
Oh, God. A little slow getting up. Okay. So there are 2 things I would say that at this point are most pressing on my mind. One is that, I've had this pressure of feeling that, okay, I had 2 weeks to get prepared for all of this. But I'm trying to remember that, one, the draft starts tomorrow, but it's going to go for a little bit. And so I don't necessarily have to have everything mapped out by the time I go to sleep tonight, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be all the way through.
We're only going to get through 2 rounds tomorrow, so yeah, and you have to. It would take a certain type of incompetence to really screw. Like, you could screw the draft up in your first 7, and the first 2, unless you go really off script, it's kind of hard.
Okay.
So yeah, no,
you'll make it through the day.
You'll get through the day. I mean, it helps. I mean, if there's something to focus on tonight, it's what you want to do in those first 2 rounds. So it's like, I mean, DeGrom, as Mike mentioned, is definitely a good choice.
You're not going to get DeGrom, though. You're not going to get DeGrom.
No, I think there's a good chance. You don't know you just don't know your league. Like, I mean, there's definitely because if this was main event, because they're really into starting pitching, But yeah, I don't know. I feel like most when you start, you tend to go a little more hitter heavy, versus going the pitcher route. But not that I've just found that that's generally the easiest path in the beginning, and then you start prioritizing pitchers a little bit more. But it's like there's a number of guys you can go with at 7, and I'd say there's only like five guys aren't on the board. So we know Acuna is not on the board. We know Tatis isn't on the board. We know Soto's not going to be on the board.
And DeGrom's not going to be on the board.
Well, and Betts. I would say those 4. I'd be highly surprised if those 4 are on. And then
you might get Mike Trout. That's a very good possibility.
Trout. Yeah, I'd probably say Trout's in your set of maybes. Trey
Bieber.
Yeah, I think any of the pitchers could be there. Any of the pitchers could be there at 7. Trout, there's maybe. Trey Turner, there's a maybe. Yeah, but I think I think just those 4 you kind of rule out, and then I like just to see it as you've got a certain order you want to go in, but you're going to have a couple hours to deliberate. Even though people get a little antsy.
Yeah,
thing.
I've seen that.
So even if
year.
you've got to ask people, like I'm just into these two guys. A lot of times when you're thinking on your first pick, you're thinking about, well, what's my second pick going to be? Just in the short term. So it could be like, if you like the pitchers that are going to be available in the second round more than the hitters, then you might be more likely to go with a pitcher there. I think 7's really a wild card pick. I think you can't really go wrong. It's just what you like. Because the hitters are a little bit. It's a little bit of a grab bag there, depending on how the board goes.
Yeah, and don't worry between picks. Usually if you're playing a 1-minute clock, you have to look at what's doing and pay attention.
Yeah.
If you have 4 hours between, you can almost turn it off and just turn it on when it's your turn, and you've got time to think. So don't get worried at any point in the middle. And like Rudy said, you're not going to do bad. You're going to have a lot of good picks at 1. I'm picking 9th. I'm actually picking right after your husband in the same league, 8th. Whatever pick falls to me. I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm not even thinking about who I'm going to pick first for myself. I'm going to get someone, and the person will be very good. And on the way around, then you'll have to make a decision as to, all right, what complements that first person? Where do I think it's headed? And you'll make a decision then. So, don't stress at any point. Bruce, anything to add there?
I think there's a couple things. The way I look at it personally is don't overwhelm yourself thinking you got to do everything right now. Today, not in 2 weeks. The way I look at it, man, it's an ongoing process. I want to be a great fantasy player over the long term. So that means every single day or every time I sit down to actually work, I'm working on it. And I'm really trying at that. I'm not necessarily sweating, I have to know all 750 players in a DC. Like that's, once you think of it like that, it kind of gets a little overwhelming. But like they said, Lord, last year, I think it took all the way till the end of the first day for me to make my first round pick. And I was pick 14. And I'm like, that's kind of how it goes. And then the second thing I would say is if you take a look at the NFBC, they have the new, average draft position. I go look at that and I tweak the start date, or the from date to date. Like I usually go 2 weeks, 3 weeks, depending on what time of year it is. As we get closer to the season, I really kind of move it, into a smaller amount. But if you take a look at 7, these are the players you realistically can get. Jacob deGrom, Juan Soto, Mookie Betts, Garrett Cole, Trey Turner, Mike Trout, Shane Bieber, and everyone below him. The reason I say that is the min pick for Acuna is 1, Max is 5, Tatis 1 and 6. Those guys have not fallen to 7 at all, so I wouldn't actually believe they would be there. But for me, if they're at 7, that's just too easy. Like that's crazy for me. I'm just like Ariel said, I'm just gonna pick them and go on about my day because that's too easy. But then for me, I would look at it like, who do I personally like between DeGrom, Soto, Betts, Cole, Trey Turner, Trout, and Bieber? How would I rank that? Because I do agree personally that I don't think DeGrom will be there. But you never know. It's a fab league, and you do turn over almost 50% of your roster throughout the year.
So let me just give you just a tip about the first round. you're either going to get a hitter or a pitcher, right? That sounds silly because it's true. Decide now.
It doesn't sound silly. It's yeah.
But yeah, decide now if you want to make a decision now. Decide if you want to start with a pitcher, and you're probably going to get either Cole DeGrom, probably not DeGrom, but Cole or Bieber, and you'll get that person. And if you don't want, if you say I want hitter, then you're probably going to get Betts, Trout, or Turner, and decide if you want to do that. Just pick a category now. Think about your strategy now, and you won't have to worry because you'll get whatever the best pitcher and best hitter is in those categories. And on the way back, maybe do the opposite. If you got a pitcher, get a hitter. Like keep yourself as balanced as you can. If you got a pitcher first, get a hitter the second round. Do what Rudy said. You want to pick. You don't want to pick half. You want to pick probably about 2/3 of your players hitters and 1/3 of pitchers along the way. Just use that mantra. Stay balanced along the way. And you'll be fine. Anybody who's going to go way out of whack probably has less of a chance than you will by just, I think Ian Kahn said on the show, by just playing chalk. Just do what the average is, and you'll get most of the way there for yourself.
I mean, if you are average, like if you're 75th percentile in each category, in all 10 categories, you're going to be battling for your league title. You will be probably high up in the overall. That's why people use benchmarks, and that's why it's 80% benchmark, 75% benchmark around there. Is you shoot for those, and obviously try to get higher, but you want to be balanced, especially if this is your first time going on. I agree totally with what they're saying.
Right. Well, so the first thing was saying balance is that I do think first 10 picks, 6-4, 7-3 on hitters, pitchers, and just one reliever. I mean, there's people that do two relievers. But especially these days, I don't think you play that. What Bruce is alerting to is like, how do you stay balanced, not just on hitters versus pitchers, it's in the categories. And that gets into the question of how are you, do you have any plan for how you might be tracking how you're doing in the draft? Do you have any projections you're working on that might?
Smata does them, by the way. Smata will actually do them for you.
Yeah.
So,
but I don't know.
Smata,
No, I know he does.
Yeah.
But his are basically
depth charts.
No. It's not being a snob about he's using depth charts. Yeah. It's the challenge of he's comparing people in the second round versus people who are in the fourth round. There might be a little noise in there, and it might, but. I suppose if you're looking at the ranks in there, it'll basically tell you something along the lines of your 400th in stolen bases and your 200th in homers. So that's not, you could probably use that. Yeah. So you're kind of in a position where a key with baseball right now is that stolen bases are rare. If you don't get them early, at least one source that you're good. There's really no good options as you go down in the draft. Basically, everything is tends to be negative in other categories. So, I mean that would be one thing. But I think looking at Smata's standings and getting a sense for okay, what's my rank of runs, homers, RBIs? How do they compare? I think in the minority in that the 80th percentile thing is. I'm really not a believer in, and it's basically just because most people are hitting those targets, and it's mathematically impossible for that to happen. So everyone's using their own projections and basically coming up to the 80th percentile. If you think about it, everyone should be averaging the 50th percentile. So to me, it's a false comfort. What I would be focusing on is just trying to be balanced across your categories, whatever those ranks that are in the Smata thing. Clearly, you're picking people toward the top of the list, but the reality is that no matter what your projections say, you're probably closer to the 50th percentile than the 80th percentile.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about categories that much. Stolen base, home. I wouldn't worry about that. I would just try to pick the best available player.
Yeah.
Like do that drop thing
Right.
that I talked about
Well,
position.
think about
but,
it. Yeah.
Yeah. But look at Smarta's thing, and it'll show like red and green. Red means you're a little bit under, but just like Rudy said, look within you. Do you have a little bit more homers than stolen bases? If you are a little bit light, so your next guy maybe pick a guy
On rank, right?
On rank, a little bit more stolen bases. If you
Everything
had to
equal,
guy.
right?
Yeah, just use it as a tiebreaker.
Yeah, just try to noodle it. But yeah, you're not going to want to. The thing that always makes drafters like just frustrated when you're looking at me like, I am going to have to go deep down on my draft list in order to take this guy in order to get balanced. The goal, the perfect draft feels like it's always a guy at your top of your list. I'm like, oh, I'll choose option 3 instead of option 1 to balance.
Right.
But speed is the one that's the ugliest. If you so there's times where speed, I feel like at some points of draft, and I plan ahead of time, it's like, okay, like I'm going to take the guy who's like 15th on my list. Because if I don't do that, then I'm going to take the guy 35th on my list later in the draft.
Yeah.
So it's but I think that's the.
I would ignore that though. I would ignore that for now. I would just stick to pick the best for you. Pick the best guy. If you happen to be unbalanced, at the very end you'll get some more guys or pick up waiver guys. Like for you, just take the best guy. I'm telling you, you're going to do a lot better if you worry. Don't worry as much about I need a guy. Just take a guy at the top of the list, and you'll be fine. Don't over project, don't overreach, just don't reach. Reaching is not going to help your situation. I think you should just take the best guy.
Look,
if you're way out of whack,
just reach around. Don't do any more. Don't do anything more than reach around.
One of the things I will say about Smarta's sheet is what you can do, and I probably shouldn't be giving you this information because I don't want you to beat me. But one of the things you could do is he puts it in. It's a Google sheet. So what you can do is there's a little copy Google sheet. You can make your own copy every time you come up to pick, and then sort it by your league, so you can actually see who you're doing, how well you're doing against in your league. Or you can just find me, and if we're around the same pick, you can look at that too. But if you don't want to set up you're crunched for time, you're behind because you got the second vaccine, you got sick, and so you're really trying. You were already cramming, and now you're really trying to cram last minute. And while you're way smarter than I am, and I have no doubt you could do it, if you don't want to set up your own Google sheet or spreadsheet for yourself, you can just, like I said, when Smarta posts that tomorrow, just every pick, copy his, resort it by your league, or find me or wherever, and then kind of look at that as kind of a guide.
Okay. At what point do you guys feel, if there is any point at all, that the draft starts to get harder? You guys were saying kind of in the beginning, it's fairly easier. Is there a point where you think, okay, now I'm starting to dig deep?
A third of the way, 10th round, where you have to noodle a bit more and gets really tough, like around pick 20, maybe something like that. Rough guy, very rough guy.
Yeah, I think it's all relative to the drafter. Sometimes like the hard decision really varies for me each draft. I think, the last draft I did, it was like the 5th round where it seemed like every guy I wanted went just before me. But there is the feeling in that last third that, you've got your list of guys and you've got your strategies. It feels like you might be digging a bit more, but I don't know if that's harder as much. It's more inconsequential. But it's sometimes relative. I think in a slow draft, that's certainly not hard. You're just spending time and looking at which of the guys back then you like. So I think your hardest decision is going to be a case where you're just like, all the guys that I had at this round are gone. Like everyone that looked like, I don't know, it's the 5th round and you've got all these guys who are like 40th on your sheet, like great value. And all of a sudden those 3 go, and then you've got there's a huge hole for what now is left. That could be, but it is different in a slow draft. I don't know if there's anything ever truly hard. I'll say like doing a draft champions and you've got to go in the 50 rounds. That's some heavy digging, but It's tougher with a minute on the clock versus 240 of them.
Yeah, I watched a draft. I sort of hosted a draft where it was a minute clock, and holy Nike. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not doing something like that. I don't think I would have agreed to do this if that was the case. That's a little bit too much pressure with this short of a period of time for me.
And by the way, that gives you an advantage. The fact that it's 4 hours, not 1 minute, because maybe there are people who knew all the players. 1 minute, they'd have a bigger advantage on you. You wouldn't know what to dig. That advantage is neutralized. You've got as much time as everybody else. So this is advantage Danielle right here.
Good. Yeah, I like doing those draft champion leagues sometimes early, and each of those decisions then basically it's almost like you're doing like the last 20 the stress testing of your last 20% of research, like in each of those rounds, like, oh, I really have to choose between these two guys in the 20th round. And then by the time you're doing, like you do like a 1 minute draft, you've already done it. I mean, I've now worked to try to figure out a way that I don't even have to, that I try to prep all that stuff ahead of time. But there is something nice about slow drafts that, you can bury your nose in a forecaster or check 2 or 3 different sites to get like a consensus.
See, I'm kind of the opposite myself. Like, I like to go the first 10 rounds. I'm real nitpicky on those because I feel like if you hit your first 10 rounds, you're probably going to be pretty solid just throughout the year. But then since this is a fab league, because I like to make sure we know the settings correctly, we know that fab is a big thing. You're really going to turn over almost 50% of your roster during the year if you want to compete at times. Injuries come up. The seven-man bench spot really kind of handcuffs you. You don't have a ton of time to wait on some players either. I like to make sure that the big thing I compile at bats and try to get, innings pitched, because it's still going to be pretty hard. If the lower innings you have, the more elite innings you have to have, essentially. Ks, ratios, all that stuff. And that's just hard to do in today's climate. So if I'm like starting out real basic, I'm trying to make sure I get a lot of at-bats and a lot of innings pitched. In the first 10 rounds, if I can really nitpick these guys, that's where a lot of my value or a lot of my floor is going to come from. Now, the next 10 rounds, 11 through 20, 11 through 21, I get a little more frisky because draft price is also lowering quite a bit. But some of these guys are like the Byron Buxtons of the world. When they hit, they might really produce round 5, and that could be something. So I kind of like to go for some skills there that might complement my foundation I have. And then honestly, for me, around 21 to the end, since I know that I'm going to turn over so much of my roster, and just by value wise, they're the cheapest guys on your roster, like think $1, $2, $3. I kind of pick who I like. And if they don't pan out, I should have my floor from the first 22 picks. And those guys are the first ones out the door.
All right. What we're doing today is raising money for Mental Health America. We have raised a lot of it, and I want to just double check to make sure we haven't gotten any last minute donations that I've missed, but I don't believe we have. So we have currently raised $7,778.98. It's been fantastic, and I really, really appreciate everybody who came out and donated, whether it was $5 or whether it was like Mike Mouth who donated $1,000, but every dollar counts and it goes to a really great cause. And I need to give away some TGFBI spots because I've been saying I'm going to. If people want to continue donating, if you're hearing this in podcast form later, if you're watching the replay later, then you can keep donating. We get over that $8,000 mark, I'll give away another TGFBI spot. But it's time to give away some of those TGFBI spots. So I am going to my randomizer right now, and let me do that. A couple people, Nick Pollock is the person who won the first one. I'm gonna I'm gonna re-randomize it just because I don't want that him to get that one. So the first one is Keith Tonsager. Congratulations. I will connect with you at some point to make sure you realize you are in TGFBI next year. The next one is Ray Murphy from Baseball HQ.
So far, it's a pretty good division there. You know,
Yeah, you like that. I'm going to re-randomize that one. Michael Carter, you're in as well. Then
I think I just saw a tweet from a Mike Carter saying it's his first year in TGFBI.
You know what? It probably is. That I'm pretty sure that is
time machine here.
I gotta tell me which ridiculous crypto thing I should buy.
Yeah, right. If that is,
what do you waste? You wasting your power
Carter
on getting into TGFBI.
If that is the Mike Carter who was on Podapolooza twice and is already at TGFBI, I'll re-randomize it later. The next one is Kevin Schreitz. He is in this year. Congratulations, or next year. Congratulations, Kevin. Daniel McKee, you are in, sir, for next year's TGFBI as well. Then let's go. And Ellis Kennedy, you are in, my friend. Congratulations. And let's do it one more time. And we're getting more industry people, and I'm going to keep away from that.
Wish you had the Price is Right theme going. And picture these people running down the aisle.
Joseph Diffenbach, you are in as well. And let's see, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got one more spot to give away, and that is Rudy Campbell.
I'll donate it back.
All right. David Mirza, you are in TGFBI in 2022. And like I said, if Mike is the Mike Carter that was on and he wants to donate it back, which I'm sure he will, we'll do another one. So keep donating. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com is the PayPal. At Justin Salinger is the Venmo. And if we get over the $8,000 mark, I've been doing for this for way too many hours now. Yeah, then we'll add another entry, and if other people donate other prizes back, that'll be those will be re-randomized as well. We got to wrap it up here pretty quick, but I wanted everybody to get another shot at promoting their work and reminding people where they can reach on social media. So, Bruce, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and promote your work.
You can find me at BCJR Fantasy on Twitter, and I write for you at Friends with Fantasy Benefits, and got a pod started over there too, so come check it out. It'll be fun.
And Ariel, promote your work and remind everybody where you can be reached.
Follow me on Twitter at ATCNY. I'm on Fangraphs, Sportsline, and Rotoballer, and you can listen to my podcast, the Beat the Shift podcast. Check it out.
And Rudy, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
Yep. So you can see me at Rudy Gamble on Twitter, and then on Razzball, Razzball.com subscriptions. You can see all our daily and weekly projections available for both season long and DFS, as well as anytime you see a player page or the player rater preseason projections, that's all my fingerprints.
All right, and Danielle, of course, where can you be reached and what do you do?
I harass my husband on Twitter at Mrs. D. Salinger. I also am part of the podcast and blogging series with my husband, Beat Him at His Own Game, a fantasy wife's journey into fantasy baseball. You can find me on Twitter for that at fantasy_about. You can find the blog at talkaboutfantasy.wordpress.com, and you can email me at talkaboutfantasy@gmail.com.
All right. Before I let everybody go or kick everybody off, Danielle, do you have a final question for these gentlemen?
Yeah, final question. So when you guys were going into your first major draft, so not just, something fun with your friends, what did you do to mentally prepare yourself for that? I have a tendency to have anxiety, so I'm curious as to, how you guys kept yourselves calm and focused and avoid going on tilt.
I probably had overconfidence.
I'll work on that then.
It's not realizing what I didn't know. So that self-awareness doesn't come till later.
think of somebody that you trust and that you think is very inspiring and knows what they're doing, and picture their voice in their head giving you the advice of what to pick, and your advice will be right. That's how to get over your anxiety.
Okay. I like that.
So I just recently tried to start meditating a little bit more, working on some of that stuff. But really, for me, what's always helped me is there's a reason I'm doing what I'm doing. There's a reason I'm here drafting. There's a reason I'm here. Believe in yourself. Tell yourself, how brilliant you are and how much you've already overcome. This is just a draft, Holmes. This is fantasy baseball. It's supposed to be fun. Don't go into it so stressed out. You already know you like some players. You already know what you're here for. And if you kind of stick to just, centering yourself again, I think you'll be fine. And that'll help mellow you out to a point where you are more aware of what your goal is and what you're trying to do. And then you won't let the anxiety come in and come crashing in on you like it tends to do. You will be able to sit back and be like, nah, you're not even there.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, and I haven't chimed in too much on this segment because I wanted everybody else to, but at the end of the day, it's a game. It's a game that we all love and we want to win at. But it's a game and it's supposed to be fun. And this experience for you, while I understand it's nerve-wracking and it's scary because you've never done it before, just enjoy the fun of it. It is really fun. This comment down below right now, the pressure's not on Danielle, it's on the field. I hope she punks you fellas. You know what? He's right. The pressure isn't on you. Worst case scenario, you finish dead last in the overall and people go, okay, well, she's never played before. But all you have is upside. You are that rookie player that no one has any expectations for, that all you can do is exceed the expectations. And you are smart, and you are very, very capable. You have all the tools at your disposal. And I think you're gonna shock a lot of people. And I'm just hoping you don't shock me.
Well, I'm gonna try. And nice fix there, because for a minute during the pep talk, it sounded like you said I was disposable. So that was a little concerning.
Listen, if anybody is disposable in this relationship, it is clearly me.
I'm thinking at this point that what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a compilation of all of the calls for the Giants wins during their World Series years and just listen to that while I'm in the draft and doing things, and then it'll get me pumped up for baseball, and that can only help.
Danielle, if you don't win this year, like the Giants, you'll win next year, every other year, even years.
Yeah,
even years.
this is an odd year, and so if I don't do well, I'll just blame it on that. Perfect. I like it. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate all your help and your insights. So I'll be keeping your voices in my head as I go forward and remembering what everybody's saying.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fantastic job, Justin. Fantastic job.
Yeah, fantastic job.
Really, kudos to you.
Yeah.
You raised
$7,700
is nothing to just glance over. It's phenomenal. Unbelievable. Great job.
I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate everyone who was a part of this weekend, whether you donated money, whether you came on to a panel, whether you just watched and supported it. It's been a phenomenal weekend. Thank you, Danielle, for taking on so much this weekend around the house so I could do this, and taking on stuff for this as she was tweeting out everybody was coming on. And next year we'll be a little bit more organized, and Danielle will be the producer, the professional producer next year. We'll have this thing rolling on all cylinders. Appreciate everybody for everything this weekend. And with that, this is the end of Podapolooza 2021. Really, really grateful to everyone, and God bless. Good luck in TGFBI tomorrow. I'm taking you all down, including Danielle.
Good luck, buddy. It ain't going to happen. But good luck to the rest of you. I hope